His eyes were reflecting the TV screen as they pleaded with me for help. As I looked away, my eyes caught the aluminium box. When I saw what was inside, I felt much better about what I'd just done. Too Thin to Win must have been flapping big time trying to get to the contents. If he had managed it, I might not be here now. The TV baddie was dying from a gunshot wound given to him by the cop. It must have been near to the end of the film. I went over to the box. Stowed inside were 3 collapsible stock Heckler & Koch 53s, virtually the same weapon as the MP5 used by the regiment, but firing a larger 5.56mm round. With their 30-round mags, Too Thin to Win could have taken my head off and still had change. I picked up one of the weapons and 2 of the mags. I could now see that on the bottom of the box there were also 3 silenced pistols, again with mags. I took one round out of the 53 mag and pushed down on the remainder to check the spring worked. Young one was still moaning as the film credits rolled. He was watching me. I thought for a while. Why take the 53? If I had to use it, I would alert the people in the house next door and maybe even the whole campsite. I picked up one of the pistols. I didn't have a clue what it was, only that going by the markings it was made in China. I looked in the mag. The rounds were 9mm. I loaded and made ready with one mag and took a few rounds out of another and looked inside. These mags held 9 rounds apiece. I didn't know why I checked. I never counted them as I fired. I was always too busy flapping. I replaced the rounds and put the 5 spare mags in my jeans. This Chinese thing looked quite good. If total silence was required, there was a catch that would keep the working parts in place when you fired. You then had to manually unload and then reload. If not, and you could get away with a suppressed weapon on semi-automatic, all you had to do was take the catch off and the working parts would move and feed another round to fire. The baffling would still do its job in stopping the weapon report. You'd just hear the working parts moving. With my thumb I pulled down on the catch, safety on, then jammed it into my jeans. I got hold of young one's arms and pulled him up against the settee, and as I did so I could see where he'd been hit. The arrow had entered his stomach, and as he'd fallen it must have been pushed right up into his rib cage. I'd got him so that he was sitting on the floor with his head lolling over to the left-hand side, resting on the seat. His eyes were still begging me as I placed a cushion under his head, stepped back and gave him a round in the head. There was just a noise like someone tapping the edge of a wooden table with their finger. The cushion and settee helped to suppress the round completely as it came out of the back of his head. He just lay there, eyes still open, blood shining in the TV light. I'd never worked out how I felt about things like this. He would have killed me if he'd had the chance, and I'd just put him out of his misery. I took the catch off, unloaded and fed another round into the chamber, letting the catch down to lock the working parts in place. I stood, watched and listened. There were a couple of plates on the floor covered with dried sauce and stubbed-out cigarettes, 2 or 3 full ashtrays, countless crushed cans of bud, and now these 3 bodies. HBO told me they were now going to show Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze. I wiped the blood from my gloves onto the settee and changed magazines, gently pushing a new, full one into position, listening for the click that told me it was engaged. As I moved away from the TV set, a loud ping sent my heart leaping into my throat. I spun my head and weapon round, expecting to have to react. The rest of my body followed about half a second later, both eyes open and the weapon up in the aim. I found myself pointing at the microwave oven in the next room. I needed a minute to calm down and sort my shit out and decided to put the weapon into semi-auto mode. Time to move on. I was still left with 2 that I knew of, the American and the boss man, plus Sarah, and there was still another 2 floors to clear. I didn't need the bow anymore, so I left it on the floor, The TV was still bumping its gums. Guys who like guy movies. I started to move slowly but purposefully, trying to keep the noise down, both eyes open, weapon up. I had the light from the TV screen shining behind me, projecting my shadow on the wall. I got to the stairs and checked upwards. It was dark up there. Eyes and weapon glued to the top of the stairs, I started to move. I knew this feeling all too well. My heart was pumping so hard I could feel it banging against my chest wall, and I had a horrible, dry, rasping feeling in my throat. My head was so far back that sweat was running into my eyes and down the folds of skin at the back of my neck. I flicked my head to the side, attempting to get rid of it. It started to get darker and quieter as the glow and noise of the TV faded, and soon all I could hear was the sound of my own breath. I did my best to suppress it because I imagined 3 people upstairs listening and following my progress. Moving upstairs like this is physically demanding. Every movement has to be so slow and deliberate that all your muscles are tensed. Your body needs oxygen, and your lungs in turn need to work harder, but you don't want them to because that makes noise, and on top of all that, at any moment, somebody could be trying to kill you. I reached the landing of the 2nd floor. I immediately noticed a nice, polished smell up here, a different world to the one I'd just left behind me. There was a wall to my left with a door that faced the corridor which ran to my right. It must be the bathroom where I'd heard a toilet being flushed last night. As I looked to the right, I could see that the corridor ran the length of the house. Right down the middle was a single strip rug, which would help muffle noise. In the light thrown from a door that was slightly ajar at the far end, I could see a table about 10 feet away on the left. The open door showed a sink, shining in the light. It didn't sound as if anyone was in there, and I didn't hear water running or a cistern filling up. Maybe they were just scared of the dark and wanted a light on for when they came out for a piss. I looked at the crack under each of the other doors to see if there were any signs of life or light from within the rooms. Nothing. Across from me were the stairs to the top floor. I stayed where I was and listened. I could just about hear the low drone of the TV downstairs, but the sound of my heartbeat seemed louder. I could feel my carotid pulses banging in my ears. I couldn't just wait here all night until she needed the toilet. With my knees bent, shoulders hunched over, arms out, staring down the thick, baffled barrel of the weapon, I started to move along the centre of the corridor using the rug. I reached the first door on the right and edged over, putting my ear to it, but kept the pistol where it was. I could still hear the TV in the rain. My antennae were out, trying to take in every possible sound. But it was very distant, very indistinct. From inside the room came the noise of snoring. Sarah never snored, but there was always a chance she could be sleeping with someone who did. I carried on along the corridor to the next room. I listened outside it. Nothing. As if I was going to hear her singing along to a CD. I went on, passing a fire exit on my left, which I hadn't noticed earlier. It had bolts, top and bottom, which I gently eased back, and a pin tumbler lock in the middle, which I also undid. I moved on to the next 2 doors, past the table, hearing nothing. I stood by the lit-up bathroom. This could go on forever. Fuck it. There was no time to do anything but take my chances with whoever was back down the corridor. I just knew I had to do something, and quickly. Holding the pistol in my right hand, I checked with my left that everything was in place. The taser was in my right-hand bomber jacket pocket with the handle outwards, ready to grab. I got out the torch, placed the lens against the wall and twisted it on to check it still worked. The light hit the wall but wasn't going anywhere else. I turned it off and kept it in my left hand with my thumb and forefinger at the ready. I put my right thumb on the weapon's safety catch and pressed down, checking it was off and ready to go. Then I pushed the mag in the pistol grip to make sure it was engaged. With my left hand, I lifted the latch. I wasn't going to try to do it gently. Once you've decided you're going in, you might as well get it over with. I pushed the door open a few inches, and at the same time brought my left hand up and switched the torch on, using my body to open the door fully. As I came into the room, I moved to the right to avoid silhouetting my body in the doorway. I 3/4 closed the door with my shoulder, and the torchlight hit a pile of men's clothes on the floor. I also saw a watch and a glass of water on a bedside table. There was a shape in the bed. I knew straight away by its size that it wasn't Sarah. The body stirred, maybe as a reaction to the change in air pressure as the door opened, or the fact that light was shining in his face. As he turned, I saw that he was bald and dark-skinned and had a moustache. It was Boss Man. His eyes opened fully as he settled. He wouldn't be able to see me, just the torchlight. I moved quickly, getting my left knee on one side of him and my right on the other, so I was astride him, pushing him down onto the bed. He was pinioned by the sheet across his chest and gave a quick grunt of protest. I dropped the torch under the bed. I didn't want him to see my face, and in any case, I didn't need light for what I was about to do. With the pistol jammed against his clenched teeth, he gave a long, drawn-out groan as he tried to resist. I got hold of the back of his head with my left hand and forced the weapon down harder. The metal of the silencer scraped against his teeth, and he eventually opened up. I pushed the muzzle in until it was nearly at the back of his throat, and the suppressor was filling his mouth good style. He struggled on for a while, not trying to escape, just wanting to work out what was going on and to breathe. He was flapping and snorting like a horse. I moved with his chest as it went up and down. At length, he lay back. No one will fuck around once they realize they have a pistol in their mouth. I leaned towards his left ear. In my bad, fluctuating American accent, I whispered, "If you speak English, nod slowly." He did. I could feel the pistol moving up and down. I heard him slurping and retching as his Adam's apple worked overtime. With his jaw wide open, he'd lost the ability to swallow. "You have two choices," I said. "Die if you don't help me. Live if you do. Do you understand?" It's always better to take your time at moments like this. If you've got somebody who's flapping and you say, "Okay, where's Sarah?" he can't talk because he's got this thing stuck in his mouth, so he gets all confused about what you expect of him. It's better to do it as a process of elimination, and then you know you have the right information. That is, if he knows it in the first place. There was still a bit of hesitation here. He was still flapping too much and not thinking enough. I said, "Do you understand?" and underlined the point with a jab of the pistol. He finally got the message, and I felt the pistol move up and down. His body smelled of shampoo and soap. Shame he hadn't cleaned his teeth. His breath smelled like roadkill. Now that he understood the facts of life, I whispered, "You've got one woman in the house, yes?" I felt his immediate sense of relief. His body relaxed. It wasn't him I wanted. He nodded. "One woman?" He nodded again. "Is she on this floor?" The pistol shook from side to side. "Is she on the floor above this one?" Up and down. "Do you know which room she's in?" I could hear his breathing and slurping, but there was just a touch too much hesitation. He was thinking about what to say. He shook his head slowly. I gave a weary sigh and said, "Then you're no good to me and I'm going to kill you. I think you're lying." No response. I said, "Last chance. Do you know what room she's in?" I started to rise. He got the idea. He nodded. I came back down to his ear. "Good. Now think about this. Is she on the left-hand side of the corridor as you go along it from the stairs?" I was assuming it was the same sort of configuration upstairs as down. I didn't know yet, but it was a good enough place to start. He thought about it and nodded. "Good. Is it the first door on the left?" He shook his head. Saliva was oozing out of his mouth and running down his chin. I could feel his chest rising and falling more and more quickly. He was fighting to get oxygen in, and there were too many obstructions. "Is she in the second door on the left?" He nodded. "Good. If you're lying, I'll be back and I'll kill you." He nodded that he understood, semi-choking on the suppressor because I pushed it a little more to the back of his throat, just to the point where he was starting to gag. At the same time, I reached down with my left hand, closed it around the taser, slid off the safety catch, and gave him the good news right on the pectoral muscle. I counted the crackle for about 5 seconds. If I remembered correctly, that should result in the person being dazed for some minutes afterwards. He jerked about and then got very dazed indeed. I climbed off him, picked up the torch and put it in my mouth, then turned round and started to look for his socks amongst the clothes that were on the floor. I found one and shoved the toe end of it into his mouth, pulling down on his jaw to force him to take it all. Noise comes from the throat and below, not the mouth. For an effective gag, you have to ram obstructions down there as far as they can go so that when the person tries to scream, the sound can't amplify in the mouth. A strip of gaffer tape over the face isn't enough to achieve the desired effect. A sock stuffed in the mouth also calms people down because they become more worried about choking than about raising the alarm. I could hear moans and groans from the back of his throat as he began to come round. I couldn't have him alerting the others, so I gave him another 3-second burst. That settled him down again and gave me time to finish filling his mouth. Once that was done, I got his shirt from the floor and wrapped the sleeve around his face to form a seal over the sock. I kept his nose free, because he had to be able to breathe, but wrapped the sleeve as tightly as I could around his lips. I pulled a leather belt from his trousers, which was about 1.5 inches wide, with a brass buckle, and grabbed the tie-backs from the curtains, lengths of rope with shiny tassels. I tied his knees together with the first tie-back. If you can move your knees, you can crawl and maneuver. If not, you haven't got much scope for movement. Next, I tied his ankles together. He was semi-conscious, breathing and moaning in the back of his throat. I turned him over on the bed and got his hands behind him, tying them tightly together with the belt, making sure that I'd left the buckle and some of the other end free. It was going to hurt him, and he was going to have hands like balloons by the morning, but he'd live. By now my breathing was almost as laboured as his. This was physical stuff, spinning him round, trying to do it quickly, but also trying to keep everything quiet to cut down on noise. I got hold of his shoulders and pulled him down gently so that his head and his shoulders were on the floor. Then I grabbed his legs and dropped them down too. There was still a little bit of moaning, especially when I got hold of his ankles and brought them up towards his tied hands. I put the ends of the belt around the tie-back that secured his wrists, did up the buckle, and that was him trussed up like an oven-ready chicken. He was coming round again. I held the taser on his thigh and gave him the good news for another 5 seconds. He tried to scream, but the sock did its stuff. As I lifted the taser away from him, I still had the button depressed. The bolt of electricity crackled brightly as it arced between the two terminals. The glow that it cast added to the torchlight, and I could see the suit carrier, now open, hanging on the wardrobe. Inside was a grey business suit, white shirt and patterned tie, already knotted and hanging round the hanger. I got to the door, checked the corridor, and turned left towards the stairs. This flight was different, the stairs turning back on themselves to reach the top floor. As I climbed and turned left, up the next flight, the distant TV mush disappeared, its place gradually taken by the constant bass drum rhythm of rain bouncing off the roof. It was almost soothing. I got to the top and lay down on the stairs. I looked left along the corridor, but this time there was no light to help me, and I couldn't see any coming from under the doors. I twisted the mag light and headed directly to the second door on the left. There was no rug up here. I moved slowly. Between the first and second door against the wall there was a semicircular table with a lamp on it. I got to the door. It was exactly the same as the one downstairs, with the latch on the right. I crossed over and got against the right-hand wall. I just had to get in there, be hard and aggressive, grab her, and get out before my new mate downstairs started trying to become Houdini. I listened for a few seconds just in case she was in there expecting me and loading up her 53. Then, with the mag light in my mouth, I put my hand on the latch and pressed. There was a small bundle in the bed, and I knew at once that it was Sarah. I could smell the familiar fragrance of her deodorant. It was the only one that didn't leave white powder marks on her clothes. I started moving towards her. Her jeans were on the floor, crumpled, as if they'd just been pulled down and stepped out of. There was a bedside cabinet with some water and headache pills by the lamp. I was going to have to grip her so hard that she thought there were 20 people piling in on her. I had to confuse her, scare her, phase her, because I knew that if I didn't, she was more than capable of killing me. Chapter 17. I moved towards her, taser in my left hand, pistol in my right, torch in my mouth, adjusting my head to keep the beam pointing into her face. The sound of the rain hitting the window was louder than my footsteps. She started to turn, and her eyes reacted to the light as I moved the final pace, dropped the pistol on the bed, then smacked my open hand over her mouth. She gave a muffled scream and fought against me and her mouthful of blood-stained glove. The torch got knocked sideways, scraping against my teeth as she thrashed about. I heard the pistol fall off the bed and onto the floor. I hit the taser's on button, and her eyes widened as she saw the current crackling between the metal prongs inches from her nose. Then she hit her own on button and began struggling so violently I thought she was having a fit. She got the good news in her armpit. The 100,000 volts shot through her body and fucked her up big time. With her body jolting up and down, I was finding it hard to keep my hand on her mouth to dampen the scream. The bed springs sounded as if she was having sex. 5 seconds later, she was a rag doll. Just a little groan and she fell back onto the bed. It wouldn't last for long. I needed the pistol. I got the torch out of my mouth and retrieved it from under the bed, shoving it into the waistband of my jeans. Next, as weak coughing told me she was starting to regain her senses, I got out the 2 sleeves I'd cut from my shirt. She coughed again and I looked at her. The bedclothes had been kicked off during the struggle, and she lay spread out on the mattress like a starfish, in just a white t-shirt and white knickers. Outside, the wind had come back. I could hear it thrash in the rain against the windows even more now. With the torch back in my mouth, I was soon dribbling and breathing like the boss man downstairs. I prized open her jaw and started ramming the first sleeve into her mouth. She was just conscious enough to realize what was happening and tried her best to resist. I had to give her another 2 or 3 seconds with the taser, getting my hands out of her mouth just in time as it snapped shut in the first of another series of convulsions. When she relaxed, I stuffed in the material until it must have gone halfway down her throat. I then got the second sleeve, placed it over her mouth like a conventional gag, and tied the ends tightly at the back of her neck with a double knot. There was going to be no noise from her now. I pulled the belt from her jeans and used it to tie her hands together, front-loading her. She was now ready to go, and so was I. Nearly. All that was left was to gather up as much of her ID as I could find. A T-104 meant leaving no trace, which wasn't going to be easy. I didn't know where all her stuff was. I hoped it wouldn't be too much of a drama if anything was left behind. With any luck, she'd be using cover docs that she got by chatting up some gay woman in an Australian bar. I found her bag on the floor near the bottom of the bed. It was a small black nylon affair with a shoulder strap. Inside was a nylon sports-type purse, passport, and a few loose dollar bills. I quickly scanned the rest of the room with my torch. A green sports bag lay open on the floor, and clothes were strewn all around it. A glint of metal caught my eye. I shone the torch beyond the bag and saw the barrel of an HK-53. Its black parkerization had been worn off over the years. I also saw 4 mags taped together to form 2 sets of ammo. She started moaning and retching, trying to expel the material from her mouth. She still didn't know who was doing this to her. It was too dark, and even if she could see straight at the moment, all she was getting was a powerful torch beam in her eyes, as I moved towards her, putting her bag strap over my head. It was time to grip her and get the fuck out of there before the authorities screamed in, or whatever was going to happen after 5 a.m. I got back to her, switched off the torch and put it in my jeans. With my left hand I got hold of her at the point where the back of her head met the neck, and banged the web of my right hand hard up under her nose. I felt her jolt as it slammed into her face. Bending my legs, I pushed up with both hands, making sure that all the pressure of the lift was against her nostrils. Her hands raised, then fell again. She couldn't resist. She had to go with it, her moans of pain getting louder. I got her sitting bolt upright and put the crook of my left arm around the front of her neck, jamming her tight against me. Her face was still tilted upwards. With the pistol in my right hand, I moved my right forearm behind her neck to complete the headlock and stood up. She was fighting for oxygen. No way was she not coming with me. I started to move and she didn't like it at all. Her back arched more as her legs hit the floor and she tried to take more weight off her neck. She was recovering quicker now that she was in pain, but I had total control. If she fought back too strongly, I'd just give her another bulletin with the taser, but that would be a last resort. I wanted to move quickly, not be dragging a dead weight. I made my way across the room and, checking the pistol's safety with my right thumb, opened the door. The corridor was still dark and silent. I reinforced my hold on her by jerking my knees and gripping her neck more tightly. She seemed to be concentrating on holding onto my left arm so that she could relieve some of the pressure on her neck, probably too worried about being asphyxiated to resist. I stepped out into the corridor, her head still jammed against my chest, the rest of her body following behind me. She gave no resistance at all, and once we got past the table I understood why. She started to buck and spark up, her legs kicking out as she held onto my arm for even more support. She kicked the table sideways, knocking the lamp onto the floor. Its stained glass lampshade shattered across the floorboards. It had gone noisy. No need to tiptoe around anymore. I started to motor towards the stairs, dragging her with me. At first, she continued to buck and kick, her feet banging on the wooden flooring. Then she must have realized that if she didn't help herself by trying to keep her back arched and her legs on the floor, she could break her own neck. We got to the staircase, and I was just about to turn right and go down when I heard the sound of a latch lifting to my left. I swung round as the door opened and light burst from the room. Sarah swung with me, a muffled scream coming from her throat as the movement wrenched her neck. It was the American. His reactions were quick. I fired into the door as he shoved it closed. I gripped her and started moving aggressively down the stairs. The American was thumping on the floor, screaming, "Wake up! Wake up! Attack! Attack! Wake up!" Sarah's heels and calves were taking a good hammering. She was squealing like a stuck pig inside the gag and trying to tense up her muscles to help with the pain. We were sounding like a herd stampeding, with my heavy footsteps and her feet bouncing off the wood. I didn't look behind me. I just ran for it. I wasn't going to head for the fire exit on the next floor as I thought I might. There were too many rooms on either side of that corridor, and I had no idea if there was anyone else in the building that I hadn't accounted for. The way my luck was going, there was bound to be. My new plan was to get down to the garage, a route I knew, then just make a run for it. I turned right to go down the next flight of stairs. As I took the first few steps, I could see that the second-floor corridor below me was now lit up like a football stadium. Above me, the American screamed, "Sarah! One of them has Sarah! They have Sarah!" From below me, a voice shouted above the babble of the TV, "Where are they? Help me here!" I froze no more than 6 feet from the bottom of the stairs. It wouldn't be long before these two got their act together and I'd be dead. I just wanted 5 seconds in which to calm down and think. A shadow approached from the left on the corridor below. It turned into Boss Man, now in jeans and carrying an HK-53. Fuck! How did he get free so quickly? I kept looking down on him, weapon in the aim, gripping Sarah even tighter to stop her disrupting my sight picture. He turned and looked up. I blatted 3 quiet rounds until he went down, not dead, just screaming and writhing on the ground. The 53 clattered down the stairs to the floor below. Above me, the American half groaned, half yelled, "What's happening? Talk to me! Somebody talk to me here!" I went down more stairs, stopped short of the corridor, and still holding Sarah with my left arm, put my pistol round to the left and loosed off the rest of the rounds blindly. Being suppressed, it wouldn't have quite the same effect as rounds going off with a loud report, but people would hear them splinter in the woodwork and get the general idea. I willed Bossman to carry on screaming and scare the shit out of anyone listening. Maybe it worked, because there was still no firing back at me. Either that, or there were no more people. I ran out of rounds and started to change mags. Pressing the mag release catch, I jerked my hand downwards to help the mag fall out. It hit the stair and bounced down onto Bossman's back. I looked at him, face down on the floor, his blood spilling across the polished wood. Then, turning to look up the stairs, waiting for the American, I placed a new mag into the weapon right next to Sarah's face. As I turned back to check chamber, we had eye contact for the first time. The shock of recognition was plain to see. Her eyes were wide with amazement and disbelief. I looked away, more concerned about the job in hand. I moved straight across the gap without looking, just making sure I didn't trip over Bossman, whose screams were fading. I rammed down the last flight of stairs, feeling and hearing Sarah bumping down behind me, sometimes lifting up her feet to take the strain, sometimes stumbling. I carried on straight across the room towards the garage stairs, passing Too Thin to Win and his friends. Shouts and screams came from the TV as we passed the kitchen door. Just as I neared the bottom of the flight and was about to enter the garage, I heard shouting upstairs, and then 4 or 5 rounds went off. I wondered what the American was firing at. Then I realized. He'd probably run downstairs, seen figures by the TV in semi-darkness, and fired off at them straight away without looking. The flickering light from the screen and the scariness of the situation had probably got him jumping. It certainly had me. I closed the door behind me to add a bit more to the confusion. He wouldn't dare barge straight through. He couldn't guarantee what was on the other side. We moved alongside the Explorer, and I could hear the American's voice above me. I couldn't make sense of what he was saying, but he didn't sound too happy about the way his day was shaping up. The rain stung as it lashed my face. It was then that I remembered the Bergen, but it was too late now. Fuck it. I turned left, towards the other house, and had taken no more than 3 steps when the proximity lights came on. With my head down, I started pumping, but was restricted by the weight I was dragging. I'd covered maybe 10 or 15 metres when the first burst from a 53 was fired from one of the upper floors. Its short barrel and the power of the round makes the muzzle emit a fearsome flash. It's the only weapon I'd ever seen that looks like the ones you see in films. It was great for close-up work, as it scared the shit out of people. I kept on running. I'd be out of the light in a few more strides. As soon as we hit darkness, I glanced back. All the lights in the house were blazing. Smoke was drifting from the windows on the 2nd floor. It looked almost like that house in the Amityville Horror, shrouded in rain and mist, except that it wasn't mist, it was cordite from the rounds. A couple of lights were on upstairs in the place next door. My new plan was to get in there, point a big fat gun at them, take their pickup and fuck off. The next thing I knew, however, the external light on the family's 4x4 mounted on the driver's side wing burst into life, and a million candle-power beams sliced through the darkness towards us. A man's voice shouted a warning. "Don't come near! Stay away! I'm armed! I've called the police!" For good measure, he wanged down a couple of rounds at us from a rifle. He probably had "My Land, My Country, My Gun" on his bumpers, and a few other stickers that he bought at gyms, but he was protecting his family, and that was a fair one. I felt a thump as one of the rounds rammed into the ground far too close to me. Either he was good, and he meant to aim a warning shot, or he was trying to hit us, and this time we'd been lucky. I didn't want to find out which. I jinked left and ran between the two houses uphill towards the dirt track. Change of plan again. We were going to make it on foot back to my car, as I've been aiming to do all along, but without all this drama. Another rifle shot rang out, but this time I didn't hear the answering thud. There was the burst of a .53. Fuck knows where that went. I got to the track, crossed it, and stopped to try and assess the situation. We were in darkness and on higher ground. I heard shots and saw a couple of foot-long muzzle flashes coming from the direction of the target house and more from the area around the pickup. Shotgun Ned must be zapping and shouting at anything that moved. His spotlight swept left and right looking for targets. It wasn't the only light I could see. Red and blue flashing lights were glistening in the rain on the other side of the lake, and I suddenly realized that I stood more chance of being struck by lightning than I did of getting back to my car. Acting as the situation demanded, I changed plan again. We were going to get out of here on foot. I stood still, knees bent, waiting to regain my breath. It was colder than before, and the wind and rain were loud against the leaves. I started moving through the forest again. Sarah's bare flesh was getting zapped left and right by branches, and I could hear her suffering. I put my head down and pumped uphill, leaving everybody down there to get on with it. It seemed that my lucky number for house clearing was the same as for shopping trolleys. 0. Chapter 18. I gripped Sarah and plunged on, slipping and skidding on the wet mush, stumbling over rocks and fallen branches, flailing to regain my footing. She was screaming as best she could beneath the gag, partly because of the tree branches that whipped at her bare body and the ground cutting her legs, partly just trying to keep her airway clear. At least I knew she was breathing. I tripped again and went down. The pain as my knees hit rock made them feel as if they were on fire. She moaned loudly under the gag as she took the brunt of my fall, and she had to arch her back to relieve the strain on her neck. I stayed on my knees, screwing my face up as I took the pain, waiting for it to die down. There was nothing I could do but accept it. I just hoped I hadn't smashed a kneecap. My chest was heaving up and down as I tried to catch my breath. Sarah gave up the struggle to keep her body off the ground. She collapsed in the mud beside and slightly below me, her head, still in the neck-hold, resting in my lap and moving up and down in unison with my breathing.
Crisis 4, Disc 8.
I fought the current until I was up to my waist with Sarah behind me, grasping the strap of her bag, which was still over my shoulder. Then, with my next step, I was into fast-flowing water, the current tearing at my leg, threatening to throw me off balance. I grabbed her hand. Whether to support myself or to help her, I didn't know, but no sooner had I lifted my other leg than the weight of water whipped it away from under me, and I was being swept downstream. I still clung to Sarah, both of us kicking and thrashing to keep afloat and make some progress towards the opposite bank, but the current was starting to drag me under. If you're trapped against a rock by water that's just half a metre high and moving at 12 miles an hour, you'd need to be able to bench press 550 pounds to lift yourself away. We were no contest for the tons of water surging downstream. My head was forced under, and I swallowed a mouthful of freezing river. I kicked back to the surface, forcing myself to breathe in through my nose, only to choke as I inhaled yet more water. I let go of her. We each had to fight our own battle now. She looked at me, her eyes the size of saucers as she realized what I'd done. That wasn't my problem. It would only become one if I couldn't find her body before they did. She still had to disappear without trace. I saw her through wet, blurred vision trying to keep her head up, kicking and swimming and wading like a seal. Then she was sucked under by the current, and I couldn't tell how far across I was. The water kept taking me under, and I was more concerned about sucking in air than getting to the other side. I couldn't see Sarah at all now, but there was nothing I could do about that. I was in enough shit of my own. As I came up again and snatched a lungful of air, I heard her scream, "Oh, God! Oh, God!" I looked around for her, but saw nothing above the torrent. I was dragged back down and inhaled more river water. Scrabbling my way to the surface, I saw that this time I was almost at the far side. The current wasn't dying down, though, because the river curved around to the right, and I was on the outside of the bend where the force of the water was at its fiercest. An eddy caught me, and the momentum threw me against the bank. I threw out my hands, trying to grasp an exposed tree root or an overhanging branch, anything I could. I shouted for Sarah, but all I got in reply was another mouthful of river. I coughed, trying to force my eyes open again, but they stung too much. Thrashing around blindly, my left hand connected with something solid. I made a grab, but whatever it was gave way. The next thing I knew, my right arm had hooked into a large tree root. The current swung me round and pressed me against the bank, and my feet connected with solid ground. I clung to the roots and took deep breaths to slow myself down. Downstream, nothing was moving in the water but branches and lumps of wood. I struggled against the weight of water until I could reach with my free hand and grub another root higher up the bank. I finally hauled myself up until only my feet were left in the water, being forced sideways by the current. One more grab and pull, and I was lying on the bank fighting for breath. I'd never felt such relief. I lay there for more than a minute, coughing up water and slowly feeling some strength return to my limbs. As my head cleared, I realized my problems weren't over. I'd now have to find Sarah, and she could be anywhere downstream. Clearing the banks would expose me to view from the ground, and the river was a natural route for any follow-up to be taking. As if that wasn't bad enough, the heli, if it came back, would ping me at once. There was nothing I could do about any of that. I just had to get on with it and retrieve what I could from this gang fuck. Turning my head, I could make out the river behind me, blurred by the water in my eyes. There was still no sign of Sarah. My soaking clothes weighed me down as I started to stumble along the bank, leaning over the edge from time to double-check that she wasn't concealed behind rocks or in some kink in the ground below me. If I couldn't find her, and she was discovered downstream or even on the coast, I'd just have to accept that it was a big-time fuck-up. However, not yet. As I moved, I kept my eyes skinned for somewhere to hide her body if she was dead. Hiding her wouldn't be the ideal solution, but there was fuck all else I could do. It would slow me down, carrying her out of the area, and I could always come back in a month or two and finish the job. It needed to be a spot that I could ID at a later date, and perhaps after a change of season, and one that wasn't near a hiker's route or a watercourse. As the current reached the bend and changed direction, its noise became almost deafening. I followed round, the dead ground gradually coming into view. I couldn't believe it. Just 300 metres further downstream, resting on timber supports driven into the riverbed, was a small footbridge. The story of my life. If I'd been looking for one, it wouldn't have existed. I stopped, looked and listened. The bridge would be on their maps, and anyone sent to follow us would use it to cross. As I got to within maybe 150 metres of the structure, I could see that it was made of 3 thick wooden supports rising up from the river on each side. The walkway, made of what were probably old railway sleepers, was maybe 2 metres above that. In any search pattern, the police would use this bridge as a key point, somewhere that it would be natural to go to. Maybe they had already identified it and had a team hidden waiting for us to cross. Should I move into the canopy a bit and then come back to the river further down once I'd boxed round it? No good. I needed to search the whole bank. The way things were going, she was probably just a metre from the bridge, dead. I watched for a while longer. The wind bent the treetops and the water crashed along at warp speed. At first I thought it was the white water pushing itself against the middle support with the occasional plume of foam being thrown into the air. It wasn't. It was Sarah, clinging to the post and reaching up, trying to make the 2 meters to safety. Time and again her hand moved up the support, only to be ripped away again as the current got hold of her. For a split second, I hoped she'd be washed away. Then I could concentrate on saving my own arse and getting away, taking any flak when I got back to the UK. Then reality kicked in. There was still a chance I could pull her out and do my job properly. I moved back into the canopy and made my approach towards the bridge, lying down about 20 meters short for one last look. She wasn't making a sound. Either she was switched on enough to know not to scream, or she was just too scared. I didn't care which as long as she stayed quiet. There didn't seem to be any other activity, but then again, if the police was switched on, I'd be very lucky to ping them. It was decision time. I could either get her out and complete the task, or let her get carried away and drown. Then it hit me that there was a third option. She could be swept away and survive. I looked around for a branch that was long enough to do the job. It didn't have to be strong, just long. Jumping up, I grasped one with both hands and pulled down with all my weight. Water sluiced onto me from the leaves. The branch snapped. I twisted and pulled, and it finally parted from the tree. I didn't bother stripping it of its smaller branches, just headed down towards the bank. I stopped to pull off first my boots, then my jeans. For a moment I fantasized that maybe I could be doing the world a great service here. Maybe London knew that she was going to be the next Hitler. Then my jacket came off and the wind bit into me. What the fuck was I doing, freezing cold in the back of beyond with the police after me, taking my kit off to save a woman's life, just so I could kill her somewhere else? I gave myself another reality check. Shut the fuck up, Stone. It's pointless honking. You know it has to be done. I secured my weapon and the contents of my jeans in the bag and put it back over my shoulder. With my boots back on, but my jeans and jacket in my hands, I left the canopy and ran out towards the bridge. I must have looked like someone doing a runner after being caught in bed with another man's wife. As I hit the railway sleepers that made up the walkway, I could see her still playing the limpet, the current pushing her head against the support as she fought to keep it out of the river. She saw me. "Nick! Nick! I'm here! Here!" As if I didn't know. I leaned over the handrail. "Shut up!" I had to holler above the noise of the water as I started to pass down the end of one jeans leg, knotted to help her grip. The other was tied to one of the sleeves of my jacket. I could never remember the name of the knot. If I wanted to know it, I would have joined the Navy. The other sleeve also had a knot at the end to help me. "Take the jeans end only!" I shouted. "Now listen to me! Okay?" She looked up, shaking the water from her face. Her eyes kept flicking towards the knotted jeans leg that was her lifeline. They were wide with fear. I kept hold of the knotted sleeve as I dangled the material so that it would be easy for her to get hold of, yet still keep in contact with the support. Her teeth made contact with the material first, and she bit down, turning her head to bring it closer to her hands. Once there, I could see by the determination in her expression that she wasn't going to let go. "Sarah! Look at me!" I wanted her to understand exactly what was expected of her. When people flap, they nod and agree to everything without really understanding what's being said. "I'm going to drop the rest of this lot into the water and retrieve it on the other side of the bridge. When I shout, I want you to let go of the support and just hold on to the jeans. Got it? Yes! Yes! Hurry! Here goes! I checked again to see if anyone was watching. Then I threw the rest of the makeshift rope under the bridge. I switched to the other side, lying on my stomach on the sleepers and leaning down. My jacket was snaking from side to side in the current. Looking back upstream under the bridge, I could see her coughing and spitting out water, only to take another mouthful. Moving the branch down into the water, I made contact on the third attempt and pulled up the free end of the rope. Wrapping the knotted end round my wrist, I braced myself against the wood supporting the handrail, ready to take the strain. I could no longer see her. "Now, Sarah! Now!" She must have let go, and the current swept her under the span. There was an almighty jolt, then what felt like the world's biggest dog pulling on its lead. I held onto the jacket sleeve like a man possessed. "Kick, Sarah! Kick!" She didn't need telling twice. The combination of her efforts and the pendulum effect of the current swept her in towards the bank like a hooked fish. I got to my feet and managed to reel in 2 more twists of the jacket, taking a few steps towards the end of the bridge. By the time I reached the bank, I had hands full of jeans. I dropped to the ground above her, and we linked arms. She didn't need to be told what to do next. I heaved and rolled, and she used my body as a climbing frame. A moment later, and she was lying beside me on solid ground. I thanked whichever guardian angel was looking over me that day. She was coughing and fighting for breath. She wasn't going to be in any condition to help herself for a little while, and we had to get away from here. I hauled myself to my feet, bent down, and scooped her up in a fireman's lift over my shoulder. I picked up the knotted jeans and jacket as I moved off, staggering more than running into the trees. I needed us to be out of sight of the helicopter, and to find some shelter. Ahead of me was a steep rise. I put her down while I got some breath back. I was shivering violently, and Sarah moaned as she, too, fought the cold and shock. I wanted to get beyond the rise into another lot of dead ground so we couldn't be seen from the other side of the river. Her head lolled over my shoulder, her face close to mine. I was looking straight ahead and focusing on the trees, but I still heard the words, "Thank you, Nick." I tilted my head towards her and did my best to shrug. It felt strange to be thanked like this, and for the second time. Safely inside the tree line, I stopped and helped her to the ground. I turned away and leaned against a tree, my lungs greedily sucking in air. "Can you manage on your own?" I asked. To my surprise, the reply came from very close. I felt her hand on my shoulder as she said, "I can do it. Let's go." I moved off with her following, over the rise and onto dead ground. We couldn't be seen from the opposite bank anymore, but we still needed cover from the air and the biting wind. It wasn't as strong as last night, but wind chill could really slow us down after what we'd just been through. Normally, when looking for shelter from the elements, the last place you want to be is in a valley bottom or a deep hollow, because hot air rises. But we needed the cover. We also needed to try and find a place where we could preserve what little body warmth we had left, and away from the noise of the river so I could listen out for pursuers. As I bustled her through the canopy, needles pushed themselves sharply into my face and bucketfuls of water spilled off the disturbed branches. The best hide I could find was a massive fir about 100 metres from the river, whose branches hung down to the ground. Sarah was clearly in pain as she crawled towards the base of the trunk. The branches started about 1 metre up the trunk and met the ground about 1 metre away from us. There was no noise here, except for the wind against the outer branches. It was just as wet inside as out, but it felt wonderful just to be under cover. It's a psychological thing. Get up against or under something, and you begin to imagine you're a bit warmer. We huddled against the trunk, both of us shivering and shuddering. Adrenaline had kicked in when we were on the move, but its effects were subsiding. I just wanted to lie there, but I knew that if I made an effort, it would pay off. I pulled the strap of Sarah's bag over my head and dropped it on the ground. Then I took out the knots with cold, numb and very fumbling hands and teeth. With my foot on the collar of the jacket, I got hold of the rest of it and started to twist out the worst of the water. Sarah looked at me like an abused puppy, huddled up and shivering. I untwisted the jacket and threw it at her. I wanted her to stay alive for 2 reasons now. I still didn't want to have to carry a dead weight out of the area, and I wanted her to answer some questions. She put the jacket around her shoulders and hungrily wrapped herself up in it. Then she wriggled backwards until she was resting against the tree, cuddling herself, trying to tuck the jacket around her legs. I took off my shirt and T-shirt and wrung them out too. I was shivering so badly that it felt as if my muscles were in spasm, but it had to be done. I had to get the water out and some air into the fibres so that my body heat, what was left of it, could sustain itself. Not that cotton has that many air pockets. Cotton kills, the saying goes in outdoor circles, and for good reason. But what I was doing was better than nothing. It made me think of shirts KF, the thick woolly shirts we had to wear in the infantry. I'd never found out what the letters KF stood for. All I knew was that the material used to itch and scratch, and in the summer make you feel as if you were wearing a greatcoat. But in the field during winter, they were great. Wet or dry, the fibres retained heat. I put the shirt and the T-shirt back on, then knelt to take off my boots, fumbling to undo the laces with numb, trembling fingers. Finally, I wrung out my jeans, taking care to keep the pistol away from Sarah's grasp. When I was dressed again, I tucked everything in, trying to minimize the number of ways in which the wind could get to me. I pushed the pistol into the back of my jeans by the base of my spine where she wouldn't be able to get at it. I sat back against the trunk with Sarah on my left. She was still in the same position as before, sitting in a curled-up ball and using the jacket as best she could to keep herself warm, her hands keeping the collar pulled up around her face. It's always best to share body warmth, and 2 people of opposite sexes huddled together generate 5% more warmth than 2 of the same sex. I nudged her with my elbow, held out my arms and motioned with my head for her to move over. She shuffled across, sniffing, her hair soaking wet and plastered over her face. High above, a strong gust of wind made the trees sway. I straightened my legs and she arranged herself in my lap with her left side against me. Then I lifted my legs to press her closer to my chest, which insulated her from the ground, and got more of her skin in contact with mine. Her wet hair was over my shoulder as her body pushed into mine. I put my arms around her. Neither of us could control our shivering. She snuggled into me, her head against my chest, and I could feel the benefit almost immediately. There was a silence, during which we both willed ourselves to get warm. I looked down on her wet, muddy hair flecked with pine needles and bits of bark. It almost took me by surprise when she spoke. "I suppose they told you I'm a runner." Her body was shaking. She didn't move her head for me to see, but I could tell by her tone that her period of compliance was coming to an end. "Something like that." I bent my head to listen for any follow-up and raised my knees more to pull her nearer for warmth. "And I suppose you believed them. Christ! I've been putting this operation together for over 4 years, Nick. Now it's destroyed by some dunderhead who's sent to fuck me over." The dunderhead bit pissed me off. 4 years to do what? What operation? What the fuck are you talking about, Sarah? Her speech was slow, the tone that of a schoolmistress trying to show patience as she explained simple things to tiny minds. It was only partly working. Her shivering was making her speech disjointed. 4 years to infiltrate deep enough to discover their network in the US and Europe. That's what I am talking about. Infiltrate who? What? Why didn't London know? London? She paused.
The reason London doesn't know is because I don't know who I can tell. I don't know the whole network yet, but the more I learn, the more I know I can't trust anyone.
There was another pause. She intended it to give me time to think, but I left it for her to fill. After pulling the collar up further around her face to fight the cold, she took the hint.
I suppose they sent you to kill me.
Her voice was slightly muffled by the jacket. No, just to get you back to the UK for questioning. It seems you were becoming an embarrassment. She scoffed at my answer. I could feel her shoulders shaking as she covered her mouth to hide the noise of her coughing laugh.
Ah, London.
The laughter stopped and the coughing took over. She looked up at me.
Listen, Nick. London have got it wrong. This isn't about embarrassment, for Christ's sake. It's about assassination.
I must have had that vacant expression on my face again because she reverted to her kindergarten teacher voice.
The team in the house. They were planning a hit on Netanyahu.
To be honest, I didn't really give a shit about Netanyahu, so I couldn't help but grin. The hit has failed. They're all dead, apart from one. Her head started shaking like a mechanical toy. She was deadly serious, or as serious as you can be when all your extremities are purple, including your nose.
No, you're wrong. There are still 2 more members of the cell. They were going to RV with us at the house today. You don't understand, Nick. It's not a job to them, it's a quest. They will carry on.
There was real frustration in her voice.
Believe me, if Netanyahu dies, you will give a shit. It will change the way you live, Nick. That is, if you do.
I hated all this beating around the bush. It was like being in the middle of a conversation with Lynn and Elizabeth again. What the fuck are you on about, Sarah? She thought for a while as she buried her head back into the jacket collar. The sound of the rotor blades kicked in to join the wind above us, then died as quickly as it came.
No, not yet. I'm going to keep that as my insurance. I need to make sure you get me out of here. You see, Nick, I don't believe you're here to take me back to London. It must be more important than that, or they wouldn't have sent you.
She was right, of course. I would do exactly the same if I was in her position.
Look, Nick, keep me alive and get me out of here, and I'll tell you everything. Don't let them use you. Give me time to prove it.
I hated not having control. I wanted to know more, but at the same time I wasn't so desperate that I would lie awake at night with worry. I didn't reply. I had to think. And I was going to take her out of there anyway, whether she liked it or not. She adjusted her body on my legs and looked up again and stared into my eyes.
Nick, please believe me. I've got involved in something where nobody can be trusted. And I mean nobody.
She kept her eyes locked on mine. She'd just opened her mouth to speak again when we both heard the sound of somebody crashing through the trees. Whoever it was wasn't having much luck with their footing. They hit the ground with a loud curse. Shit! It was a man's voice. I didn't need to say anything to Sarah. She jumped away from me and my hand reached for the pistol. The man must have got up only to fall down again immediately with a grunt as he scrambled to recover. Oh, fuck! On my hands and knees I moved slowly to the edge of our hide and pushed my face against the branches. It was the American. He was stumbling around in the mud, his clothes soaking, his moustache looking like a drowned rat. He was heading in our general direction, looking as bedraggled as we were. But he wasn't just running. He was looking for ground sign. He was tracking us. I crawled back to Sarah and whispered in her ear, "It's your American. Go bring him in." She shook her head. "It won't work. Make him. He won't fall for it. You're the one that needs his clothes, not me." She thought about it, then nodded slowly and took a deep breath. I watched as she turned away from me and crawled out of the hide. I heard her call,
"Lance! Over here! Lance!"
I moved to the opposite side of the tree, pushing back under the branches just in case Sarah decided to become Lance's best friend again. I lay down and brought my pistol up into the aim, the barrel just clearing the branches. I could hear her talking to him as they got nearer. It was Arabic, but spoken rapidly. She was still gobbing off to him at warp speed as she shuffled backwards into the hide. I started to feel vulnerable now. Why was she talking to him like this? I'd already heard him speak English. It could only mean trouble. But fuck it. Whatever she was planning was about to happen. Chapter 19. The first things to appear were his hands, the backs of which were covered in hair and looked way too big for his wrists. Then his head and shoulders, face down to avoid the low branches as he pushed his way in. He was nodding and agreeing with whatever it was that Sarah was saying as she followed him in. He didn't look up until he was right inside the shelter. When he did, he saw me crawling out of the branches opposite him. His eyes widened as he saw the weapon, and he shot a glance back at Sarah, looking for some kind of clarification or reassurance. He looked back at the weapon, then at her again, trying to work it out. After a couple of seconds he gave a deep sigh and lowered his head, rocking it slowly from side to side. Sarah was level with him now and jerked her head to indicate for him to crawl forwards a bit more. He did as he was told. She ran her hands underneath his jacket. I watched her, like a hawk, ready to react if she tried to grab his weapon and draw down on me. She looked at me and shook her head. I motioned him to move to the left of the hide, and he shuffled over on his hands and knees. I stopped him before he was too close to me, in case he fancied his chances. The black bomber jacket he was wearing had a Harley-Davidson motif on the left-hand side and looked warm. I motioned with the pistol. "Clothes!" Still on his knees, bent over with his back parallel to the ground, he started to remove the jacket. His gaze switched between me and Sarah. He didn't say a word, still trying to work it all out. Sarah was sitting against the tree with her hands in her jacket pockets and her knees against her chest. I grabbed the American's jacket and started to put it on, making sure I put Sarah's bag back over my shoulders. "Now the rest of your stuff," I said. "One hand." He put his left hand on the ground and fiddled with his belt buckle with the other. Sarah was impatient and very cold, and she snapped at him in Arabic. She must have been feeling grim, covered from head to toe with mud, leaves and pine needles, and her legs were wet, dirty and bleeding. Lance was wearing Nike trainers, and Sarah decided to help him by pulling them off from behind. His Levi's were next, and when he'd finished, she stretched out on the ground, arched her back and raised her backside to get the big jeans on. She was doing up the belt and he was pulling off his T-shirt when I heard the helicopter again. The two of us looked up, which was pretty fruitless, considering the tree's canopy meant we couldn't see anything. Lance's T-shirt was over his head, but not his shoulders. I put my left hand on the back of his neck and rammed his face into the mud, the barrel of my pistol pressing into his neck. The throbbing of the rotors was virtually overhead. The heli was hovering. It stayed there for several seconds, the trees flexing under the downwash. Shape, shine, shadow, silhouette, spacing, and movement. Those are the telltales that can betray your location. But we were in good cover. Sarah knew that too and continued slowly pulling on the worn clothes. The heli moved away about 50 meters, hovered again, then moved on. The sound of its rotor blades disappeared completely. I took the muzzle away from the American's neck and told him to carry on. He finished taking off his T-shirt. Sarah took off the jacket, put on the T-shirt, and replaced the jacket. All that was left were his socks and boxers. It was Lance's turn to shiver, the thick hair on his back plastered flat by the rain. I could see in his eyes that he was starting to flap. He must have thought he was going to be killed and started mumbling some sort of prayer to himself. But it wasn't a plea. The tone was more of acceptance. I said, "It's okay, Lance. You don't need Allah yet. You're not going to die. Just shut the fuck up." Sarah was sorted, kneeling with her hands in her jacket pockets, wearing size 11 trainers and jeans with the gusset hanging halfway down to her knees, with turn-ups so big they looked like some sort of fashion statement. The boy was still mumbling away to himself on his knees, bent forward with his forearms resting on the ground, his hands clasped together in prayer. He was trying his best to be the grey man. Sarah looked at me.
"What about him?"
I said, "Let's get moving while the Ellie's gone. I'll tie him to the tree with my belt. He'll be fucked off, but he'll live." She shook her head. I said, "No, just leave him. Come on, let's go. We need to make distance." She gave a sigh as I took the belt from the bag and kicked Lance over to the tree and began to secure him to it. An hour or two, and he would free himself. If not, he deserved to die anyway. He was still muttering to himself, and as I tightened the knot he blurted out some insult to Sarah in Arabic. He was probably telling her what a bitch she was for fucking him over like this, after all they had been through together and all that shit. She ignored it. I felt like telling him I knew how he felt. I had a quick look around to check we hadn't left anything, and started to crawl out of the shelter. Sarah followed, or at least I thought she did. The Arabic mumblings got fainter. I was still on my hands and knees, my head just emerging from the branches, when the loud report of a weapon came from behind me. Instinct flattened me to the ground. In almost the same instant I realized it wasn't me who'd been shot, and slithered out of the way. My first thought was that he'd somehow got Sarah. I jumped to my feet and ran round the tree to approach him from the other side. I started to crawl in, weapon at the ready. Pushing through the branches on my stomach, I saw him. He was still being held up by his secured hands, but his body was sagging and his legs were splayed like the crumpled victim of a firing squad. There was no way Lance would be feeling the cold anymore. Sarah had head-jobbed him with a semi-automatic. She was on her knees putting the weapon into her jacket pocket. What the fuck was it with this woman? Every time she was left alone with a man, she landed up killing him. "Give me the gun, Sarah. Give it!" She looked up into the sky as if I was being boring, pulled it from her pocket and threw it over to me. I crawled back out. It was pointless keeping a low voice now. Half the state would know where we were. I snapped, "What the fuck are you doing?"
"He wouldn't stop. Believe me. He would try and join up with the other two, or carry on himself. I know these people. I know Lance very well. Look, the other two. They know where, how, and when to do the hit. What you did this morning won't stop them."
Her face had taken on a manic look.
"For fuck's sake, Nick! I'm beginning to wish I'd just killed you and opted to carry on with him."
There was no time for debate. We'd been compromised. We had to be like animals now and run as fast as we could. It didn't matter where, we just had to get out of that immediate danger area. Only when we were a safe distance away could I stop and assess. Assuming the shot had been heard, there would be chaos at the police control centre as it was reported over the radio net. They would just have been starting to work through all their post-incident procedures when literally, bang, another problem. Initially they'd be confused, but they'd soon figure out where it had come from and direct the helicopter and follow up our way. We legged it. We could move much faster now than before, even with Sarah wearing her size 11 Nikes. I was severely pissed off with her for what she'd done, but tried to control it. Once you allow yourself to get angry, you stop concentrating on the aim, which in this case was to make distance. Whether or not she was lying wasn't an issue at the moment. I didn't care. The only thing that mattered right now was escape. The helicopter swooped over the canopy. We stopped in our tracks and took cover beneath the trees. But the aircraft wasn't hovering this time, it was moving fast and low. It crossed directly overhead, blasting torrents of rainwater from the trees onto our heads, then roared away at speed. I decided to keep going in the same direction, a straight line away from the house. I wanted to find a road or some habitation. A house should mean a vehicle. It was fully light now. Our faster pace had got some body warmth going, and if anything, I was starting to overheat. Just like me, Sarah was puffing and panting as we scrabbled up the rises and stumbled headlong downhill. There was no need to explain to her what I was doing. She was actually a help, because it was so much easier to have two sets of eyes and ears. After 30 minutes of hard running, we finally hit a road. It was a single carriageway, potholed and no more than 3 or 4 meters wide. I paralleled it to the right, running through the trees about 10 meters to its side. We hadn't gone far when I heard a vehicle. We stopped, got down, and I rested on my elbows and knees to keep myself out of the mud and preserve body warmth. It was approaching fast from behind us, engine roaring and tires splashing on wet tarmac. A blue and white appeared and sped past, its roof-mounted red and blue light bar flashing brighter than was normal in daylight because of the cloud cover. The police would have things squared away by now. They were probably placing a cordon round the whole area. They'd then either wait for us to emerge or come in and flush us out. The moment the cruiser disappeared from view, we got up and started moving. The wind had strengthened, and I could see waves of heavier rain coming in ahead. After 20 minutes of running through deeply rutted, puddled ground, we came to a large, open area, a perfect square of about 5 acres cut out of the forest, with a white cattle fence around the perimeter. Sitting in the middle, and approached by a driveway from the road, was a 2-story ranch house, built of wooden slats with a pitched roof tiled with grey slates. A square extension had been added onto the far end, and I could see an open garage at ground level. Inside were a pickup truck, 2 other cars, and a small powerboat on a trailer. The building and 2 of the 3 vehicles looked as if they'd seen better days. There was no approach to the garage that avoided open ground. I guess there would be windows on every side of the house to take advantage of the views. 6 or 7 horses were loose in the field, but there was no evidence of dogs, and the house itself seemed quiet enough. Maybe everybody was still tucked up in bed. "You stay here," I whispered to Sarah. "I'm going to go and get a wagon. When you see me drive out, move up to the road." "Why aren't I coming over with you?" She sounded suspicious, as if she thought I'd get in a vehicle and just leave her stranded. If only she knew. She was in no position to question my decisions, but I answered, "Number 1, it's quieter if I go on my own. I know what I'm doing, you don't. Number 2, I don't want you killing anybody else. And number 3, you have no choice. I have your documents in here." I half-turned to show her the bag on my back. "You want me to help you? You wait here." The plot of land was as flat and green as a pool table, not a single fold in the ground. Checking the road for vehicles and the sky for helis, I set off across grass which was about 3 inches high and full of moisture, running, but trying to keep as low as possible. I didn't know why, because it didn't make me any less visible, but it just seemed the natural thing to do. I was leaving a clear track in my wake through the wet grass, but I couldn't do anything about that. I kept looking at the windows for movement. As I got closer, I could see that the upstairs curtains were drawn. I wondered if Mr. and Mrs. Redneck were sitting in bed watching the news about last night's events down the road. For sure, there'd be more news crews at the lake by now than there were police. Reaching the house, I bent down below a side window with open curtains. In this weather, there would have been a light on if people were up and about, and there wasn't. But even so, I didn't chance looking inside. I held it there for a few seconds and listened. Nothing. Now that I was close up to them, I could see that the slats weren't wood at all, but aluminium painted to look that way, and the roof was just felt masquerading as tiles. I moved around to the opposite side of the house towards the garage extension, making sure that I kept low to avoid the windows. I shook my head to get the rain out of my face. There were no wet tire marks on the garage floor or rain on the wagons. There had been no movement since at least last night. The first thing to do was check whether any of the vehicles were alarmed. I couldn't see any warning signs, flashing LEDs or other telltales. An alarm would probably have cost more than the 2 cars anyway. I tried all the doors on the vehicles, starting with the pickup truck, then the 2 others. A small, rusting red Dodge, a bit like a bottom-of-the-range Rover, and an elderly olive-green estate car with fake wood panelling along the sides that made it look like a stagecoach. Everything was locked. The rain was drumming on the garage roof as I went back to the muddy white Nissan pickup. It had a double cab, with a flat bed on the back, protected by a shaped, heavy plastic liner. I had a quick mooch in the boxes next to it against the wall, then moved aside the plastic bottles of 2-stroke mix for the boat engine, looking for something to jemmy it open with. I found a toolbox and was bending over it, moving the tools really slowly and carefully so I didn't make any noise, when there was a shout that made me jump. "Don't move! Freeze, you son of a bitch!" Whoever it was, he must have spent his life stalking animals in the woods because I hadn't heard a sound. I didn't move a muscle. "Keep still, or I'll shoot you, sorry ass," he said in a really cool, calm, deep southern drawl. He was directly behind me. Fucking right I stood still. I also made sure he had a good view of my hands. I had a pistol tucked down the front of my jeans and another in my jacket, but they were staying where they were. I didn't know what he was pointing at me, or even whether he had anything at all, but I wasn't going to take the chance. I stayed bent over the toolbox and kept my mouth shut. I didn't want to say anything that might antagonize him, especially in my bad American accent. I could hear his feet scraping on the concrete floor of the garage. I listened intently. I wanted to estimate how far away he was. "Son of a bitch, stay where you are." He sounded an oldish man, maybe in his early 60s. He was shuffling towards me. I moved my eyes so that I could catch his reflection in the door window of the pickup. As he moved closer, I could clearly see an outstretched hand holding a snub-nosed revolver. "Do you know whose truck this here's is, feller?" I shook my head very slowly. "My son's. My son's a state trooper. He's out there looking for your ass right now. But you're in my house. You belong to me. Sons of bitches. Shit, damn it." Either I was right, they had been watching breakfast TV, or Mr. and Mrs. Redneck's little boy had been on the telephone to fill him in on events. He carried on. "The troopers is coming now to drag your ass in, feller. Shit! That's my son's truck. He worked dad-burned hard for that, motherfucker. Shit!" I kept watching the reflection in the window. He took another couple of steps towards me, but he shouldn't have done. You never get too close to someone when you're holding a pistol. What's the point? It's designed to kill at a distance. Another step and I could see the detail of the weapon. It was a .38, the same type as the young black guy had been buying at Jim's. As the salesman had told him, "Just point it like your finger at the center mass and it will take them down." The hammer was back, which wasn't good for me. Revolvers work on a double action. To fire, you have to make a very positive squeeze on the trigger, which works both actions, pulling the hammer all the way back and letting it then go forward. That serves as the safety device on a revolver instead of having a safety catch, which you get on most semi-automatics. But he cocked it. The hammer was pulled back, The first action had already been taken up. All he had to do now was gently squeeze that trigger with less than 7 pounds of pressure and the thing would go off. A year-old baby can exert 7 pounds of pressure with his index finger, and this was a big old boy who was pissed off and sparked up. I remained passive. He had me. What could I say? The reflection moved, and he was almost on top of me, and then I felt cold metal in the back of my neck. He jabbed the pistol, moving it up and down, and knowing that he had his finger on the trigger, I started to flap. I closed my eyes, ready to die. "Fucking sons of fucking bitches," he ranted. "Why daren't you fucks get a job like every other motherfucker? Shit! Not just come and take. You're not gonna take here." I opened my eyes and looked in the window. He had his arm fully extended and the muzzle was still in contact with my neck. Either he was going to kill me by accident if that second pressure was pulled, or I was going to get fucked over well and truly once his son and his trooper mates arrived on the scene. If I was quick enough on the initial move, I'd be safe for a second. It was what I did afterwards that would decide whether or not I lived. I was going to get caught, or I was going to die, so anything I did before that was a bonus. I didn't want him to see me taking the 3 deep breaths to fill my lungs with oxygen, so I just let him get on with jabbing the muzzle into my neck while I closed my eyes and got ready. He cackled at his own humour as he said, "My son's gonna kick your sorry ass, you fuck." He was getting more angry as he gained confidence. "Why is you here doing your killing? Get home and do your killing thar, shit." He was thinking of something to add. He found it. "Sons of bitches." I took the final breath and opened my eyes. Fuck it. Just go for it. Stepping forward with my right foot and at the same time swiveling left on the other, I raised my left arm, bellowing like a lunatic. I was hoping for 2 things: that it would confuse him and that it would also spark me up. It didn't matter to me which part of my left arm hit his weapon arm as long as it did. My arm connected, and I could no longer feel cold metal against my head. My left forearm now had to keep contact with his weapon arm as I carried on swivelling round so that I was facing him. It was bigger than I'd expected. His unshaven face looked like crinkled leather, and it was topped with a riot of uncombed grey hair. I grasped the material of whatever he was wearing on his weapon arm, trying to keep the .38 facing anywhere but at me. A round went off, and the report echoed around the garage. He probably didn't even realise he had pulled the trigger. I kept turning, and he started to scream back at me and holler for Ruby. His face was no more than 6 inches from mine, and I could smell his bad breath and see his toothless mouth wide open. For the 2 full seconds my move had taken, my eyes had never left the pistol. In theory, the rules of squash apply. Never take your eye off the ball. But I'd always found it hard. Sometimes I reckoned it was just as effective to look at the other player, because just before he hits the ball, his eyes will tell you if he's bluffing a hard one and is in fact going to hit it gently. It wasn't something I'd been taught, it was just something I found myself doing instinctively in that situation. Maybe that was why I was such a crap squash player. As I turned further, so did he. The look on the old boy's face was not a happy one. A couple of seconds ago, things had been going really well for him, and yet now he thought he was about to meet his maker. His head and body were turning away from me, presenting his back, and with my right hand I was able to slam his head against the wagon. There was a thud on the window as he made contact, with me still gripping what I could now see was the blue overall sleeve on his left arm. I pushed him hard against the pickup with the weight of my whole body, knocking the air out of him. I pushed with my right knee against the back of one of his kneecaps, and he buckled. I held his head to control his fall. I didn't say a word. I didn't have to. He was on his knees, spread-eagled against the wagon, his face pressed against the floor. I gripped his weapon arm and shook it. The .38 clattered to the floor. But that wasn't the end of it. This boy wasn't giving up. Spit and blood flew out of his mouth as he raged, "You son of a fucking bitch! That's all you want to do? Come here and take shit!" I was worried about his wife. Was Ruby on the phone to the police or getting out the shotgun? I stepped back and drew my own pistol, kicking his left arm to get him right down on the floor. Then I delivered a couple of persuaders for him to get under the pickup. Now what? I ran. I sprinted out of the garage, turned left past the front of the house and legged it across the grass, following the track I'd made on the way in. The rain was pelting down. I heard a woman shout behind me, but I didn't look back. There were no shots. I vaulted the fence and made my way through the woods to Sarah. She was on her haunches against a tree. I collapsed next to her, panting on my hands and knees. I looked up and we exchanged a glance. What could I say? I'd fucked up. You can be so close to civilization, yet when you're wet, cold, hungry, and don't exactly know where you are, it can seem so far. There was a gap that she filled. What now? Let me think. I looked back at the house. There was no movement. Ruby was probably in the garage dragging her husband out from under the pickup before heading back to the phone. My mind was racing through all the options, but the decision was made for me. A cruiser ripped along the road from the opposite side of the house, a blue and white blur in the driving rain. No sirens, no lights, just a foot flat down on the gas pedal. If it was Mr. and Mrs. Redneck's little boy responding to the call, he wasn't going to be happy with the way I'd abused his father's southern hospitality. I got up and started to move. They would be following up big time, tracking the sign I'd left in the grass. I ran back the way we had come, then hung a right towards the road. At that moment I heard the helicopter rattling through the sky. We got into tree-hugging again. The moment it had flown past, and not even bothering to look behind me to check for Sarah, I started motoring through the forest. She would just have to keep up. Reaching the edge of the wood near the road, I dropped onto my hands and knees, watched, and listened. The only sounds I could hear were my own laboured breathing and the rain hammering on the tarmac and leaves. Sarah flopped down beside me. I crawled to the very edge of the tree line and looked out. The wet, potholed, single-carriageway road was deserted. Chapter 20. We both lay there in the mud, lifting our heads and checking for movement like a pair of meerkats. I couldn't see anything, just solid walls of rain. Finally I nodded to her. She acknowledged. I got up and sprinted across the road, but instead of going into the tree line, I cut left and started following the edge of the tarmac. She shouted, "Nick, what are you doing? Come on, let's get under cover." I turned and waved her towards me. She hesitated a moment, then understood and ran to join me. I kept to the roadside for another 30 metres, checking backwards, forwards and upwards for movement. I chanced about 10 metres more and knew I was tearing the arse out of it. I ducked to the right and moved into the tree line. Even if they followed up with dogs, it would take them a while to re-establish our trail, for the surface scent would be washed off the tarmac by the heavy rain, slowing the dogs down severely. It would then be up to the trackers to cast for sign in both directions and along both sides of the road, because for all they knew, I might have doubled back. Only when or if they re-found our trail could they get the dogs back on the scent. For the next half hour I picked my way through dense forest. The ground was undulating and littered with knolls. It was hard going, but excellent cover, the sort of terrain that a light aircraft might crash into and never be found. I was heading in this direction for no other reason than that I wanted to. Sometimes there is no absolutely correct answer. Every 10 minutes or so, the heli clattered across the sky, casting around for movement or visible sign. This time, it got a bit too near. We stopped and hid, using the chance to catch our breath. Both of us were still soaked to the skin with rain and sweat. As the heli came in low over us, the trees swayed with the downwash and another 60 gallons of rain cascaded through the canopy. My throat was dry and rasping as my chest heaved. The only positive thing being that all this effort was keeping my body core nicely heated. Still, the helicopter didn't move out of the area. He was there somewhere, low and slow. I looked back the way we'd come and saw the ground sign we'd left. It would be easy enough even for the untrained eye to follow, but for anybody who knew what they were doing, possibly with dogs, it was a floodlit motorway. Deep down, I knew it wouldn't take them long to find where we'd crossed the road. From there it would be simple. We were travelling through wet forest, over stinking ground, in rain and fog. Perfect terrain and conditions for keeping a scent glued in position. What was more, they would be following on fresh legs and able to call up reinforcements at will. And after a while they'd be able to predict our direction of travel so that others could intercept us. Then again, maybe they didn't have dogs or trackers on the case yet. It wasn't as if such things were on 24-hour standby. Visual tracking is not the most popular skill for a person to take up, and exponents are in short supply. Maybe it would take them hours to mobilize somebody, and maybe they lived on the other side of the state. Maybe. Whatever. Every man, but hopefully not his dog, will be out looking. I had to admit to myself that I had no idea where we were going, and we were gradually exhausting ourselves. A decision had to be made. Did we hide up and wait until dark to move out of the area, preferably by vehicle? Or did we take our chances now? The heli's blades chopped the air above us. It didn't seem to be going anywhere. This was strange. It wouldn't be able to see a thing under the canopy, and in a backwoods area like this, it was unlikely to be fitted with thermal imaging equipment. It was a full 10 minutes before I heard a change in engine pitch, and the aircraft rattled off into the distance. I moved from under the tree and continued running. Our pace was slowing perceptibly. I was fucked. My footprints were getting closer and closer together as my stride shortened. To a visual tracker or trained dog, it would be the encouraging sign of a slower-moving quarry.
Crisis 4, Disc 9.
Chapter 21. An hour later, Sarah and I were chilled to the bone and shivering violently. I tried to combat the cold by tensing up all my muscles and then releasing them. That worked for a while, but I was soon shaken again. I didn't have a clue how Sarah was coping, and I didn't care now. My head was in hyper mode, trying to work out my options. Was she telling the truth? Should I call London if I got out of this? Should I get help from within the US? From Josh, maybe? Nah, he wouldn't be back from the UK yet. I heard a noise and hoped that I hadn't. Peering through the mud hole, I opened my jaw to improve my hearing. My heart sank. I turned my head to look at Sarah, who was just about to tell me that she'd heard the dogs too. The sounds were coming from the direction of our approach. I couldn't see them yet, but they would be on us. It was only a matter of time. My eyes and puckered lips told her to stay quiet, then I moved my head back to the hole in the mud. Sarah put her mouth against my ear. "Come on, let's go." I whispered for her to shut the fuck up. They were coming over the brow of the rise. There was a gang of them. The first thing I noticed was the two big snarling dogs on long leads, steam rising off their wet coats, their handler fighting to keep control. The good thing was that they were German shepherds. They weren't tracker dogs, but Our dogs, there to bridge the gap between us and the pursuers if we were spotted. The other good thing was that they didn't look quite so big with their coats wet against their skin. The pursuit consisted of a 6-man police team. One of them had a Springer Spaniel on a lead, its nose to the ground, loving the whole business. Apart from the tracker dog handler, none of them was dressed for the hunt. They were wearing just their normal brown waterproof jackets, and 2 of them were even in shoes, with mud splattered up their pressed brown and yellow striped trousers. They passed us in a haze of dog noise and steam as our tracks took them half left, away from us and towards the stream. The moment they were in dead ground, I turned to Sarah. "Now we go." I squeezed under the trunk and immediately broke into a run in a line directly away from the river. Maybe my hide-until-dark plan hadn't been such a good idea after all. The only option now was to outrun the team. It was unlikely the dogs would tire, but they could only go as fast as their handlers, so I would just have to get them exhausted. The police had looked wet and hassled, and were breathing hard. Even in our shit state we should be fitter than they were. I pushed on, looking for a point where we could hide a change in direction. It might not stop them, but it would slow them down. After close to 30 minutes of hard running through thick woodland, I had to stop and wait for Sarah to catch up. She was panting deeply, clouds of her breath fusing with the steam coming off her head. When we moved off again, I checked my watch. It was 10:39. We went for it for another solid hour. Sarah was lagging further and further behind, but I pushed the pace. I knew she would keep going. When we used to train together in Pakistan, she would never give up, even on a silly fun run. And then it was only her pride at stake. Now it was a bit more than that. We were in low ground, and I could see sky about 200 metres in front of us through the tree trunks. I heard the sound of a car and then splashing on tarmac. I crawled up to the tree line. It wasn't a major road, just a single carriageway in each direction, and not particularly well kept, probably because it wasn't used that much. The sort of backwoods road that looked as if the tarmac had just been poured from the back of a slowly moving truck and left to get on with it. It might even be the same road as the last one, there was no way of telling. The rain wasn't firing down like a power shower anymore, just a constant drizzle. I still didn't have a clue where we were, but that didn't matter. You're never lost, you're only in a different place from the one you wanted, and at a different time. Sarah had crawled up next to me and was lying on her back. Her hair had clumped together so I could see the white skin of her skull. We looked as if we both had our personal steam machines strapped to us. I decided to turn right. It could have been left or right, it didn't really matter, and just follow the road. At some stage we'd find a vehicle, or at least discover where we were, then work out what we were going to do. "Ready?" She looked up and gave a nod and a sniff, and we crawled backwards, deeper into the tree line. I got to my feet and she accepted my outstretched hand. I hauled her upright and we started running again, paralleling the road. After only a minute or two I heard a car. I got down and watched as it splashed through the potholes, lights on dipped, side windows misted up and the wipers on overtime. As soon as it had disappeared from view, we were up and running. The next vehicle was a truck loaded with logs. Its wheels sank into an enormous pothole and threw up a wall of water which fell just short of us. There seemed to be a vehicle of some description every 5 minutes or so. Most were going in our direction, which was a good sign. I didn't know why, but it felt that way. After another 2 kilometres or so, I began to see lights forward of us and on the opposite side of the road. As we got closer, I could see that it was a gas station cum small general store with a tall neon sign saying, "Drive-through open," in orange letters. It was a one-storey, flat-roofed concrete building with 3 pumps on the forecourt, protected by a high tin canopy on a pair of steel pillars. The place had probably been state-of-the-art when it was built in the 60s or early 70s, but now the white paint was grey and peeling, and the whole fabric of the building was falling apart. I knew how it felt. There were windows on the 3 sides of the shop that I could see. Above the ones at the front were large red raised letters telling me the place was called Appy Beverage and Grocery. Faded posters advertised coffee and corn dogs, Marlboro and Miller Lite. They were all the same, these sorts of places. Family-run as opposed to franchised mini-markets, and I knew exactly what this one would smell like inside. A mixture of stale cardboard and Kona coffee, fighting with the aroma of the corn dogs as they rotated in their glass oven. All rounded off, of course, with a good layer of cigarette smoke. The main sound effect would be the hum of fridges working overtime. Even the pumps outside were early 70s. This place was in decline. Maybe years ago, when the road was first built, it was a major hotspot, but once the freeways had been laid to move the growing population of North Carolina, the traffic went elsewhere. Appy Beverage and Grocery looked like it was already history. I stopped just short of the drive-through sign on the other side of the road and got down. Sarah joined me, and I told her to wait where she was. I crawled forward. I'd been right. Now that I could see through the windows, my eyes hit on packets of everything from Oreos to Cheerios, and a line of glass-doored fridges which were less than a quarter full of milk cartons and Coke cans. A large glass pot of coffee was stewing away on a hob alongside a whole range of polystyrene cups, from 2 pints down to half a pint, depending on how awake you wanted to be. If you wanted cream, it would be powdered, without a doubt. On her own, as far as I could see, and sitting down behind the counter, was a large woman in her mid-30s. I could only see her top half. She had peroxide blonde big hair, which was probably kept that way with a can of lacquer a day. She must have been one of those southern women the radio program had been talking about. The T-shirt was probably her daughter's, going by its tightness. I couldn't see her bottom half, but no doubt she'd be wearing leggings that were about 4 sizes too small. She was eating a corn dog and reading a magazine, and somehow managing to smoke at the same time. I crawled back to Sarah. "Can we take a vehicle?" she said. "Not yet. It doesn't look as if she has one." Beyond the shop was another tarmac road that met this one at a T-junction. The only thing that interested me was that where you have junctions, you nearly always have signposts. We headed for the junction. The neon light was reflecting off the rain-swept road and the hard standing of the pump area. I had to remind myself that it was still daytime. The sign said, "Drive through," and I'd do just that, given half a chance. I started to envy the woman with big hair. She was sitting in there with the TV or radio on, and the heaters would be blasting away to keep the condensation off the windows. In fact, she was probably keeping so hot that she might need to knock back a Coke after the corn dog. I wondered how she'd keep the cigarette in her mouth. We passed the shop and carried on to the junction. I motioned for Sarah to wait, but she got her breath back, and with it some of her old habits. She'd never liked being ordered around and not being part of the show. She came with me. I moved forward the last 10 metres and spotted a signpost, green tin on a tin stake. To my left, the way we had come wasn't signed. To my right was a place called Creedmoor, which was no good to me. I didn't know it from a hole in the ground. But I knew where Durham was. It was just west of the airport. Lots of people and traffic, somewhere we could get lost. The sign said that the road facing me was going that way. It passed the gas station at the junction on the left, went uphill for about half a mile, with muddy drainage ditches on each side, then disappeared to the right behind a line of tall firs. That was where I wanted to go once I'd lifted a vehicle. But before I did anything, I had to make sure the woman couldn't call for help. My eyes followed the phone lines from the building across the junction. They paralleled the road running from my left to right. I moved in the Creedmoor direction about 20 metres beyond the junction and crawled back up to the road, looked and listened. Absolute silence. I got to my feet, nodded at Sarah, and we sprinted across. Once back in the trees, I followed the phone lines until I found a pole about 5 metres short of the junction. I started taking my belt off and asked Sarah for hers. This time, she didn't question me. She followed the line of my gaze as I studied the top of the pole. "Are you going up there?" "I want to cut the line to the gas station." "Are we going to rob it?" Sometimes she only had a nodding relationship with reality. I stopped pulling my belt off and looked at her. "Are you serious?" I wondered about what had happened to all those expensive years of university training. She had enough brain power to move a glass without even touching it, but sometimes she didn't seem to have even an 11+ in common sense. "We're just going to get a car and get the fuck out of here," I said. "We have guests arriving, remember?" I mimed a dog biting with my hand. I took her belt and buckled the two together to make one big loop. Hers was the American's heavy biker's belt with a Harley-Davidson logo that said, "Live to ride, ride to live." I dropped the loop at the bottom of the pole, hooked my feet inside either end, gripped the pole with my hands, and started to climb. I'd learned how to do this from a documentary on the South Pacific when I'd seen blokes use similar devices to climb coconut trees. You slid your feet up as high as you could, keeping the strap taut, then pressed down until it gripped. It was then a matter of reaching up and gripping the pole with both hands, lifting your feet again, and so on. That was the theory. The pole was so wet and slippery, however, that it took me several attempts to master it. At the end of the day, though, I was rather impressed with myself. If ever I was marooned in Polynesia, I wouldn't go hungry. I heard the hiss of tyres and the drone of an engine getting closer. My heart missed a couple of beats while I wondered how I'd explain myself. Then both sounds changed direction and died as the car turned and headed towards Durham. It happened twice more. Each time, I stopped and waited until the vehicle had gone. At least the treetops gave me some cover. I had just another couple of feet to go when I heard a fourth vehicle approaching, but this time from the direction of Durham. It was going slowly and coming close. I looked down for Sarah, but she was already moving away from the pole and into cover. The car drew up at what I guessed was the junction and stopped. I heard a door open and the sound of radio traffic. It had to be a police cruiser. I couldn't reach down for my weapon because it was taking all my strength and grip just to stop myself sliding back down the pole. I wondered about climbing up the last couple of feet so I could rest on a crossbar, but the way my luck was going, I'd probably fuck it up and come hurtling down like Fireman Sam and land on their heads. I heard a burst of laughter and looked down again. Sarah was nowhere to be seen, but a smoky bare hat was, covered in clear plastic, shaped so it kept the felt dry. It moved into the woods, above a dark brown raincoat that stuck out at the sides. State troopers have zips up the sides of their coats to enable them to draw their pistols easily, but this guy wasn't doing that. He was undoing his front zip. I saw his knees jerk as he released himself, then the sound of piss hitting the tree just a few feet below me. Steam rose in front of the hat. I didn't want to make the slightest sound. I didn't even want to swallow. My fingers were starting to lose their grip on the rain-slicked pole. I searched frantically for the trooper's mate. I couldn't see him. He must have stayed in the car, as you do when it's raining. I could see raindrops ricocheting off the garage roof, glistening in the light from the drive-through sign. The steam of urine against the tree subsided as he finished off. Then he let go a resounding fart. I started sliding. I pressed down hard on the belt with my feet and gripped the pole like a drowning man. The sounds below had stopped, and I watched him jigging up and down to shake off the drops. He packed himself away, checked his coat, and strode off. I heard the troopers joking to each other. The car door slammed, and then they drove off. I let out all the air I'd been holding in my lungs, inching myself further up the pole to increase my range of vision. The cruiser was finally driving into the gas station. Why the fuck didn't he go in there in the first place? Maybe he was trying to chat up the woman, and the last thing he wanted was for her to hear him farting away and stinking the place out. I reached the top and hooked my left arm around the crossbar. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself down, then looked for Sarah. She was emerging from the bush she'd been hiding in, and I wondered if she knew how lucky she'd been. It looked a very inviting bush, and she might easily have got drenched by old farty pants. I followed the telephone line to make sure it was the one to the gas station, reached down and retrieved the leather man from my pocket. Where these lines come into a pole, they get hooked up to take the tension from the line, and then there's a nice little loose bit which carries on through. I leaned out, squeezing hard with the rubber soles of my feet, got the pliers part of the leather man over the line, and snipped. Then it was just a case of sliding down the pole nice and slowly so I didn't land up with half a ton of splinters in my arms and legs. Sarah was straight in at me. "Give me a gun, Nick! What if he'd seen you?" It made sense, but I felt uneasy. Giving Sarah a weapon seemed to be a lot like giving Popeye spinach. On the other hand, if he'd spotted me, she could have done something about it. I still wasn't sure whether she would fuck me over, but decided she still needed me too much. I'd let her have it for now. I got Lance's semi-automatic 9mm Eastern Bloc thing out of my jacket and handed it over. She said a sincere thanks as she pushed back the top slide half an inch and checked to see if there was a round in the chamber. The cruiser was driving out of the gas station and coming back in our direction. We both got down, and she used the time to put her belt back on. The blue and white passed us, heading towards Creedmoor. Maybe they were helping to man a roadblock or something further up the road. I wanted her to stay where she was while I went back to the gas station to hijack a vehicle. She insisted on coming with me. "Listen," I said. "A man and a woman turning up at a gas station stealing a vehicle. Don't you think there's a bit of a chance they make a connection with the lake?" "Nick, I'm coming with you. I'm not going to take the chance of us getting split up and this all going wrong. We're going to stay together." She was right. Without realizing it, she had reminded me what I was here to do. If there was a drama with the police or whoever, and it was obvious I was about to lose control, I would have to kill her before they could get her. Not the ideal option, but at least she'd be dead. Looking at her with my not-happy-about-it face on, I gave in to her demand. "Fuck it, come on, then." We finished doing up our belts, moved back up the road for more distance, and crossed. We turned right and paralleled to a point where I could get a clear view of the pumps and the shop again. One car, a white Nissan Saloon, was already on the forecourt, but it was 4 up, with 2 couples in their mid-20s. The driver had just started the engine, and out he rolled. I heard a distinctive ding-ding as the tyres ran over a rubber tube sensor. He got to the road, stopped, turned his wipers and dipped lights on, laughing with the rest of them, probably about the woman with the corn dog, turned left, and off they went. We lay there, waiting in the rain. During the next 10 minutes, 2 news vans with satellite dishes scuttled past along the road, headlights blazing, windscreen wipers working furiously, on their way to get the story. Another car rolled onto the forecourt. It was a Toyota, full of a family. I was half up, ready to go for it, like a big cat watching the herd. The car was ideal, a normal family saloon. Dad got out and, avoiding the rain, ran straight into the shop. I saw him give Big Hair a few bills, then he came out again and filled up. I decided against. I was looking at the family. 2 kids in the back, window half steamed up, the kids beating each other up, the mother turning round and shouting at them. There were just too many people in the car. It would be a nightmare to drag 2 screaming kids from the car. Ding, ding. They took the Durham Road. Sarah looked over at me.
I thought we were in a hurry.
Big Hair was walking across to the machine to get herself another bucket of coffee. She went and sat back by the till, next to the window, looking out, wistfully stirring her bucket with a spoon. I was right. It was packet creamer. Perhaps she dreamed that one day Clint Eastwood would drive onto her forecourt, come in to pay for gas, and bang, the bridges of happy Beveridge County. Until then, nice work if you can get it. A sign to the left of the shop entrance announced 24-hour video surveillance, together with the fact that they only carried $50 in the register and the rest was slipped into a night safe that the attendant didn't have access to. I turned to Sarah. When we go to lift the wagon, I want you to get your T-shirt and pull it over your head so you can only just see out of it. Ding, ding. Another vehicle drove in towards the pumps from our left. This time it was a really old van, late 70s, early 80s, the sort of thing Mr. T and the A-Team used to run around in, but a very tired grey. The windows were half steamed up, so I couldn't see how many were inside, but as soon as the driver opened the door, I knew this was the one. He was in his early 40s, and the important thing was that he got out and didn't take the ignition key with him, but just waved at the woman. He must be a local, because he was trusted enough to fill up and pay afterwards. We got back into our big cat positions, and I studied our prey. He was wearing a pair of green overalls that had seen better days, with oil stains and rips in the knees. His baseball cap should have been white, but needed burning more than bleaching now. He was skinny and of average height, with about 3 days' stubble and 4 years' worth of wet or very greasy hair over his shoulders. The tank was full. The filler cap went back on. I whispered, "You ready?" She nodded. He turned and, with his hands working their way into his overalls for money, jogged towards the shop. I jumped to my feet and started to run. With my left hand I pulled my T-shirt up over my face, and so did she. We must have looked like a couple of sperm. I kept my eyes moving between the van and the shop. I didn't really bother about what Sarah was doing. The plan was for her to go to the near side of the van to the passenger door. I was to go round the rear because I wanted to hide myself as much as possible, then get in the driver's seat and go for it. The glass panels had been smashed out of the back doors and were covered with cardboard, and the whole thing was a rust bucket. I turned the corner of the van and moved along the side towards the driver's door. I had to skip over the loop of the pump lines and slipped on the diesel-stained floor. I recovered without falling and got to the door. Still holding the T-shirt over my head with my left hand, I got hold of the door handle in my right. It was a rickety, rusty old thing, hardly any chrome left on it. I pulled, and it all but came away in my hand, hanging on by one edge. The window on the other side was misted up, and I couldn't see what Sarah was doing. All I knew was that she wasn't getting in. She must have the same problem. Her handle must be busted. The driver's window was down about 3/4 of the way. That must be how he got in. Just reach in and open up from the inside. I jumped up slightly, got my right hand in, and then chaos. The furious barking from the back of the wagon made me jump back as if I'd been given the full 20 seconds with a taser. I glanced towards the shop. The guy was staring up, mouth wide open. Someone trying to nick his van must have been the last thing he expected. The black thing in the back of the van was leaping up and down, going ballistic. I had to put my hand inside again. It had to be done. I was committed now. I reached in, yelling for Sarah to do something. I was jumping up and down, trying to find and grab the inside handle. The dog was reacting as if it had had to wait 3 days for lunch, and to the left of me the distraught owner was coming out of the shop shouting, "My dog! My dog!" "Sarah, fucking do something!" She did. I heard a loud, quick double tap from Lance's 9mm. It couldn't get worse than this. I jumped away from the window, leaving the dog in the van going apeshit, and ran round to the front of the vehicle. "Sarah, fucking stop shooting! Stop!" Then I realised she wasn't firing at the driver. She was drawing down on the 2 German shepherds that had come out of the tree line and were now about 5 metres away from giving us the good news. It had just got worse. She took one down. It fell over itself and kicked around on the ground, yelping. The other one kept coming. Sarah turned to fire, but it was too close to me now. My right hand flew down to draw my weapon at the same time as my left went to pull up my bomber jacket so that I could get to the pistol. It was too late for both of us. It's pointless trying to evade an attacking dog so close. Without a weapon, you can't do anything about immobilizing the fucker until it's committed itself to an attack. You've got to let the thing sink its teeth into you and take it from there. I had to get him onto me. I turned half left, let go of the bottom of my jacket and presented my forearm, still trying to get to my pistol with my right. He didn't want to miss this. He leapt up, his jaws opening with a deep growl, his lips pulled back to bare his teeth so he got a good bite first time. I saw his eyes roll back as he launched himself at me. I stood my ground and braced myself for the hit. I felt his saliva fly onto my face as he opened up and his head flicked back. There were probably other things going on, but they were lost on me now. I couldn't hear anything but the snarling of my attacker. I felt the weight of the dog hit me, and then him closing his jaws on my arm. His teeth sank straight through the jacket into the skin of my forearm, and I started to shout, "Sarah! Sarah!" I wanted her to come and shoot this fucking thing. "Sarah!" I staggered backwards with his weight, and he came with me. I got my hand around the pistol grip, not completely, but enough to pull it out of my jeans. The dog was jumping up on me, trying to get me to the ground, his hind legs scrambling against my legs and waist. His legs hit my hand and the weapon fell. "Sarah!" There was fearsome pain as his teeth tore into my skin. It was like having multiple injections with pen-sized syringes. I had to let it happen. I had to make sure the dog had confidence in himself, that he sensed an easy victory. If I went with the flow, he'd keep his teeth in one place, thinking he had me. He wouldn't thrash around all over the place. Forget the old wives' tales about grabbing a foreleg in each hand and splitting them apart. It only works with chihuahuas, and that's assuming you can catch the little shit in the first place. In real life, dogs are like monkeys. They're much stronger than they look. I continued to move back under its weight as the German shepherd jumped up and snarled. I could smell his raw meat-eating breath mixed with mud and the shit on his coat from the follow-up. He took a deeper grip on my arm, and I screamed out for Sarah again as I felt more flesh being mangled. She was nowhere to be seen. I heard several gunshots as I staggered back towards the driver's side of the van. I was trying to look and act submissive. I didn't want to fight this fucking thing. I just wanted Sarah to come round and hose him down. The dog's handler and the police wouldn't be far behind. We needed to get moving. The animal's growl changed tone as he shook his head from side to side like a mad thing trying to get a deeper grip. His rear legs were now on the floor, with his front pads on my chest, walking back with me like a circus performer, still attempted to join his jaws together but through my arm. Now the black thing inside the van sparked up again as I heard more gunshots, but there was no instant miraculous release of the grip on my arm. It wasn't going to happen. I'd have to do it on my own. The dog was feeling really confident now. He knew he'd got me. I bent down and with my right hand grabbed hold of his left rear leg. The limb twitched as if he was doing an Irish jig as he tried to kick away. I started to pull the back leg up towards me. The dog was confused and pissed off, biting more and moving his head from left to right. I was grappling to keep hold of his leg. It was dancing away like Michael Flatley on speed. I got a firmer grip on the spindly bit at the bottom of the dog's leg and with my right arm pulled it up as hard as I could towards my chest, at the same time starting to turn. The dog yelped with surprise and I started to pirouette as if I was spinning a child in a game. I did 3, 4, 5 turns and the dog started to rise with the centrifugal force, anchored by its teeth in my arm and my hand on his leg. He had to make a decision, and he did. He let go of my arm. I didn't reciprocate by letting go of the leg. I kept hold now with both hands and swung him round and round as violently as I could. Still spinning, I managed to take 2 steps towards one of the concrete pillars supporting the forecourt canopy. On the 3rd step, the dog's head connected with the pillar. There was a thud and a weak yelp, and I let go. My own momentum carried me on round for another 1.5 turns. My head was spinning as I tried to get my bearings. I found the van. Sarah was sitting in the cab, firing out of the window. I screamed at her, "The door! The door!" She leaned across and opened it up. I looked down. My pistol was by the pump line. Bending down to pick it up and keeping bent to avoid getting it, I half-jumped, half-collapsed into the driver's seat and slammed the door closed. As I did, the black thing in the back tried to scramble over the driver's seat. Sarah shouted, "Let's go! Come on, let's go!" I was still in a semi-stoop over the steering wheel, trying to present a smaller target when the police started firing back at us. All the windows were steamed up, probably from the dogs panting, which was good for us because at least it hid us from the video. Just as well, as the T-shirt ploy had gone to rat shit the moment the dogs arrived on the scene. I hit the ignition, and the engine turned over, but it failed to engage. It sparked up on the 2nd go. Sarah fired a few more rounds towards the tree line. The mutt behind me wasn't biting, but it was making more noise than the weapon reports. The shots that hit the van reminded me of being in a helicopter under fire. Because it's so loud inside the aircraft, you don't know you're being attacked until you see holes suddenly appear in the airframe, accompanied by a dull ping as the rounds penetrate. The driver was screaming his head off inside the shop, jumping up and down, but no way was he coming out until the shooting stopped. The woman was on the phone, shouting into the useless receiver, and as we rolled off the forecourt, the driver started running along inside the shop, keeping up with us, his arms waving in the air as he screamed at the top of his voice. It was wasted on us. He was inside the shop, and his fucking dog was making enough noise to drown the roar of a helicopter. Ping! Sarah was still screaming, "Come on, come on, come on!" And the dog was adding his tuppence worth. He wanted out. Didn't we all? I turned left onto the road. There was a coffee holder on the dash, with a half-full poly cup of coffee in it with a cigarette butt floating on the top. As the van lurched, the whole lot went over my jeans. Then, surreally, the radio suddenly came on of its own accord. Sarah fired a few more rounds into the tree line. There was a return. I looked in the wing mirror. The police were on the road, assuming proper firing positions. I put my foot down. I jerked my thumb at the dog and shouted at Sarah, "Sort that fucking thing out!" I turned left again and started to drive up the hill. I looked behind me and saw this big black mangy thing. Fuck knows what it was, just a wet, dank dog in the back jumping up at the newspaper Sarah was trying to hit and distract it with, barking and yelping away at us both. We started to take the right-hand bend in the road. The moment we were out of sight of the junction and shop, I hit the brakes. I yelled, "Get that fucking thing out!" "How? Just get it out!" She opened the door and tried to grab hold of the dog, but it was already scrabbling its way out, its claws tearing against her seat. It clambered over and fucked off. It probably hadn't been trying to have a go at us at all. It had just been frantic to get back to its owner. She closed the door and I hit the gas pedal. I'd noticed some bags and stuff in the back. "Why don't you check that out?" She didn't need telling again. She was straight in there. Chapter 22. "Is there a map?" My arm was killing me as I gripped the steering wheel. The wagon's heating system wasn't up to it, so I used my sleeve to wipe the condensation from the windscreen. Even the wipers only worked on half speed. At least now I could sort of see where I was going, even if I wasn't too sure where that was. The bend eventually straightened out and trees loomed up on either side. Above them all I could see was thick grey cloud. Great. The worse the weather, the less chance of the helis still operating. "Nothing, just crap." Sarah was back in her seat. She wound down the window and started to adjust the wing mirror to keep a check behind us. I kept my foot down, but the vehicle was only making about 60 miles per hour with the wind behind it, the threadbare tyres not exactly gripping the road big time. All the shit in the back was rattling and bits of paper were flying around in the draft rushing through the open windows. I just hoped the brake pads were in better shape than the bits of the wagon I could see. She tried to pull open the glove compartment on her side, which probably hadn't been done for years. It gave way, and out spilled bits of fishing wire, lighters, greasy old garage receipts, all sorts. But no map. She shouted, "Shit, shit, shit!" I kept quiet, letting her frustration play itself out. I drove on for about 3 miles, during which we didn't say a word to each other. We got to a T-junction with the same sort of road. There were no signposts. I turned right. I was feeling exposed. I didn't know if the police back at the gas station had comms, which would depend on whether they had relay boards in the area to bounce radio signals off. I couldn't help but smile. Metal Mickey's head would have come in handy. I shouted at her so I could be heard above the noise of the wind. "Did you drop any of the police?" She was wiping the wing mirror. She seemed to have calmed down a bit. "I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe." I started to feel even more depressed. Whatever had happened, if we didn't get out of the area very soon and eyed up, we'd be in a world of shit. Less than 2 minutes later, the chance came when I saw dipped headlights in front of us. "I'm going to take it, Sarah. Make sure you don't say a word, okay?" She nodded. "What do I do?" "Just point the gun at whoever's in there. Do not shoot anyone. Just keep your finger off the trigger. Please." I slowed down to about 20 miles an hour and swung the van left, blocking the road. The car kept coming towards us. I couldn't see how many were in it, but it was a blue 4-door saloon. Sarah was waiting for instructions. "Come out this side and follow me. We have broken down, okay?" I jumped out trying to watch the car as well as listen for a heli. The car slowed. It was a Mazda, 1-up, and going by the big air blocking half the windscreen, she was the twin sister of the woman at the gas station. She wasn't too happy about what was going on. I had to be quick, in case she reached for a weapon. For all I knew, she might be one of Jim's best customers. The car stopped. I ran over to the driver's side with a very thankful face on. She hit her window button and let it down only a couple of inches, but at least she wasn't going for her handbag or the glove compartment. I got to the window and drew down on her, screaming, "Look down! Look down!" My accent was getting worse. She was maybe in her 30s. Her hair must have taken all day to tease into that beehive. Her makeup was about 2 millimeters thick and looked like wet cement now she'd started to cry. I yelled, "Out! Out!" The door was locked. I kicked it and made out like a madman, which wasn't far from the truth. She finally relented. Sarah heard the clunk of the central locking and started moving towards the car as the woman got out. I motioned with my hand for her to take the driver's seat. She passed the woman who was standing on the road, sobbing her heart out.
I have babies. Please don't kill me. Please take the car. Take the car. Take my money. Please don't kill me.
I wanted to tell her, shut up. You're not going to die. I'm playing the madman because I want to scare you. That way you don't go for a weapon and we all stay alive. Sarah was in, door closed. I ran round to the other side and joined her. Before I'd even shut the door, she was slamming the car into a three-point turn. I looked under my legs to see what I was sitting on. It was Big Hair's bag. No point in fucking her up completely. I got the barrel of the pistol hooked in the bag and threw it out to her just as Sarah finished a really bad turn with lots of braking and tyres screaming in the wet. Get your foot down. She didn't need any prompting for that. The car interior smelled of fresh perfume and coffee. A large polystyrene cup with a lid was resting in the console holder. I lifted it out and gave it a shake. It was half full and the contents were still warm. I took a couple of sips and handed it over. The air conditioning was on. I turned a couple of dials and it soon changed to hot, hot, hot.
Where to, Nick? Where am I going?
I wasn't sure. Just keep going until we see a sign. 10 minutes later we hit the main drag and were welcomed to Route 98. Raleigh was to the left, Durham to the right. Go left, left! It was still a single carriageway, but wider than before and with houses dotted along the way. Before long we were joining other vehicles on their daily migration towards the city, and in no time we were in mainstream traffic and had some cover. I said, "Have you got any rounds left?" She gave me her weapon. I checked and refilled her mag from the spares in my pockets and passed it back. She placed it under her right thigh with a thanks. I started to recognize our surroundings. Traffic was starting to slow up. Every time we hit a major intersection, there was another bunch of lights letting people out from all the suburbs around the city. We couldn't see any of the houses, though, because of the trees and low-level industrial units that hemmed us in on either side. We had stopped at a set of lights alongside some other people drinking their breakfast. Some of them had big paper cups from drive-ins, some had mugs that looked like Apollo space capsules, really wide at the bottom so they didn't fall over in the car, then narrow at the top with a nozzle to drink through. All of a sudden I saw people in different cars around us smiling or laughing out loud to themselves. Sarah saw what was happening and she wanted to listen in. She hit the radio buttons on preset and cruised through the stations. 3 goes and she got it. A man and a woman were talking about people's choices of bumper stickers. The woman said,
"1 is okay, but hey, more than that reads a 10 on my geek meter."
The guy replied, "Have you seen the one that says, 'A mind is like a parachute, it only works when it's opened'? Come on, man, that's like off the scale." There was some canned laughter, then he quickly returned to the airwaves. "Hey, morning, it's Q98 coming at you." The ad started to roll. Everyone was laughing with us in the traffic. Then it got worse as they saw the same thing we did. The van 4 or 5 vehicles ahead had that very sticker in its rear window. I couldn't stop laughing as we started to move on green. I looked over at Sarah, who was joining in the fun. It wasn't that the joke was that funny. I think we were just so relieved to be back in civilization. We hit the belt line, saw signs for the airport, and swung right at the intersection onto the highway. About halfway round, we were on an elevated section, and down below us were low-level square buildings, mostly motels and burger joints, islands in a sea of neon. The rain had slackened to a drizzle. I directed Sarah off the ramp, and we cruised around looking for a motel that would work for us. She drove past a Days Inn, standing in its own lot. It was a T-shaped building with a reception at the top and 3 stories of brown doors making up the stem. It had seen better days, but was just what was needed. I let Sarah carry on past it so I could check out the area. That way, I knew which way to run if we got bumped once we were inside. "Turn left here." She drove into the parking lot of an adjacent single-story sportswear outlet. There were about 200 cars in the 400-capacity car park. She found a space in the middle and parked. We wiped the car interior of our prints, got out and did the same to the outside. Not that it mattered that much, as they would have our prints from the van. It would just slow them up a bit. Walking back towards the motel, we made an effort to clean ourselves up, brushing the mud and pine needles off our clothes. It didn't seem to make much difference. We got a few strange looks in the car park, but nothing too serious. Americans know better than to stare at dishevelled strangers. The motorway roared above us with the morning's traffic, and a truck's brakes hissed loudly as it stopped to make a delivery. As I peeled the gloves and cling film from the docks, I gave Sarah our story. "Okay, we're Brits. Boyfriend, girlfriend, travelling up from the Cape Fear coast. Had a puncture. We've been out in the rain trying to fix it, and all we want to do now is sort our shit out." She thought for a few seconds. "Got it." I cleaned up the jacket sleeve the dog had ripped as best I could, wiping the dried blood on my hand against my jeans. A last quick spit and rub on the more stubborn stains did the trick. We put our hands through our hair in a last-minute effort to sort ourselves out as we went through the door. We still looked rough, but so did the motel. The carpet in reception needed replacing, and a new coat of paint wouldn't have gone amiss. To my left, a TV blared by the coffee and vending machines as the glass doors closed behind us. The receptionist went through the automatic company welcome. "Hi, how are you today?" Still looking down at something more important. She was about 17 or 18, wore a maroon polyester waistcoat and skirt with a white blouse. Her name tag said she was Donna. She was a black girl with relaxed hair put into a side part in a big, round pair of glasses, and, now that she was actually pointing it at us, a great big brilliant smile. It might not be sincere, but at least she was the first person we'd been close to for a while who wasn't shooting at us. Her smile evaporated as she took in our appearance. "What's happened to you folks?" I did my best stupid English tourist impression. "We had a puncture this morning and the car went off the road in all this rain. Look at us. It's been a nightmare. We just want to clean up and sleep." I stopped my waffle and looked sorry for myself while showing her the state of my jeans. She agreed. We were in shit state. "Wow!" She looked down at the computer and hit the keys. "Let me see." She didn't sound too hopeful. "It's early and I don't know if any rooms will be ready yet." She smiled as she read the screen, and I knew we were in luck. "Hey, you know what? I have a double room, but it's smoking." The way she said it, I knew that when the time came for her to have a child, she'd sue someone lighting up even 2 states away. She looked up, waiting for us to share her distaste. I said, "That will be fine, thank you." She looked at us as if we were somewhere below subhuman. "We don't smoke, but at the moment anything will do." I smiled. We became normal again, and were given a big smile back. She continued to hit the keys. "Sure. I have a special at the moment. $39.99 plus tax." Her expression now said that I should be jumping up and down with joy. I took the hint. "That's great." I pulled out my wallet and gave her my credit card. She could have been asking for $139.99 plus tax. I wouldn't have given a shit. "Thank you." She studied the card. "Mr. Snell?" She swiped the plastic and the machine clicked and hummed as I filled in the registration form. I put down any shit I could think of for the vehicle registration. They never look at it anyway, and if she did, I'd just say, "Sorry, Hugh Grant-type character Brit abroad."
"Okay. You're room 216. Where are you parked?"
I pointed out and to the left. She started to direct with her hands.
"Okay. Go round back to the left, up the first flight of stairs, and it's there on the right-hand side."
"Thanks a lot."
"You're welcome. Y'all have a good one."
We walked out of reception and I placed my arm around Sarah, talking shit about what a night it had been. We turned left to go to our non-car and worked our way round the motel to our room. There was a chance that anyone putting two and two together after watching the news might call the police, especially if the gas station was already news. But this girl looked as if she didn't even know what day it was. There had to be a point where I had to accept I'd done all I could for now. It was time to clean up, get our act together, and then move on. It was a typical low-rent motel room that could have been anywhere in the world, with a queen-size bed, faded flower pattern cover, and white melamine veneered chipboard furniture. The curtains were closed and the air conditioner was off to save electricity. I took the "Do Not Disturb" sign from the inside handle and put it on the outside as I fiddled around trying to find the lights. Sarah passed me as I closed the door and pulled the latch across. I went over to the air conditioner and, leaving the curtains closed, switched it to full blast heat. Sarah was sitting on the bed, pulling her trainers off. I walked back to the other side and checked the window, a sealed, double-glazed unit which overlooked the landing. The only way out was by the door. I visualized my escape route. There were 2 staircases. I could either get down to the ground or onto the roof. Once on the ground, I would head back to the car park and hijack a vehicle. If push came to shove, I'd kill her here beforehand. I picked up the remote from the bedside cabinet. It was attached to a curly bit of wire so I couldn't nick it, and started flicking through the channels trying to find some news. The faded silver plastic TV must have been about 10 years old. So were most of the programs. Sarah went towards the air conditioner, pulling off her jacket and muttering, "I need a shower." She started to take off the rest of her clothes, placing them item by item on the heater, then weighting them with ashtrays and a telephone directory to keep them in place. The air was blowing them about as if they were on a clothesline in a gale. I watched her undress as I lay on the bed. I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said the guys in the house were planning and about how lucky we'd been to get away. I just hoped she hadn't killed any police. Even if she was telling the truth about the assassination plot, we'd be in deep shit over that. I'd made a conscious decision to let her keep the weapon. If any police had been killed, she had the weapon that linked her to that and to the Lance killing. London would have to do a mega deal with the Americans. I watched her naked body walk across in front of me, heading for the bathroom. She'd always been at ease with nudity, almost nonchalant, in the way models are. Her body was beautiful, and still well-trained. I watched her thigh muscles flex as she moved. Her skin was usually so healthy it glowed, but with those cuts and bruises she wouldn't be showing her legs off in short skirts for a while. As the shower started splashing, I lay back against the headboard, flicking through the channels with the sound on mute. I couldn't see anything of use yet, like the news, but if I'd wanted to buy a diamond necklace and earrings or an ab cruncher, it was my lucky day. My chin was resting on my chest, my back propped up by the pillow. I could smell myself, wet, mushy, and like her in need of a shower. Looking in the mirror to the left of the TV, I saw a scarecrow who needed a shave. I finally hit a news channel that was showing pictures of forests, then the lake. I didn't bother turning it up. This must be it. We were famous. There was film of different emergency vehicles toing and froing, police and ambulance crews running around with waterproofs over their uniforms. Then a policeman gave an interview with the same sort of thing going on in the background. I really didn't want to know what he was saying. If there were dead police, a picture of them would soon be on the screen. It wouldn't change what I had to do, even though it might make it harder. The news was replaced by a commercial. I was in a semi-daze, trying not to nod off. My eyes were stinging as much as my forearm now. At least that had started to scab up a bit. I'd sort it out later. If I'd got tetanus, I'd be finding out very soon. I smiled at myself in the mirror as I thought, I could always sue the police department. This was America, after all. I watched a child's toy commercial where two small girls were playing with dolls. Shit! I leaned over to the bedside cabinet that held the phone and a days-in notepad and pen combo and wrote a big K on my left wrist. Next to the pen was a small book of matches. I put it in my jeans pockets, along with the mags. My body was aching all over. I forced myself up and pulled the phone book off Sarah's jeans. They fell to the floor and I couldn't be bothered to pick them up. I trawled through the yellow pages looking for car hire, called a free phone number and was told that for a charge of $43 a day plus tax and insurance, they'd be with me inside an hour and a half. Sarah came out of the shower just as I was putting down the receiver. She had a large towel wrapped around her and a smaller, still folded one in her hands. As she walked across to check her clothes, I could smell the soap and shampoo. "Who was that?" she demanded as she threw the towel by the TV and bent down to pick up the jeans and put them back on the heater. "I've hired a car." "Excellent. How long before we move?" I didn't know why she was so pleased. We weren't going anywhere she wanted. "We?" I said. "What the fuck's with this we business?" I always seem to regress to South London gobby twang when pissed off. All the bollocks you're on about is your problem, not mine.
Crisis 4, Disc 10.
It was all making sense now. It was so typical of Sarah to be going it alone, hoping to collect all the brownie points and smooth her way up another rung of the career ladder. "So now you want me to help you get out of your fuck-up?" I couldn't help smiling. Actually, it felt good. "I couldn't tell anyone, Nick. If I had, the whole thing might have been compromised. I couldn't risk it." But she was risking it with me. That also felt very good, which was making things even more difficult for me. She turned back towards the bed, sat down and hit the off button on the TV remote control, knees drawn up and her arms around them, counting the number of piles there were per square inch of carpet. "The problem is, Nick, I still don't know the identity of the source. No one does. No matter how I did it, that has been the aim of this last 4 years, to find him and to force the whole network down." She had finished with the carpet and turned back to me as I continued to tend my arm. "The 2 others who were arriving at the lake today are the only ones here in the US who know who he is. I've only met them once. I don't know their names, contact details, nothing. But my plan was to play along with the hit and get them lifted. I wasn't quite sure how. But once we had those 2, we'd get the source as well. It won't stop at Netanyahu and Arafat, unless we can neutralize the top man." She brushed back her hair with her fingers as it was drying. My breathing was very slow and heavy as I tried to think of questions to help me feel right about what I was thinking. "Nick, you are the only—" The phone rang. Sarah jumped up and started to throw her things on, picking up her weapon and checking chamber. With her jeans halfway up her legs, she pulled the curtain slightly to see outside. She shook her head. I picked up the phone. She carried on dressing. It was reception. We exchanged a few words, and I replaced the receiver. "It's the car. Take everything, get into the shower room and wait." She picked up the rest of her clothes, towels and bag, and took them with her. I put my jacket back on to hide the wound and the fact that my shirt sleeves were missing, and changed channel, checking it wasn't on a news program. I turned up the volume to cover Sarah. There was a knock on the door. As I walked across the room, even I couldn't help noticing how dank the room smelled. I looked through the spy hole. It was a young black guy wearing a blue T-shirt. He had all the forms on a clipboard under his left arm and a runner for the credit card in his hand. I sat down with him on the bed to fill out the forms. Showing my driving licence was always a bit of fun, as most people outside the UK don't have a clue what they're looking at. A damp piece of pink paper that says nothing much at all and doesn't even have a picture. He was turning the page over for the details he needed, trying to appear as if he knew what he was about. I couldn't bear to see him in pain. "The number's there." He smiled at me in relief. As he got up, I could see him trying to work out the smell. I laughed. "We were using a friend's car for our holiday. It broke down last night in the middle of nowhere." He nodded, not really caring. When he left, Sarah came out of the bathroom, taking her jeans off again to dry. If she was telling the truth, maybe I would take her back to London. The problem was that although I hardly knew where I was with Sarah, I did with Lynn and Elizabeth. It might be G&T's at 7, dinner at 8 for them, but if I didn't carry out my job, they would fuck me over big time, maybe even organise my own personal T-104. I needed more information from Sarah. The fact that she'd killed the American gave me a pretty clear idea of whose side she was on, but I needed solid evidence. I sat on the bed as she finished undressing and put her clothes back on the heater. "When are they going to do the hit?" She came and sat next to me. She looked up at me with excitement, then her face changed. "You still don't believe me, do you, you bastard?" She gripped my arm with her hand. "You must help me. I'm the only one who can identify the two who are left, and I know them, Nick. They won't rest until they've finished the job." She stared at me. I didn't answer. I knew she was going to continue. "What are we here for, Nick? How will you look at yourself in the mirror if you don't help me to stop it?" Mr. Spock would have been proud of her. The emotional stuff didn't work too much for me, but the story did sound logical. But she'd already fucked me over once, and looking at myself in the mirror had never been high on my list of priorities. I got to my feet and went towards the door. "I'm going for a cruise round to see if I can get us some clothes. What size are you?" 8 US, shoes 6. Why don't I just come with you? They're looking for a couple now. They may even have a video grabbed from the gas station. Sit here. I'll be back. Out in the corridor, I closed the door behind me, but didn't walk away immediately. Ripping 2 matches from the book I'd picked up, I wedged them between the door and the frame. One a foot above the lock, one below. I heard the locks being closed from the inside as I went downstairs. The rain came down in a constant drizzle as I got into the car, a red Saturn, and turned over the ignition. The heater blew at its highest setting. The radio blared and the windscreen wipers thrashed from side to side. The urgent bing, bing, bing told me to put my seatbelt on. I did, inhaling the new car smell, put it into drive and headed for the road. In case she was watching, I drove out of her line of sight before going round the back of the motel, crossing over the main drag and parking up in the lot for Arby's, a hot sandwich shop. Looking through the power, telephone and stop sign lines which hung above the main drag, I now had a trigger on the motel door. I'd even be able to see where she walked to, as I had the stairs and ground floor in view. If she did something that showed she was lying, at least I'd know, and then I'd have control again. Plus, I could see if the police turned up. What Sarah was going to do once that happened, I didn't know, and I wouldn't wait to see. If she followed her usual pattern, she would probably kill a couple of them and hopefully get killed herself. It was a risk, not keeping her with me, but worth it. Besides, there was something I had to do alone. I kept watching the motel door as I turned on the power of the mobile, hit the pin, and eventually keyed in 3 digits. An operator answered. "Yes, please," I said. "North Carolina, Century 21 Realtors, on Skibo Road, Fayetteville." Century 21 was a family-owned estate agency franchise letting out apartments. I'd gone there once when I was in the regiment, when a couple of us were staying in Fayetteville for 6 weeks. We spent 1 week in Moon Hall, a military hotel on the base, which was fine enough, but with the allowances we'd been given, we decided to treat ourselves to an apartment. The only reason I could remember the name was that the ski in Skibo was pronounced sky, and I always got it wrong. I kept the engine running so the window wouldn't fog, and my eyes on the trigger. As I waited, I hit the wiper arm to clear the windscreen. The number was given to me, and I dialed. The call was quickly answered by a female voice in turbo mode.
Century 21, Mary Kirschbaum and Jim Holan, Property Management Incorporated. How may I help you?
I switched to my bad American. "Hi, I'm looking for an apartment to rent. 3 bedrooms, maybe?" The bigger it was, the more chance there was of the kitchen having the facilities I was going to need. I heard the sound of a keyboard being tapped at warp speed, and within a nanosecond she replied,
"I only have 1 or 2 bedrooms available. Do you require furnished or unfurnished?"
She gave me the feeling this wasn't her first day on the job. 2-bed, furnished would be fine."
Okay, how long do you require the property for? I need a day's notice for weekly rentals and a week's notice for monthly rentals.
She had obviously decided that for someone like me who didn't seem to have a clue what he wanted, it would be better to explain right away instead of wasting her time. 2 weeks, but could I get it today? There was a pause. I'd fucked up the procedure, but she recovered with style.
Right now, I have a 2-bedroom apartment available to rent for $175 a week or $550 a month, plus electric and tax. If you decide to stay longer, the monthly rental rate would start on month 2.
Once I'd heard the first 9 or 10 words, I didn't even listen to the rest. Okay, that sounds great. What's the kitchen like? Does it have a freezer? I thought she was going to ask if I'd just arrived from Mars.
Yes, they all have a full kitchen. Freezer, dishwasher, range.
I cut in before I got the whole list. And I can definitely have it today? There was another pause.
Sure.
The computer keys were going into meltdown.
You need to come into the office today before 5:30 so I can book you in. It will be a $200 deposit in cash plus 1 week's rental plus tax in advance, cash or card only. Can I have your name?
The keyboard was given another brief respite as I slowed the process down by talking at a normal speed. Snell. Next Snell. By the time I'd finished, it was on the hard disk.
Okay, I'm Velvet, the rental assistant. I'll see you here before 5:30.
I came off the phone feeling dizzy. I had to hit the wipers again, as I kept both eyes on the motel door. I looked at the half-washed-out K on my wrist, then at my watch. It wasn't too early. I dialed call number 2 and got the answer.
Hello? Lower school office?
Hello, Mr. Stone here. I'm sorry to call outside of social hours, but is it possible to talk to Kelly? I'm working, and before I'd even finished, a very prim and proper voice straight out of a 1950s black and white film said,
That's perfectly all right, Mr. Stone. One moment.
I was treated to an electronic version of Greensleeves. I thought that had been banned by the music police years ago. I knew it wasn't perfectly all right. The secretary would have to drag her out to class or whatever goes on in boarding schools at that time of the evening. Him calling again. The wrong line, wrong day, and always with excuses. But I paid the bills, and on time. It must piss her off. I made a mental note to find out who this woman was and what she looked like next time I visited. I imagined a cross between Joyce Grenfell and Miss Jean Brodie. She came back on the line.
Can you ring back in a quarter of an hour?
Of course.
Not bad news, I hope. She's been so excited today because they sang a belated happy birthday in assembly. She's feeling a very special young lady indeed.
I turned off the power with 15 minutes to kill while keeping my eye on the motel and listening to the radio, feeling really pleased that I'd got it together to call. It would surprise her. I was cut out of the daydream by a news headline. The deadly gun battle only minutes away from vacationing families. We'll bring you more from the scene after these messages. Once I'd listened to an important announcement about this week's sportswear specials at Sears, a very serious voice tried to give weight to the popcorn-style report he was presenting. They'd found bodies at the house and they were thought to be Middle Eastern. However, police were not yet releasing further details. His voice dropped an octave for extra gravitas. Unconfirmed reports suggested that the dead men could be terrorists. At least there was no mention of any dead police, which meant no pissed-off cops hunting for the Bonnie and Clyde who'd murdered their best mates. I sat and listened to the rest of the news, very aware of the uncomfortable dampness of my jeans. It was about 17 minutes past 12. I powered up the phone and called the UK again, flicking my eyes between the keypad and the motel door. I got the ringing tone and turned off the radio. Our conversations when she was at school were normally quite strained because she was in the office and people were listening in. And like the grandparents, they still didn't understand how someone as erratic as me could be in charge of a child's welfare. It rang. She answered.
Hello?
Hi, how are you today? I always tried to sound really happy to put her at ease.
Fine. Where are you?
I could hear phones ringing and Miss Grenfell Brodie fussing around in the background. I'm in London, still working. How's school?
Fine.
And Granny and Grandad, did you have a good time?
It was okay.
Her tone suddenly shifted.
Hey, Nick, it's really cool you called.
It was great to hear her voice as well. See, I promised I'd ring you, and I have, haven't I? You see? A normal person's promise. Are you impressed or what? She started to spark up.
Yes, and do you know what? The whole school sang happy birthday to me today in assembly. Well, Louise, Catherine, and me, they had birthdays and the holidays too. Are you impressed or what?
I imagined Miss Grenfell Brodie giving Kelly a disapproving look. We don't say, or what, remember? Anyway, was it embarrassing?
No. My class have bought a present for me. A book of amazing facts. It's really cool.
Wow, I said, trying to work up some enthusiasm. So, what have you been doing today?
Mostly the geography project, I guess.
That's good. I used to love that at school. I looked skywards in case a bolt of lightning was heading my way.
We had Wet breaks all day today, she chatted on. Is it raining in London?
Pouring. I got soaked. It was raining cats and dogs. Especially dogs. We both laughed. She said,
Have you talked with Josh yet? Are they back home?
No, they won't be home until tomorrow.
Oh, okay. We need to send a card to say thank you for them coming to see us.
I thought I was the one who had to come up with the grown-up parent-type stuff. Okay, can you be in charge of that? It would be a really nice surprise for them. Tell them a few amazing facts while you're at it.
I will, during letters.
Great, they'll love that. Letters was an hour set aside each Saturday after study time when the kids who were boarders had to write to their parents. Or, if you were Kelly, guardian and grandparents. A truck parked between me and the motel. She was still prattling on while I moved in my seat to keep the trigger and at the same time use the opportunity to adjust my damp jeans.
I wish we could have stayed with them, Nick. Can we go back to the ship?
Yeah, no problem. I realized I was still feeling guilty. She could have asked for anything at that moment, and I'd have agreed to it. The traffic was still screaming past between the target and me throwing up clouds of water.
Can Josh and everyone come?
Of course, as soon as we go on the next long holiday. Make sure you ask Josh in the card, okay? Even as I heard myself saying it, I knew it wasn't going to happen. The chances of Josh being able to get over to the UK with his kids again was slim because of the expense. I said, I've got to go now. You have a really, really happy birthday time tonight.
Okay. Are you going to ring me again soon?
I hope so. I won't be able to this week, but I'll definitely call after the weekend, promise. NPP. Are you seeing Granny and Grandad at all?
Yes, there's no drama on Saturday, so after study time and letters, Granny said I can go and stay with them.
I was pleased about that, because if they weren't able to have her some weekend, she didn't get to leave the school grounds. Okay, listen. Have a great day.
I will. I love you.
It always felt weird when she did that. I liked it, but I could never say it unless she did first. If I did, it made me feel like I was intruding. I love you too. Now, there's another amazing fact. Okay, back to class. I'll speak to you soon, all right? She laughed and the phone went dead. I guess she knew she had to make the first move. She was happy that I'd called, and I was happy that I'd remembered to. What was more, it was a lot easier to do now that I knew the firm knew about her. I didn't have to get out of the car and use a public call box. I cleared both numbers from the recall menu and closed down. The truck had moved, so I no longer had to sit like a contortionist to keep the trigger. I sat there for a minute just looking at the motel door and the traffic cruising between us, feeling very pleased with myself. I switched back into work mode, pulled $5 out of my wallet and went and bought a Coke, trying my best to keep dog on the target through the windows. Once out on the forecourt with my pint and half of Coke and ice in my hand, I went to the bank of 4 phones which stood beside the Burger King next door. I pulled out the handset to its full extent so that I could still see the motel. The roar of the traffic was almost deafening. I put my money in to call directory assistance. Pushing my finger in my ear and pulling on the handset for that last inch of line to keep the trigger, I shouted, Washington, D.C., British Embassy, Massachusetts Avenue, please. I had to say it again because of the traffic, plus she couldn't understand my Australian accent. I dialed the number and finally got through to who I wanted. Michael, it's Nick. I need some help, and I've decided to take you up on your offer. There was a slight pause as Metal Mickey mulled this one over.
Well, that depends on what exactly the offer was.
I could imagine the smile on his face. It's just some questions that need answering, nothing that will get you into trouble. I could hear myself shouting down the phone to overcome the traffic noise. Good. I would just hate to be a naughty boy. I'd bet he would. No, mate, no trouble. Have you a pen? He gave a slow, okay, as he looked for it. I need anything that you can find on a handling name. Yusuf. Anything you can get. He sounded surprised at my plain speech on the phone. Nick, aren't you the naughty one? You're supposed to be the one concerned with security. He giggled like a schoolboy. I know, mate, but this is important, and I haven't any time to mess about. The other thing I need to know is what exactly Sarah's been working on these last 2 years in the US, plus what did she do the 2 years before that? I know you don't know now, but I just know you'll be able to find out. Why, Nick, you old flatterer, you. He started to laugh as he wrote a note to himself. Aren't you supposed to be the one in the loop? I let out a sigh. Yeah, I know, mate, but I've fucked up and got myself in a muddle. I don't really want to call London and get it sorted out. First time doing this sort of job and all that. It would be very embarrassing. He let out a squeal of delight. Oh, tell me about it. I didn't have a clue what he was on about and just carried on before he had the chance to tell me. Finally, I need to know what Netanyahu and Arafat are getting up to this week. You know, times, places, that sort of thing. Okay. You are a busy boy, aren't you? Oh, and one last thing. I need to know the names and backgrounds of the 4 men killed last night at a place called Little Lick Creek in North Carolina. There was a pause. I could almost hear the cogs churning as he linked this to Sarah and her country breaks. I was expecting a reply along the lines of, I don't feel comfortable with this, Nick, but instead got a very nonchalant, when do you need this by? Later this afternoon would be great. Do you think you can? I had to turn back towards the booth to hear him as 3 trucks thundered past. No, but I know a man who might. I can't wait to call him. Thanks for that, Michael. I really appreciate it. There is no one else I can ask. You know how it is. But I would like this one to be just between you, me, and the gatepost, okay? You, me, and the gatepost? Sounds interesting. Bye! I stepped back into the booth and hung up. I would rather have been talking with Josh, but I couldn't. Until he got back from the UK, Metal Mickey would have to do. The rain had given me a new layer of wet on the shoulders of my jacket and hair. My forearm was starting to sting again. Walking to the car, I lifted up my jacket cuff to investigate. Not good. There were scabs forming, but the bites were deep and needed cleaning and dressing by someone who really knew what they were doing. At least when it scarred, I wouldn't have to explain anything. The teeth marks said all there was to say. I did a drive past to the motel, checking to see if there was anything abnormal, such as 16 police cars and twice as many shotguns ready to pounce. Nothing. I parked up and walked past the reception. Looking through the glass doors, I could see that Donna was still at reception, still reading whatever was so riveting below the desk. There was a tray of Danishes next to the coffee machine for the guests and a bowl of big red apples. Everything looked absolutely normal. I put my relaxed face on and headed through the door. 3 children were fighting over who was going to carry what bag. I smelled the coffee and remembered I was hungry. Leaving the family to sort out its shit, I walked over to the machine, picked up coffees, 4 apples, and the same amount of pastries, and then went back over to Donna. We've decided to check out early now we have a replacement car, I said, breaking the corner of one of the Danishes and taking a bite.
Sure, no problem. But I'm afraid I'll have to charge you full price.
She printed out the bill and I checked it to see if there were any phone calls logged. There weren't. I signed the card counterfoil. I went to the room, The two telltales were still in place. Knocking on the door, I made sure she could see me through the spy hole as I pulled them out. The heat was stifling, and the moisture from the drying clothes and bodies had made it as humid as a greenhouse. She'd gone back to watching TV, sitting on the edge of the bed, still with a towel around her. She took her plate and coffee without looking at me, her eyes glued to the screen.
"It's the third bulletin I've seen."
As I joined her on the bed, I could see that it was a rerun of what I'd heard on the radio. A reporter was talking with a background of police cars and vans and then the woods. He was wearing a brand-new blue Gore-Tex jacket, probably bought on expenses at Sears on the way to the lake. The hood was down so that you could see his very perfect plastic hair and face, and he was talking in that earnest, "Here we are at the scene" tone of voice. The shootings had happened hours ago, but he had to make it sound like the bad guys could reappear any minute. I said, "Have they mentioned any details?" She was sounding quite excited.
"Yes. They've all said it was 2 men at the gas station, but there are unconfirmed reports that one of them could be a woman. The FBI are at both scenes, but there's been no official statement yet."
She took a bite of Danish and spoke through a mouthful of pastry.
"That woman in the blue Mazda must have been really scared if she couldn't see I was female."
I had to agree. But then again, maybe they were going on the dogs finding Sarah's knickers. After another mouthful, she added,
"There's been no mention of Lance."
I wasn't bothered by that. I knew they wouldn't be giving the media everything they knew, unless they hadn't found him yet. The main thing was that no police had been killed. I stood up and walked over to the window. Her clothes were mostly dry now. "It's time to move. Get your kit on, let's go." She pulled her jeans on, and I knew what they would feel like, stiff and horrible. She got them on, bent her knees, and did little squats to make them a bit more pliable, dusted off the mud, and got her top back on. As she put on her size 11 trainers, she looked up at me.
"Where are our new clothes?"
"I forgot. Let's go." We got into the car, and I drove. She didn't seem to notice to start with, because she was busy eating her apples and drinking coffee, but when we got onto the highway, it was obvious we were driving away from the airport, not towards it. She frowned.
"Where are we going?"
"Fayetteville." She picked up the A4 map sheet of the state that the hire company had left for us.
"But that's even further away from Washington. Why Fayetteville?"
"Because that's what I want to do. I want to be out of here and in a safe area that I know. Then I'll sort my shit out." I kept my eyes open for signs for the 401 South. Her face fell.
"You are going to help me, aren't you, Nick?"
I didn't answer. Chapter 23. Keeping to the speed limit so as not to attract any police attention, I drove along the same road as before towards the city. Crossing the Cape Fear Bridge, I noticed a car park on the other side, on the riverbank below the bridge, to allow fishermen and boats to get to the water. As we reached land and passed the slip road down to it, I made a mental note. Soon afterwards, we hit Fayetteville city limits, which seemed to consist entirely of fast food joints.
"Why Fayetteville, Nick? Why are we here?"
It was a sort of America she'd never seen, nor wanted to by the look on her face. "This is the only place I know in North Carolina. I plan to stand off here until London decides how they're going to get you and me back to the UK. They'll have to sort this gang fuck out with the State Department before we go anywhere or do anything. Until then, we need to keep out of the way of the police. In fact, everyone." I glanced across and thought I saw her stiffen. I knew she was rattled about all this, but she was fucked if she was going to show it. I drove down Skibo, and Century 21 was just as I remembered it. A log cabin-style converted home set amongst pine trees with a small car park in front and a large neon sign jutting out from the side of the road. But I wasn't ready to go in yet. I needed to sort my act out and look at least halfway presentable. I drove some more and found a shopping area set around an open square. Beyond that, way over to my left, I saw the Pentagon and realised that this must be part of the shopping mall I'd been to before. A large banner hung from a York stone facade the size of a row of houses. It announced that Sears department store was ready and waiting to take my money any time with its fantastic sportswear sale. I pulled in and buried the car amongst a whole lot of other vehicles. She was staring at me.
What now?
Clothes. I'll go on my own. What size are you?
I've already told you I'm an 8 and my shoe is 6, both US.
Then she gave me a look that said, "Can't you remember? You used to know that stuff." Looking at her as she smiled, I closed the door and walked towards Goody's family clothing store. Half an hour later, I came back with 2 bulging nylon sports bags. We went into the Pentagon and changed in the public toilets. I washed my face and made an attempt to dress my arm injuries with some of Goody's finest dishcloths. I should have found a pharmacy, but I just couldn't be arsed. There seemed to be more important things to do. Besides, I was the original one-stop shopper. Once washed and changed, I waited outside the washrooms with my bag of old clothes. Nearby was a cell phone shop. I went in and bought 2 $20 call cards and stopped off at the ATM. Sarah and I looked quite the devoted couple in our matching suburbanite jeans and sweatshirts with neat nylon bomber jackets for the rain. It certainly made me feel a lot better to be out of my minging old kit, but my eyes were stinging with fatigue and I had trouble focusing on anything for too long. We got back to the car and threw the old stuff in the boot. I was now into a new phase of the job. "You drive," I said, throwing the keys at her. "I'll tell you where." We drove onto the Century 21 lot and parked up amongst the fir trees. The engine was still running, and I looked across the carriageway towards a gas station, not really concentrating, but getting myself ready for the next few minutes. These things have to look natural, and that can only happen if you act natural. That takes just a bit of preparation. She was confused.
What are we doing now?
Like I said, we are doing nothing. I am getting us somewhere to stay. The fewer people that see us together, the better. Wait here. I left the keys with her again. It was no drama. She was going nowhere. She wanted me to help her. Besides, she knew that if she drove off, I'd have to call it in, and she would then be OTR, on the run, not only from me but also from the police, as the firm would have no option but to stitch her up. I left her counting trucks and went inside the office. I recognized Velvet from her voice as she took another phone inquiry at the speed of sound. Her hair was long past her shoulders, and she had a dyed blonde perm which was long overdue for a refit. It had so much spray on it that the hairs looked like strands of nylon. The skin on her arms and hands showed that she was in her 20s, but her fingers were yellow and she already had crow's feet from screwing up her face to stop the cigarette smoke getting in her eyes. She looked pretty enough on the outside, but I wouldn't have wanted to look down a fibre-optic scope into her lungs. My eyes were stinging more than ever. She finished her call and looked up.
Hi, how may I help you?
"Hi, my name's Nick Snell. I booked an apartment with you this morning." Before I'd finished, she was already going into her files, and moments later she flourished a key.
I'll need you to fill out this form. I forgot to ask if you have any pets. If so, they mustn't weigh more than 20 pounds each, and you were only allowed 2. How are you paying?
"No, I don't, and cash." At last, a reaction from her that wasn't fully automated. Maybe she liked the way I pronounced the word cash. 2 minutes later, I was heading back to the car. I opened the map and looked for North Riley Road, which Velvet had told me was only a few minutes' drive away. Stewart's Creek turned out to be a private community with just one road in and out. It opened up into an area of about 40 acres on which sat 20 or so blocks of green, wooden facaded apartment blocks 3 stories high. We observed the 50 miles an hour limit as we entered our new neighbourhood. "It's apartment 172, I said, looking from side to side. "I guess that's building 17. Sarah nodded and we splashed our way through the puddles, looking at the numbers on the large grey mailboxes arranged outside each block. We passed the community pool and tennis courts, beside which stood a row of call booths and Coke and newspaper machines. "Got it." Sarah turned into number 17's parking lot. We climbed the wooden stairs and entered the apartment. The first impression was brown. There was a brown sofa and chair around a TV and a log fire in the fake stone fireplace with a chainmail curtain to protect the brown carpet. The living area was open plan with the kitchen area facing us as we went in. At the far end of the room was a set of sliding patio doors with insect mesh on the outer side, which led to a small balcony. The place smelled clean and looked comfortable. In the bedrooms, blankets, sheets and towels were all laid out, ready for use. In the kitchen there was a welcome pack of coffee, powdered creamer and sugar. Sarah went into the bedrooms, closing the blinds. I slipped into the kitchen area and switched on the freezer, turning the dial to rapid. The sound of the motor powering up was too noisy, so I put the fridge on as well. She came back into the living room as I was putting the kettle on. "Now what?" she asked, closing the patio door blinds to cut out prying eyes. "Nothing. You stay here. I'll go and get food. I'm starving. The kettle's on. Why not make a brew?" I drove to the nearest store, which was part of a gas station, and bought the normal supplies. A couple of subs, crisps, canned drinks, washing and shaving kit. Then I used my call card to dial Metal Mickey from a phone booth on the forecourt. There was no answer from his extension at the embassy, not even voicemail, and the switchboard wouldn't take messages. Baby G told me it was 1836. He must have finished for the day. I tried to remember his home number. I couldn't. Shit. It got binned with the 3C. I returned to the apartment. Sarah was lying on the sofa half asleep, TV on and with no coffee made. I threw her a sub and a bag of crisps and turned to reheat the water. The yellow freezer light told me it was still working overtime to achieve quick freeze. Sarah eventually reached out and started to pull open her food. I poured water into the coffee mugs. The annoying thing was that everything she'd said made sense. She'd done nothing to show she was lying. Why should she trust anyone back in London? I knew from first-hand experience that the firm were as slippery as eels in baby oil. I turned round to face her as I placed the coffee on the breakfast bar. She was lying back with the sub on her chest, one mouthful missing. She'd closed down. I knew how she felt. I was knackered, and my head was starting to spin. I desperately needed sleep. I checked that the front door was locked and crashed out on one of the double beds, on top of the piles of sheets, towels, and blankets. It was still dark when I woke. I turned and felt another body next to me. I hadn't heard or felt her come into the room. As my eyes adjusted to the dull light from the street lamps through the blind, I could make out her shape. She was facing me, curled up, her hands together supporting her head. It sounded as if she was having a bad dream. She mumbled to herself and started to move her head against the folded blanket. She'd never appeared more vulnerable. I just lay there, looking at her. Her skin glowed in the warmth of the room, but her brow was furrowed. For a moment she almost seemed to be in pain. I reached out to touch her just as she gave a small cry, tossed and turned once, then settled again. I could still smell the scent of apple shampoo in her hair. I figured I'd been pretty good at keeping people at arm's length ever since I was a kid. It didn't make life completely fucking brilliant, but it kept me going, and it sure as hell helped avoid disappointment. This was different, though. Very different. She murmured again and snuggled closer to me. I didn't know how to deal with this at all. First Kelly, now Sarah. Any minute now I'd be checking out estate agents' particulars for the dream cottage with roses round the door. The full catastrophe. It scared the shit out of me. I'd never been the world's best when it came to staying in one place, and I started to have this uncomfortable feeling that keeping on the move suited me so well because it meant I didn't have to think too much about what I was running away from or what I was heading towards. I could hear the TV still going in the next room. A woman was trying to sell us a great deal on a barbecue set. I rolled over, sat up and pulled at the corner of the blind. It wasn't raining, but I could see from the rivulets on the windows that we'd had another downpour during the last few hours. The backlighter of Baby G told me it was 02:54. I stood up slowly, trying not to disturb her, and made my way towards the kitchen. Rubbing my eyes back into life as I passed the mirror on the living room wall, I saw the face from hell, creases and blotches from sleeping on the towels, and my hair, thick with grease, sticking up as if I'd had a good burst from a taser. I shuffled to the kitchen, scratching every fold of skin I could reach. It was coffee time. Sarah must have heard me banging about. Her voice behind me matched the way I felt and looked.
"I'd like one of those, please."
The TV went quiet as she hit off on the remote. She sat on the sofa looking sheepishly at the carpet, her arms between her legs as if she'd been unmasked as human after all. I was expecting her to say, "Please don't tell anyone," but she didn't. Instead, she said,
"I'm sorry about that, Nick. I just felt so alone and scared. I needed to be close to you."
She looked up at me. Her eyes were full of pain and something else I couldn't quite identify, but found myself hoping was regret.
"You did mean a lot to me, Nick. I just didn't know how to deal with it at the time. I'm sorry for how I behaved then, and I'm sorry for being so stupid now."
She paused, searching my face.
"I won't do it again. I promise."
I turned back to the coffee and tried to sound upbeat. "That's okay. No drama." What I really wanted to do was grab her, hold her tightly, and pretend for a moment that I could make everything all right. But I was frozen between my memory of what she'd done to me in the past and what my orders were for the future. I plugged in the kettle, feeling more and more confused. I had a crack at dragging myself back to the present. "I need Michael Warner's home number." It didn't register with her at first.
"Who?"
"Michael Warner. I want his home number." I turned and glanced at her. It dawned on her that I'd been to Washington. She said,
"What did you tell them?"
I didn't think I'd ever seen her look more miserable. "That I was reviewing your PV. Anyway, I've only talked to Metal Mickey." I tipped last night's mugs into the sink and started again.
"Metal Mickey?"
She started to laugh.
"Great name."
Then her mood changed again.
"Why do you need his number?"
I brought the coffee over to her, placing it on the low table in front of the sofa. "I had some questions I wanted him to research. He might think it odd if I don't call to get the answers." She thought for a while as she took her first sip and then recited the number. I didn't have a pen, but scratched it onto the front of the phone book with my car key and ripped the piece off. "I'll be back in a minute." She put down her brew and stood up.
"It's a bit early, isn't it?"
She was right, but I wanted to know. "Fuck him. He's paid 24 hours a day, isn't he?" The call boxes by the pool and courts were only about 50 metres away across the road. To the right of them were the newspaper vending machines, one with USA Today and the other with the Fayetteville Observer-Times. Under the street lighting, I could just make out a picture of the forest on the front page of the Times. I couldn't be asked to find out what they were saying. It really had been raining while we were asleep, and quite heavily, judging by the size of the puddles. It was warm and damp, and my sweatshirt was starting to stick to my back. I wish this weather would make up its mind. I got out my bit of phone book and the call card and dialed. There was a sleepy, "Hello," from Metal Mickey, very drowsy, but slow and wary. "It's me, Nick. Sorry it's so early, but I couldn't get to a phone. Have you had any luck?" I heard the rustling of bedclothes as he got comfortable with the phone in his ear.
"Oh, yes, let me get my eyes on and I'm all yours."
There was a gap as he fumbled around for his glasses. I didn't want to be on the phone to him all night. "Our two friends we spoke about. What are they up to for the rest of this week?" I turned round to check if anyone was watching. Not that it would be unusual to be out telephoning at this hour, as these apartments didn't come with a phone. You had to connect your own.
"Well, they've finished their work and will spend Wednesday and a bit Thursday just pressing flesh and having photo opportunities to show how nice they are and how well things have gone during their visit. Isn't that nice?"
"I'm sure it is, but where? Where is all this happening?"
"Don't really know. In and around D.C., I suppose."
"Okay, mate. Now what about our American friend?"
Now, I think we need to meet for that one, Nick. I don't really want to discuss him on a landline, and a lot of paperwork has come my way that I think you may want to read. I also have the information you wanted about your other friend."
Had he found something sensitive, or was he just worried that when his PV review came up, gobbing off on the phone would reflect badly on him? I said, "Okay, mate. I'll tell you what. Same place as before, at 12:30 p.m. today. You sponsor it."
"Lovely. I'll see you then."
There was a pause.
"But what about the others?"
He was sounding more like the village gossip with every word. "What?"
"About your other 4 friends. You know, the ones who go on holidays to the lakes."
"Oh, yes, those friends. I'd forgotten I have so many."
"I know just what you mean, Nick. It's so hard to keep track."
He paused again. I was going to have to work for this. "Who are they?"
"Can't tell you. Well, not over the phone, Nick. I think you need to read what I have for you. It all links in very nicely with Girlie. It's like a great big jigsaw puzzle. Isn't it exciting? See you tomorrow."
"Remember, you sponsor." I had to cut in to make sure he knew.
"Bye."
I didn't know if he'd understood what I meant, but I'd find out soon enough. I replaced the receiver and turned to walk back to the apartment. Sarah was halfway across the car park and storming towards me. I stayed where I was and let her come to me. She was shaking with anger.
"Are you going to kill me?"
She jabbed my chest with every word.
"Is that what the phone call's all about?"
"Don't be stupid," I said. "Why would I drag you all the way here?"
"I saw the freezer light, Nick. Don't lie to me."
"What? It must have come on when I turned on the fridge."
"Bullshit. They're on separate plugs. Do I look stupid? You're lying to me, Nick."
I looked around to make sure no one was watching. This wasn't exactly Times Square, and raised voices on the street in the early hours of the morning were sure to bring police or private security cars. I put my finger to my lips. She lowered her tone, but still laid into me.
"Why don't you believe me, for Christ's sake? Why don't you believe what I'm trying to tell you?"
Her throat tightened and tears welled up in her eyes. It was the first time I'd ever seen her cry.
"I can't believe you were going to do that. I thought I meant something to you.
I discovered I was feeling guilty. Probably as guilty as I ever had.
What after you froze me, Nick? Was it the wood shredder to grind me up like you did with those two in Afghanistan? Bag me up, then down to the river and feed the fish? They ordered a T-104, didn't they? Didn't they?
I shook my head slowly. You're wrong, Sarah. You were... She wasn't having any of it.
You were going to do the same to me as you did to those two Mudge, weren't you? Weren't you, Nick?
I held her by the shoulders. You're talking shit. The freezer must have been on already. Listen to me. I believe you. I really do. But it changes nothing. I'm still going to take you back to London. The words were said with conviction. I wasn't lying about either of those things now. It made it easier as I looked into her eyes.
But, Nick, if you believe me, you've got to help me. You're the only one I can trust.
She shook her head and turned back on me.
Ha! What a fucking irony!
Sarah, listen. I don't care what happens in Washington. The only thing I do care about is getting out of here with both of us alive. She turned back to me, tears streaming down her face, then wrapped both arms around my waist and buried her head in my chest. She started to cry even harder. I wanted to do something, but just didn't know what. I looked up at the clouds and let her get on with it. The crying switched back to anger, and she pushed me away.
You used to care for me, Nick. Haven't you any fucking boundaries?
She covered her face with her hands, wiping away the tears.
I can't believe you were going to kill me. Or even think of it.
No, Sarah, no. I wasn't. The crying changed to convulsive sobs. It sounded as if she was having a breakdown.
I got it so wrong, Nick. So fucking wrong. I thought I had it all worked out. All under control. I even trusted you. How could I have been so stupid?
I stroked her cheek wordlessly, then ran my fingers through her hair as she carried on.
You were right. You were right. I wanted to be the one. I wanted to do it all myself. I wanted it so badly it just got out of control. Once it started, I couldn't go anywhere for help. I had to go it alone.
She squeezed me hard and carried on sobbing.
What am I going to do, Nick? Or maybe you don't care.
It was pointless asking me. I was still trying to get over my own guilt. Fucking hell, I got so far down the line that I'd switched the freezer on. How could I have done that to her? Maybe I didn't have moral boundaries like normal people. Was I always going to be the freak without emotion? She was still in remorse overload. It was as if she was talking to herself.
I could have done something about it in the beginning. But no, I wanted to be the one to get the credit. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Oh, shit, what have I done, Nick?
She squeezed her arms around me even more, desperately wanting support. I put my arms around her and she sobbed her heart out. I wanted to give her the comfort she needed, but just didn't have the tools. I'd never really needed them. I don't know what to do, Sarah, I whispered.
Just hold me, Nick. Just hold me.
I hugged her tighter. I felt strangely good about what I was doing. We stood there for minutes, rocking gently in each other's arms, her sobs slowly subsiding. I doubted there were any more tears left for her to cry. She wiped her face on my shirt. I tried to lift her chin, but she resisted.
I'm sorry, Nick. I'm just so sorry.
She moved away from me and wiped her face with her palms, the sniffles starting to slow down in frequency as she regained some of her composure. Sarah, where are they going to make the hit? She looked up, breathless.
The White House. Tomorrow.
How? How will they do it? I needed to know for when I called London. It would be my justification for returning with her alive. She was in the shit, I understood that, but so would I be, if I helped her and hadn't prepared my tuppence worth for the inquiry that was bound to follow. She sniffed loudly.
There's a photo call on the White House lawn with Clinton, Arafat and Netanyahu. They'll give a press conference. Then there'll be a ceremony with white doves and songs for peace, kids singing, all that sort of nonsense for the cameras. I don't know any more. The two that were arriving yesterday from Washington had all the details. The team works in just the same way as we do, no details until the last minute. All we knew was that we were already accredited to enter the White House's news crew.
So that's why the old guy had a suit? She nodded.
We were going to be part of Monica Beach. Oh, shit, Nick, how did I ever think I could do this on my own?
Monica Beach was what the media called the area of the White House that TV crews gave their reports from, because ever since the Lewinsky affair it had been even more crowded than Santa Monica Beach. My first reaction was that it sounded more like something out of a B-movie than a real plan. It wouldn't work. They'd never get out of there. The tears started again.
Nick, these people don't care. Survival isn't an issue. Look who they have.
Crisis 4, Disc 11.
Everything we did now would be paid for and ordered by Sarah, in the name of Sarah Darnley. It was part of her security blanket. There must not be any movement detected on my credit card or phone. We went back down to the call box and called the ticket line. We were going to leave for Washington National on the 8:50 a.m. from Raleigh. After showering and sorting out our shit, we drove north back towards Raleigh. There was a constant flow of early morning commuter traffic. It was cloudy, but no need for wipers yet. First light had passed us by as we headed out of the city, stopping only to buy some coffee and a plain blue baseball cap for Sarah from a gas station. I had one hand on the wheel and was sipping coffee through the gap in the top of the container when Sarah, who'd been keeping one eye on her wing mirror, turned off the radio.
Nick, we have a problem.
Behind us, and to our right, was a Fayetteville blue and white. I stopped at the lights as Sarah started to draw her pistol, placing it under her right thigh. On the basis of her performance so far, the mere sight of it got me flapping. "Sarah, let me do this." She didn't reply. The cruiser came up level. My heart started to pound big time. Both of the patrolmen, one black, the other Hispanic, were wearing black short-sleeved shirts and sunglasses even at this time of the morning. Their chests looked bigger than they actually were due to the protection they wore under their shirts. The driver was staring at us both. The Hispanic was face down looking at a screen attached to the dash, probably carrying out a plate check on our car. I smiled like an idiot at the driver. What was I supposed to do? He wasn't giving me any instructions. It was Sarah who switched on. She opened her window, and at the same time I could see the black trooper doing the same. His moustache met his glasses, with acne-scarred cheeks each side. I couldn't see his eyes, only what he was looking at in his mirrored lenses, but his demeanour told me that I wasn't on his Christmas card list. Sarah came to the rescue.
"Hello, officer, can I help you? Is there something wrong?"
Her voice was outrageous. It was the fluffiest damsel in distress impression I'd ever heard. The policeman would have heard it many times before, only not in Cambridge English. He drawled, "Yes, ma'am. The driver of this vehicle is violating the Federal Highway Code by consuming a beverage whilst at the controls of a moving vehicle." She said breathily,
I'm so sorry, officer. We didn't realize. We're just on vacation from England and...
The black policeman got the okay from his mate. The check had come through. He nodded back at him, then turned towards us. He looked at me and jutted his jaw. "Sir?" The lights had changed to green, but no one was going to hit their horn. I smiled like the dickhead tourist I was determined to be. "Yes?" "Sir, please don't consume beverages on the highway. It's an offence." "I'm sorry, officer, it won't happen again." Trying hard not to let a smile reach his face, he drawled, "Y'all have a nice day." And they drove off. At the airport, I abandoned the car in the long-term car park. Formalities such as handing it back to the rental company didn't figure on my list of things to do today. I waited outside the terminal while Sarah went in and got the tickets. I needed to call Josh's number, hoping to leave a message. Getting it clear in my head what I wanted to say, I hit the keypad. A heavily Hispanic female voice answered.
"Hello? Hello?"
"Oh, hi, is this Josh's number?"
"Yes?"
"Yes. Can I leave a message for him?"
"No, yes."
"Can I leave a message?"
"Yes, no here."
"I know that. I want to leave a message."
"I say to this. Goodbye."
The phone went dead. I felt as if I'd wandered into Fawlty Towers. I redialed as Sarah came out of the terminal. She saw me and headed over. She passed, handed me my ticket, and carried on walking. We were going to travel as two separate individuals.
"Hello? Hello?"
I could hear a vacuum cleaner in the background. I said, "Please say to Jish, Nick is flying to Washington today."
"Okay. Is Nick?"
We were getting warmer. "What time is he home?"
"He no home."
Maybe not so warm.
"Muy bien, muchas gracias, señorita,"
I said, using rusty stuff I'd learned while garrisoned on Gibraltar as a young squaddy. Then I added the only other Spanish phrase I knew. "Hasta la vista, baby." I checked in and made my way to the gate area. The front pages of the state newspapers glared at me as I passed the newsstand. The main picture seemed to be a fuzzy black and white still from a CCTV video of Sarah and me lifting the van. She was still looking like a sperm, T-shirt over her head. I was side-on with my head uncovered. It must have been taken at the point when the dog and I were about to have a major disagreement. I decided not to buy the paper or hang around. The newsstand was part of the shop where I bought the maps of the lakes. Maybe it would be the same woman behind the counter and she could put two and two together. I walked to the gate area and waited. Chapter 24. The hour-long flight was late landing. The Ronald Reagan National Airport, Washington's main domestic terminal, is a stone's throw from the Capitol on the west bank of the Potomac River and southwest of D.C. near the Pentagon. You can see the traffic jams around Capitol Hill as you land. I disembarked behind Sarah, who was following the rest of the herd towards the baggage area. We'd both packed our weapons in our bags. Being a domestic flight, there wasn't much of a risk. I collected my hold-all from the carousel and walked off to the phones. It was 10:27 a.m. My Mexican friend was quick to answer.
"No dish,"
she said.
"Más tarde. He home 2:00.
Then she put the phone down. Getting anywhere in D.C. by taxi at this time of day is a wish. If you're in a hurry, the best bet is the metro. As I headed towards the airport station, Sarah linked up with me with her head down, baseball cap on. At the machines, I checked the map and put in 2 $1 bills for my ticket. RV back here by the machines at 2 o'clock? She shook her head.
No, not here. I'll meet you somewhere in town. There's more chance of me being seen here.
It was clear by the way she studied the instruction panel that in all the time she'd lived in this city, she'd never used the metro. I took the change out of the cup with my ticket and put in some more money for her as she looked at the map.
I need to keep out of town for now, she said. No need to expose myself too much. I'll go south and hold off for a while.
Do you know the Barnes & Noble on M in Georgetown? Still studying the map, she nodded.
2 o'clock.
As we moved towards the barriers, I checked the signs and pointed her to her platform. See you at 2. The peak of her cap nodded and headed down the escalators. The rules of the Washington Metro are simple. The answer to everything is no. No smoking, no eating, no Walkmans, litter or pets. If you're good boys and girls, you can read the newspaper. The station was as stark and clean as the set of a sci-fi film, with its streamlined, dark grey concrete and moody lighting. The lights set into the platform flooring started to flash, warning that the train was about to arrive. Moments later, a string of sleek silver carriages whispered alongside and the doors opened silently. I was heading north, on the Blue Line. It would take me past the Pentagon, which has its own metro station, and the Arlington National Cemetery, then eastwards under the Potomac to Foggy Bottom, the nearest stop for Georgetown, and the M and 23rd Street Junction. I came out of the metro and onto the busy street feeling cleaner than when I'd gone in. Checking the map on the wall at the station entrance, I saw that I had just over a 10-minute walk to the RV. As I headed north, I noticed the improvement in the weather. Only 50% cloud cover and no rain. Compared with the downpours of the last couple of days, it was heaven. Bread and Chocolate on 23rd was teeming with office workers enjoying a lunchtime sandwich and coffee. I'd just crossed M and was on the opposite side of the road walking towards Sarah's apartment. Metal Mickey seemed a bit of an airhead, and I didn't want to get fucked over and lifted while tucking into a sticky bun and cappuccino. I didn't expect the RV to go wrong, but these things have to be done right. Complacency is a tried and tested shortcut to a disability pension. Or worse. Anyone could have been listening to his calls, or he might simply have got cold feet and decided to seek advice. They would then use him to get to me, the K, who should have been in North Carolina dealing with Sarah. I bumbled on, not looking directly through the window, but checking things out all the same. If a trigger was on the shop and a weirdo walked past staring at the place, it would be a good bet that he was the target. Things were looking fine. I couldn't see anyone sitting in cars or hanging about, but that wasn't necessarily significant. Whether or not I was getting set up by Metal Mickey, they could just as easily have put a trigger on him. And if he'd said anything to the firm, I'd know as soon as I met him. I didn't have him down as the sort of man who could tell lies with his body language. I walked past a 7-Eleven type store on my right and noticed it had a small coffee and Danish area, busily taking its share of the office workers' dollars. There wasn't much going on in there either, just people filling their faces and catching up on gossip. I got to the junction and turned left on N. Walking about another 30 metres, I was more or less level with the entrance to Sarah's block. The water system was working overtime again on the flower garden. If I'd been triggered as I did my walk past, they would now be behind me, thinking that I was heading for the apartment. 2 attractive black women were approaching from the opposite direction, coffee and pretzels in their hands. I would have no more than 3 seconds in which to check. They passed, laughing and talking loudly. Now was the time. I turned to give them an admiring glance in that way that men think they do so unobtrusively. The 2 women gave me a "you should be so lucky white boy" look and got back to their laughing. There were 3 candidates beyond them. A middle-aged couple dressed for the office turned the corner, coming from the same direction as me, but they looked more preoccupied in staring into each other's eyes for as long as possible before it was time to go home to their wife or husband. Then again, good operators would always make it look that way. The other possible was coming from straight ahead, on N Street, on the same side as Sarah's apartment. He was wearing blue jeans and a short-sleeved dark green shirt with the tail hanging out, the way I would if I wanted to cover my weapon and radio. I faced back the way I was walking. You can only do so much checking. If these were operators, the couple would now be overtly cooing to each other. But instead of sweet nothings, they'd be reporting on what I was getting up to on a radio net, telling Control and the other operators where I was, what I was wearing, the colour of my bag, and which shoulder it was being carried on. And if they were good, they would also report that I could be aware because of the look back. I carried on the last 20 metres to the end of the block and turned left. I was now on 24th Street and paralleling 23rd. This was the second corner I had turned. If there was a technical device or trigger on our RV, there could be people stood off around the other side of the block waiting for the word to move. Nothing seemed to look that way, just lots of traffic and people lining up to buy lunch at the pretzel stalls. The couple was still with me. Maybe they wanted pretzels, or maybe they'd told Green Shirt that they could take the target round the corner towards M Street. Stopping at the last of the 3 stalls, I bought a Coke and watched the area I'd just come from. The lovers were now at the middle stall doing the same. I moved off, got to M and turned left, back towards 23rd and the RV. 3 corners had now been turned in a circular route, an unnatural thing to do. I moved into an office doorway and opened my Coke. If the lovers came past, I would bin the RV, but then again, any good operator wouldn't turn the 3rd corner. I hated clearing an area, especially if it was me going into the RV. It was so hard to be sure. Nothing happened during the 5 minutes it took me to finish the can, so now seemed the ideal time to get my weapon out of the bag. Apart from anything else, fishing around like a tourist looking for a map gave me an excuse to be standing there now that I'd finished drinking. I sneaked together the Chinese thing and its mag, which I'd split for the flight, and tucked it into my jeans, ensuring that the jacket covered it and the catch was off, so it could be used in the semi-auto mode. Moving off again, I eventually turned back onto 23rd and into the 7-Eleven. I bought a Danish, a newspaper, and the biggest available cup of coffee and sat at a table that gave me a good trigger on the RV. There were 25 minutes to go. I watched as people walked past from both directions on both sides of the street. Were they doing walk-pasts to see if we were in there? This wasn't paranoia. It was attention to detail. It doesn't work like it does in the movies, with fat policemen sitting in their car right outside the target, engine running, moaning about their wives and eating donuts. No one went in and came straight out again. No one walked around muttering into their collar. All of which meant either they weren't there, or they were very good indeed. Cars, trucks and taxis trundled past from right to left on the one-way system. As the traffic stopped for a red at the junction with M, I pinged Metal Mickey sitting in the back of a cab, well down in his seat with his head resting on the back. I couldn't see his eyes, but I hoped that he was also taking the trouble to clear his route. Maybe he wasn't as much of a numbnut as I'd thought. The traffic moved on and he went with it. If there was one thing I hated more than clearing an area before a meet, it was the meet itself. It's at simple events like this that people get killed, in the way that a traffic cop stopping a car for jumping a red light might land up getting shot by the driver. I sat, watched and waited. It wouldn't look abnormal to the staff or anyone else for me to be spending that amount of time there. The place was packed, and the size of the coffee signalled that I wasn't a man in a hurry. I checked around me again, just to be sure that I wasn't sitting next to a trigger. It had happened to me once, outside Derry. It was late at night, and I was waiting in a car waiting to lift a player, only to discover, as a JCB tried to crush the car and me with its bucket, that I was parked in front of his brother's house. Maybe they'd always done that with any dickhead they spotted picking his nose outside. Mickey appeared right on time, but not from the direction I was expecting him to. He came from the right, the same direction from which he'd approached in the cab. He was dressed in the same loud suit and neon shirt as before. Perhaps he thought I'd have problems IDing him. He was carrying a laptop bag with the strap over his right shoulder. Was what he wanted me to see on a hard disk, and the dickhead had actually brought it with him? Maybe he wasn't so switched on. I knew from our last meet that he was right-handed, and noted that his jacket was done up. Chances were he wasn't carrying. Not that it meant that much at this stage, but these things needed to be thought about in case things went tits up. Having cleared his route, he showed no hesitation about going into the cafe. Good man. He did understand about sponsoring the meet. He knew I'd be watching him and covering his arse as well as mine. I watched for another 5 minutes past the RV time. If I didn't walk over to meet him, he would wait another 25 minutes before leaving, then try again tomorrow at the same time. Nothing that I could see told me the RV was compromised. I got off my stool and binned the rest of the coffee in Danish, checking that my weapon wasn't about to clatter onto the floor. I hated not having an internal holster. I'd already lost my weapon twice because of it. I walked outside and checked once more as I crossed the road. Nothing. Fuck it. There's only so much checking you can do. As I pulled the door towards me, I saw his back in line at the counter. The place was still packed. I walked past him and did my surprised, "Hi, what are you doing here?" He turned and smiled that happy I haven't seen you for a while look, and we shook hands. "Great to see you. It's been ages." He beamed. "Join me for coffee and something sinful?" I took a look around. All the seats were taken. "Tell you what," I said. "The place across the street isn't so full. Let's go there." His smile got even bigger as he agreed. When we got out into the street, he slapped me on the shoulder. "I'm so glad you said that. It's like that every lunchtime, you know. I don't know why I bother going there." To my surprise, he didn't make as if to cross the street, starting instead to walk towards N. I fell into step beside him and shot him a quizzical look. Mickey put his arm around my shoulder and said, "We'll go to Sarah's. It's a bit more private." He patted his computer bag. "I've even brought some milk to go with the Earl Grey. Do you know, there's a little shop in Georgetown that gets it straight from Sir Thomas Lipton himself." He was very pleased with himself. Maybe he was hoping I'd take special note of his initiative when I filed my report. Fuck the milk, I wanted to see what was next to it. As we walked along 23rd, I carried on playing the part of best mate in nice-to-see-you mode. I couldn't decide whether he was really good or away with the fairies. Either way, I was glad I could run faster than him and had a weapon. "I'll leave the clearing to you now," he said. "You're probably much better at it than I am." I laughed and nodded in response, so that anyone watching would assume he'd just made a joke. "By the way," he grinned, "the man sitting on the corner? He's always around here. He works in the apartments. I know you'll be keeping an eye on him." I looked round and saw Green Shirt sitting on the wall to the right of Sarah's apartment, smoking.
Just in case you started to worry, you may have seen him on your area clearing. I certainly did on my drive past. In fact, I always look out for him. It makes me feel better to know he's there. He gave me a cherubic smile. We reached the entrance and the water system was still drowning the flowers. Wayne was behind the desk, leaning back in his chair and reading a newspaper. It was like watching an action replay. They both had the same clothes on, and even the dialogue was the same. "Hello, Wayne. How are you today?" Wayne put down his paper and grinned like an idiot. He was obviously having a really good day again. "I'm very good. And how are you today?" "I'm just Jim Dandy." The corners of Mickey's mouth were almost touching his ears. As we walked towards him, Wayne turned his full attention to me. I really felt as if I was being welcomed to the asylum. "How are you today? You still need that car space. If you want it, you got it." I said, "I'll certainly bear it in mind, thanks." He put his hand up. "Hey, no problem." We reached the desk and Metal Mickey switched his camp game show host's voice into overdrive. "Wayne, I bet if you looked in the delivery drawer you'd find a large UPS envelope addressed to Sarah." Wayne had a look, rummaged around for a moment and handed it over. "Why, thank you, Wayne. I hope you continue to have a very nice day." We said our goodbyes and walked to the elevator. He saw me looking at the envelope. As the elevator doors closed, he raised an eyebrow. "Why, Mr. Snell, you didn't expect me to carry the material around with me, did you?" Sarah's apartment was just as I'd left it. There was even the faint aroma of burned food hanging in the air. Metal Mickey wrinkled his nose. "Cooking. The other night," I explained, closing the door behind us. "Ooh, that's what it is." He walked towards the kitchen. "I'd asked for the recipe, but—" He twitched his nose again. "Can I get you some tea?" He threw the envelope onto the settee and unzipped his bag. I walked over and sat down beside it, checking my watch. The envelope looked quite thick, but I had plenty of time before my RV with Sarah. I heard the kettle being filled as I ripped open the UPS plastic outer. Inside was a brown A3 envelope sealed with sellotape. Metal Mickey came back into the room. "They're printouts, and they are now your responsibility." He couldn't help looking rather pleased with himself. "How did you get all this?" I asked. He gave an impish smile and his eyes twinkled. "Ask no questions, you'll be told no lies. That's what my dear mother always used to say." He came over and sat down next to me. "However, I have a friend," his fingers mimed quote marks, "who has access to Interlink." He clasped his hands together between his legs and did a pretty good impression of a Cheshire cat. It was the most pleased I'd seen him, and he had every reason to be. Interlink was switched on in 1994. The need for real-time intelligence had never been so acute, as the Gulf War demonstrated when General Schwarzkopf very loudly complained that the spooks had failed to produce satellite imagery fast enough. The network was soon being used as a central pool by all 37 members of the United States intelligence community, from the CIA to FinCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, plus other groups connected with national security and the military. I knew that at least 50,000 people had passwords with varying levels of access. We both heard the kettle boil and click off. Mickey jumped up. "Tea. Milk, sugar?" "Strong, shaken, not stirred." I heard him giggle as I pulled out the wad of A4 paper, filed in 3 clear plastic sleeves. It was definitely stuff off Interlink. On the top file, I could see the META tagging. IL.CIA, Executive Order 12958, Classified National Security Information. META, Megadata,
is a system for pulling down the documents needed from hundreds of thousands on call. The information available is nearly 500,000 electronic pages. Just over 80% of all the National Security Agency's output can be accessed in 2 hours. The rest of the title went on to give its level of security. This document was tagged Intel Link P, in other words, managed purely by the CIA and top secret, available only to policymakers. Mickey came back with the tea. I had just finished skimming through the rest of the tags. This was looking good. There was another Intel Link P and an Intel Link TS, classified secret. About a third of the intelligence community have access at this level. I was quite looking forward to having a read. I looked at Mickey as he held a sugar lump on a spoon for me. I shook my head. How on earth did your friend get this stuff? He sat down and proceeded to put 4 lumps in his cup.
Well, the objective is the eventual flow down or up of information as various security classifications impose themselves. Right now, standard COTS tools are used, but they're not specially augmented with multi-level security. These tools don't provide the right hooks. So, for now, different levels of security are provided by different physical levels of security, so there's an issue regarding upgrading and downgrading information between security levels.
I gave up listening to him halfway through his waffle. What the fuck are you on about? His spoon fought a battle with the amount of sugar in his cup.
If they say something is an issue, it means they haven't got that sorted out yet. Now and again, you can confuse the system, especially when it's new and is taking a while to sort itself out.
He went back into Cheshire Cat mode and took a sip of what must have been very sweet tea. I was waiting for his teeth to drop out as he spoke.
The only one that can't be got into at the moment is a new 4th level. It hasn't even got a name that I know of. Maybe it's only for the President and a few of his best buddies. Who knows?
I didn't touch my cup, just kept flicking through the pages, looking for things I understood. I heard him slurp another mouthful of tea, and then a loud swallow.
There will be a lot in there that is of no use to you whatsoever. He just pulled down any document containing information that might be relevant. He's such a nice boy. Drink your tea, Nick. It'll get cold.
I nodded and didn't say a word. He got the hint. I heard the cup go down on its saucer. Mickey stood up and went back into the kitchen, then returned with his laptop bag.
Nick, I hope you find it interesting reading. I've left the milk and tea for you.
I looked up at him. Thanks, mate.
Of course, you'll destroy all the files before you leave.
No problem. He got to the door and turned, dangling the apartment keys between his thumb and index finger.
By the way, send my love to Sarah. Tell her, if she needs these, I'll be leaving them with Wayne.
I looked at him, trying to look confused. What? His eyes twinkled.
Oh, you are so transparent, Nick. PV? Pants. That's what it is, a load of flea old pants. I'm not that mad, you know.
I bet they told you I was, didn't they?
Well, let's just let them think it. Pension. That's what it's all about, my absolutely gorgeous disability pension.
Still highly amused with the whole thing, he turned to leave. I said, Michael, thank your friend for all his help. He looked back with a smile that suggested it had already been taken care of.
Been there, done that. Now, remember, say a special hello to Sarah for me. Bye.
The door closed behind him. I got off the settee and turned the lock. If anybody decided to hit the place, it should at least give me enough time to get the papers down the toilet. I checked out Baby G, an hour to go before the RV with Sarah. I pulled out the papers that were tagged Intel Link P, Executive Order 12958. I turned the pages, but they meant nothing to me, just lots of directions on security of documents. Maybe Mickey's friend had a sense of humour. Next was Executive Order 12863 on the PFIAB, President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, and Executive Order 12968, access to classified information. I thumbed through acres of stuff that was full of abbreviations and acronyms. I understood ZIF. Then I saw the reason I had been given it. One of the sub-paragraphs was entitled Yusuf. I felt a jolt of adrenaline. I read slowly, making sure I understood every word. Since 1995, several senior officials in Clinton's administration had been under surveillance by the FBI. At first, they suspected that one of them was spying for the Saudi government, but more recently that information was being leaked to bin Laden. According to this report, the hunt for Yusuf had narrowed to include a senior official on the National Security Council, the 1,200-strong body that advises the President on intelligence and defense-related matters. Its office is in the White House. I picked up my lukewarm tea. It tasted shit. I'd have to make a new brew. I went to the kitchen with the files. There was plenty of jargon and junk, but it was clear that the hunt for Yusuf had begun after the interception of a message between Washington and bin Laden's farm in the Sudan that hinted about an agent who might be able to get a copy of a secret letter signed by Warren Christopher, then Secretary of State, which spelled out American commitments to the Palestinians in the Middle East peace process. The handler in the Sudan had replied, "That is not what we use Yusuf for." The report carried on to say that they believed there was little chance of discovering Yusuf's identity after the intercept because he would have been one of the first to learn about it on Intel Link. All communication between him and his handlers would have ceased. I had a quiet laugh to myself. Maybe that was what the fourth level of Intel Link was all about, trying to keep people like him out of the loop. There were references to other documents relating to Yusuf, but Mickey's friend hadn't included them. I placed the cup on the floor and picked up the other Intel Link P file. Its tag told me it was a CIA document entitled simply Counterterrorism Center. It wasn't the whole document, just the introduction, but even that ran to 15 pages. I definitely needed more tea. When the Clinton administration endorsed the idea of specialized units to infiltrate terrorist operations and disrupt them, the CIA established the Counterterrorism Center as a central clearinghouse for intelligence. Its aim was to give the President more options for action against foreign terrorists to further preempt, disrupt, and defeat international terrorism. These options included covert operations designed to prevent terrorism or to take revenge for successful attacks on Americans. New cadres of undercover CIA officers were sent overseas, and the use of CIA teams was expanded to assess and predict threats against United States military personnel deployed abroad. Part of this strategy was a new level of cooperation between the intelligence agency and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, its traditional rival. Senior FBI agents stationed overseas held long and successful meetings with CIA station chiefs. The first at the United States Embassy in Rome, the second at the Embassy in London, to work out ways to cooperate against terrorists and other international criminals. The kettle boiled and cut out. I left it for a while. This was getting interesting. I knew that such a meeting would have been unthinkable as recently as 2 years ago, when the two agencies were at each other's throats over their conduct in the investigation and arrest of Aldrich Ames, a spy for Moscow, inside the CIA. I put the file down, threw a tea bag into a cup and poured. The next page dealt with Sarah's group. The unit had scored several successes. British police raided the London home of an Algerian named Rashid Ramda and found links with the armed Islamic group, an Algerian organisation suspected of 7 bombings in France that killed 7 and wounded 180 in 1997. The police also discovered records of money transfers and traced them to bin Laden's headquarters in the Sudan. In Egypt, security officials uncovered a conspiracy by the extremist group Islamic Jihad to assassinate President Hosni Mubarak. It seemed that Sarah's group was investigating evidence that bin Laden helped fund the plot. They also had evidence that bin Laden was the major backer of a camp in Afghanistan called Kunar, which provided training for recruits of Islamic Jihad and the Islamic group, both Egyptian terrorist organizations. This was in addition to the 3 terrorist training camps in northern Sudan, which bin Laden helped to fund and where extremists from Egypt, Algeria and Tunisia received instruction. I threw the tea bag into the sink, added milk, and wandered back to the settee to read some more. Sarah's explanation of events was becoming more convincing as the minutes passed. I sat back down. To track bin Laden's activities, the National Security Agency's eavesdropping satellites were used to listen in on telephone and email conversations throughout the world. CIA analysts were able to determine that in January he had held a meeting with leading members of his network to prepare for a new wave of terrorism. Soon afterwards, he publicly announced his intentions when he issued a fatwa calling on Muslims to kill Americans. I had a drink and held the cup on my chest, slumped on the sofa. American officials are barred by executive order from planning an assassination. But after the fatwa was issued, bin Laden was named in a secret presidential covert action order on terrorism signed by Bill Clinton, which authorized intelligence agencies to plan and carry out covert operations that might lead to death. Such a measure was necessary, the report concluded, for 2 reasons. 1. We believe that bin Laden is planning new terrorist acts against American interests. 2. We believe that the question is not whether bin Laden will strike again, but when. I bent my neck forward and drained the cup. I checked my watch. 30 minutes to go to the RV. I went back into the kitchen and turned on the electric hob, then placed my cup and the 2 files I'd read on the worktop. It was time for file number 3. This one came from an acronym DOSFAM which I didn't recognize. The document discussed the investigation and arrest of several of bin Laden's operators worldwide. The hot plate was red. I saw a smoke alarm on the ceiling and stood on the sink unit to pull out the batteries. Then I touched one of the papers I'd read to the plate. Once it was in flames, I placed it in the sink, put a few more on top and carried on reading. The first few pages detailed those responsible for the World Trade Center bombing. Mohammed Salameh, a Palestinian, and his roommate in a Jersey City apartment, Ramzi Ahmed, an Iraqi who'd fought in Afghanistan and arrived at Kennedy International Airport on a flight from Pakistan in September 1992. After the bombing, he spent most of the next 3 years until his eventual arrest at a guest house called the House of Martyrs in Peshawar, Pakistan, which was owned by bin Laden. On that same flight in 1992 had been Ahmad Ajaj, a Palestinian fresh from Afghanistan whose suitcase was full of bomb-making manuals. Ajaj was convicted in the Trade Center bombing, as was Mahmoud Abu Halima, who raised money for the rebels. Arrested in Egypt, he told his captors that the bombing was planned in Afghanistan by veterans of the jihad. Meeting at a New York mosque, Ramzi Ahmed recruited Mohammed Salameh, Nidal Ayad, and Mahmoud Abu Halima. They helped him buy and mix explosive chemicals in cheap apartments and a rented storage space in Jersey City. Abdul Rahman Yassin, an Iraqi, was also recruited. From time to time I fed the fire in the sink. Halfway down the third page, I found out what DOSFAN stood for. Department of State Foreign Affairs Network, Mid-East Policy Group. The report went on to detail individuals from one particular cell that was under scrutiny, and their names tallied with those Sarah had given me. I finished the last 4 pages and burned them too. I felt as if I'd been speed-reading Tolstoy's War and Peace. I turned the tap on and pressed the button for the waste disposal unit. There was the wailing of metal as it took the black ash. I got a grip on myself and decided it didn't change a thing. All I cared about was Josh's kids. Another thing Sarah had been right about. There was no one to turn to. Josh couldn't be trusted not to approach one of his superiors. Even if his kids didn't go to the ceremony, the others would still be at risk and he'd want to do something about it. I watched the last bit of ash swirl down the hole and turned off the tap and waste disposal. Only 5 minutes left to the RV. I was going to be late, but it wasn't as if she had anywhere else to go. Fuck it. I'd have to get her into the White House without Josh knowing what we were up to. I didn't know quite how I was going to do it. Once again, I felt more bonehead than Bond. I walked into the bookshop after clearing the area. The coffee shop was to the rear, and I spotted Sarah at one of the tables nursing a tall latte. She was dressed much smarter than when I'd last seen her. The baseball cap was gone, and in its place was a grey trouser suit and designer loafers that must have sent her credit card into meltdown. Her facial appearance had been totally changed by a pair of black, rectangular, thick-rimmed glasses. As I approached, she smiled and gave me the hello, so nice to see you RV drill look. I looked surprised and delighted, not that I had to fake it, and she stood up for the lovey kiss on the cheeks. "How are you? It's so good to see you." She voiced her pleasure for the benefit of the people around us. We sat down and I put my nylon bag beside her new leather one and matching briefcase. She noticed my raised eyebrow and said, "Well, I should be looking the part. I am a lawyer, remember?" I smiled and she gazed at me for several seconds before taking a studied sip of her coffee. Then she gave me the smallest of smiles. "Well?" What could I do but nod? "Yep, let's get on with it. But we do it the way I need it to be done, okay?" She nodded back, her smile slowly widening into a victory grin. "I was right, wasn't I?" We left the bookshop and walked along the main street. I told her everything from what Lynn and Elizabeth had said to the attack on the house. I just left the T-104 out of the story and kept the return to the UK in its place. She never asked. I also told her about Kelly, the events that made me her guardian, and where Josh stood in all of this. It would undoubtedly come into any conversation once we met up. We met when we did, okay. The dates and everything will work. You used to work for us as a secretary. She nodded. I said, "We didn't see each other because it was all too complicated." Then we met up again. How long ago was the Syria job? Late 95, about 3.5 years ago. Okay. We met again 4 weeks ago in London, in a pub in Cambridge Street, and we sort of got back together, saw each other. Nothing big time. And this is our first trip together. We've come here because you've never been before, and I like Washington, so we thought, fuck it, let's do it. She cut in. "But I told the kid I'm a lawyer, and I'm working." I didn't like her calling Kelly that, but she was right about the story. Okay. You're in the States to meet a client in New York, and I wanted to show you DC. The rest you can busk. Fine. There's only one problem, Nick. What's that? What's your name? Who are you? I'm Nick Stone. She laughed. You mean that's your real name? Yeah, of course. And then it dawned on me after all the years that we'd known each other, I didn't know her name either. I'd only ever known her as Greenwood. I've shown you mine, you show me yours. She was suddenly a bit sheepish.
Sarah Jarvis Cockley.
It was my turn to laugh. I'd never known anyone with such a fucked-up name. Jarvis Cockley? It was pure Monty Python.
It's a Yorkshire name, she said. My father was born in York.
Stopping at a call booth, I tried Josh's number. It would be pointless travelling there if he hadn't got home yet. He was in, and sounded excited about seeing us both. We got a cab, crossed back over the river, and followed the Jefferson-Davis Highway southwest away from D.C. towards the Pentagon. We didn't talk. There was nothing left to talk about. She told me what the two players looked like while we waited for a cab. It was hardly worth the wait. Neither appeared to have any special features that were likely to make them stick out. From the sound of things, we'd be looking for Bill Gates and Al Gore, only with darker skin. We were both too tired to say any more. It was easier for us to leave each other with our own thoughts and minds centred on how the fuck I was going to do this. She put her arm in mine and squeezed my hand. She knew what I was thinking. I had a feeling she usually did, and somehow that felt good. We approached Arlington National Cemetery. I could see aircraft emerging above the trees on the opposite side of the road as they took off from the National Airport by the river. At least the sun was trying to come out, even if it was in patches through the cloud. I gazed at the row upon row of white tombstones standing in immaculate lines on the impossibly green grass to our right. Heroism in the face of idiocy was an everyday job for me, but it was difficult not to be affected by the sheer scale of death in this place. I knew the Pentagon was just around the corner as the highway gently turned right. The traffic wasn't that bad now. It would be much worse in a few hours, as the staff of the world's biggest office complex headed home. The car parks each side of us were the size of Disneyland's. The Pentagon came into view. It looked just like the Fayetteville Mall, except that the stone was a more depressing colour. We lost sight of it momentarily as we went under a road bridge. One of the supports still bore a crudely painted white swastika. Josh had seen it as a sign of democracy. "The day they clean it off," he once said to me, "is the day no one can speak out." I just saw it as the halfway marker between his house and D.C. "About another 20 minutes, I said. Sarah nodded and kept on staring at the massive stone building. A Chinook helicopter was lifting from the rear of it, the tailgate just closing. I always liked it once the gate closed. It kept the cold out. I'd been to Josh's house many times before while we sorted out Kelly's future. They lived in a suburb called New Alexandria, which was south of Alexandria proper and quite a way southwest of D.C. But people who lived there called it Bellevue, after the district next door. That way, it didn't sound as if they wanted to live in Alexandria, but had been forced to buy a little further away. The nearer your house was to D.C., the bigger your bank balance had to be. Josh's house was on the Bellevue Road overlooking the golf course. As we turned onto it, I gave the taxi driver directions. "Halfway down, mate, on the right." Sarah moved closer to me and leaned to whisper in my ear. "Thank you for believing me, Nick. I'm glad you're here." I knew how lonely she felt. I put my fingers between hers. The golf course was to the left, and facing it were rows of 3-story, brick-built homes that in the UK would be called townhouses. The whole area was green and leafy, and probably a wonderful place for kids to grow up in. I half expected snowflakes to start falling and James Stewart to appear round the corner. "Just behind that black pickup." The Asian driver grunted and pulled in. Parked on the drive outside Josh's was a double-cab Dodge truck with large chrome bumpers and kids' mountain bikes stashed on a rack at the back. A big for sale sign was hanging outside the house. A middle-aged Mexican woman in a cream raincoat emerged from the front door, which was about 10 very worn stone steps above pavement level. She looked at us and smiled, then just carried on past. I looked at Sarah. That must be my new friend. Josh appeared at the door, all smiles, his head and glasses shining as brightly as his teeth. He was wearing a grey sweatshirt tucked into belted grey cargo fatigue trousers and a pair of walking boots. As he came down towards us, he was still grinning away, but concentrated more on getting a good view of Sarah through the sun bouncing off the taxi windows. He opened the door for me, and I stepped out after paying off the driver, who took my money with another grunt. We shook hands, and he reminded me that he had the strongest grip of anyone I knew. He said, "Great to see you, man. I didn't think we'd link up again so soon." He lowered his voice. "How did the job go?" "Not too bad, mate. It took a day, that was all." It was good to see him. He released my hand, and I pumped it, trying to get some blood back. Sarah came round the front of the taxi between the two vehicles. I held my hand out towards her. "Josh, meet Sarah." "Hi, Sarah." He shook her hand, and I saw her reaction to his grip.
"Nice to meet you, Josh. Nick has told me a lot about you."
She must have been reading too many books. Whoever says that in real life? Josh just gave her his biggest smile. "I don't know what he said, but when we get inside, I'll tell you the truth." He ushered us up the steps and through his front door. The first thing Sarah asked for was the bathroom. Josh pointed up the stairs. "First on the left." As an afterthought, he called after her, "We're going into the living room, so you make as much noise as you want." That was something I'd forgotten to warn her about. Josh didn't change his sense of humour for anybody. I wondered if that was one of the reasons his wife had eloped with a tree-hugging yoga teacher. The holiday cases were still in the hallway. "Where are the kids?" I asked as we walked past them. "Jet lag is not an option with kids. It's rehearsal time in D.C., man. The big day is tomorrow." I wasn't going to pursue the subject. It made me feel too much of a lowlife, and besides, it was too early to hit him with the real reason I was here. "Of course they are. I hope they have a good time." The house hadn't changed at all. The flowery three-piece suite and the thick green shag pile carpet was still in place. The pictures were the same, and you couldn't move for them. Josh as a soldier, Josh becoming a member of Special Forces, Josh and the kids, Josh and Jerry, the kids, all that sort of stuff, plus all those horrible school photographs. Rows of gappy-toothed kids in uniform with that really stupid grin that they only do when there's a camera pointing at them. He closed the door and said, "So, my friend, how does it all square with Sarah? What does she know?" I stepped closer to him. "All she knows is that Kelly's family were killed and I'm now her guardian. She knows what Kev did and how I knew him. You're the other executor of the will. That's how we became friends. She thinks I work for a private security firm. We haven't got down to details yet." He nodded. That was more or less all he knew about me anyway. "Cool. Now, a couple of details to get out of the way, mate. Do I get Maria to make up one bed or two?" It had always sounded really funny to me when Americans said mate, because of the accent. The word sounds like it should only come out of Antipodeans or Brits, but Josh had gone into the Brit way of speaking with me. Either that, or he'd been taking the piss all this time. It was a good question, and I had to make the answer sound convincing. I smiled. "One, of course." "All right." A big conspiratorial grin lit up his face. We both sat down, him on a chair, me on the settee. Next important question, how is Kelly? She get to her grandparents okay? She's fine. Yes, everything went okay. I spoke to her today. She's missing you and the crew. I think you'll be getting a thank you card from her soon. The small talk was already killing me. Normally I would chat happily about that sort of shit. It was what our relationship was all about. But at the moment, all I could think about was the fact that I was about to fuck him over big time, even though I knew it was the right thing. The door opened and Sarah came in. Josh stood up. Anyone for a brew? I laughed. To Americans, a brew means a beer. I'd once been with Josh and had said, "Do you fancy a brew?" He looked at me as if I should be certified. 1, we were driving. 2, we were looking after kids. And 3, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. It had been a bit of a standing joke ever since. Sarah was out of this one. She sort of smiled to look as though she got it, but she probably wasn't used to being offered a brew at embassy cocktail parties, and it certainly wasn't going to be a big thing.
Crisis 4, Disc 12.
Sarah walked back in, probably having listened behind the door the whole time. I gave her a big smile as she sat down. Josh says we might be able to get in tomorrow before we go back to New York. He's going to see what he can do. She gave him the sort of look that would have made a blind man's heart beat faster. His face lit up. Hey, you know what? I have a neat idea. If I can't take you in myself, I could probably get you onto one of the tours. You could always come back and go round with me another time. Sarah carried on looking excited, but I knew that she'd be flapping inside. Josh continued. I could organize tickets for you both without much trouble. You won't see the bowling alley or the pool, just the main building reception rooms, but hey, he looked straight at Sarah. The important thing is you get to see the state dining room, and that's the only part left that Jackie O furnished. It's the room in the picture you showed me. Sarah reached across and touched his hand. I could see she wished she'd never mentioned the woman. Thank you. That would be great. I just hope that we'll be able to do it with you. It would be much more fun. Josh just about melted. Yeah, I know what you mean. It would be kind of cool to show you around. I promise I'll call in the morning. That's all I can do, man. It's going to happen, believe me, I said to Sarah. I told him if it didn't, I'd tell the White House about the rubber duck. The what? Josh looked at me with an embarrassed smile. I said, there's this yellow rubber duck that gets passed around all the different sections in the Secret Service. And the unit. She cut in. The unit? She was well aware of what I was referring to, but she knew Josh would expect her not to be. Delta Force, I explained. Sort of the American SAS. Anyway, the big thing is to have a picture taken with the duck in the most unusual places. Josh's task was to get photos taken in the White House, so he had one of it floating in the president's toilet in the private apartments. And he even managed one on the desk in the Oval Office. Josh yawned politely and started rising to his feet. On that happy note, as we said our good nights, Sarah picked up the Kennedy book and put it under her arm, and we all trundled up the stairs. At the top landing, Josh went left to check on his kids. Through their open doors, I could see nightlights glowing below a poster of a basketball hero and a big picture of their mother. Duvets and toys were strewn everywhere. Our bedroom was further along to the right. It was exactly what might be expected of a spare room in one of these houses. Very clean and new-looking, with a polished wax pine bed with shiny nuts and bolts showing either side. I got the feeling the design choices had been Jerry's, not Josh's, because it was all matching flowery curtains, pillowcases and duvet covers. If anything good was to come of Jerry leaving, it was that Josh could sort out the decor in the next house. The bed was made up with one corner of the duvet pulled back invitingly. Maria had done such a professional job that I half expected to see a note with tomorrow's temperature and a chocolate on the pillow. I closed the door behind us, and right away Sarah was into her bag. She picked up her weapon and mag and went into the ensuite, leaving the door ajar. I watched as she loaded it by pulling back the top slide, placing a round in the chamber and letting the action go forward under control to cut out any noise. Then, just pushing the last 2 millimeters into place against the round. She then pushed the magazine in quietly until there was a click. I laughed. "You expecting a rough night?" She turned and smiled, then checked safety. I got up and joined her in the bathroom. Sarah turned on the tap in the basin and started to clean her teeth. The danger with whispering is that you can make an even louder noise by doing it incorrectly than you would by talking. I leaned into her ear and said, "If he does get us in, then no matter what, we don't harm him. Okay? We don't harm him or anyone else. Have you got that?" She nodded as she spat out toothpaste. I said, "We're all on the same side here. If we get caught or even challenged, we don't fight back. Nobody gets killed, and we don't take weapons, okay? They stay in the bags. The security would be so tight we'd never be able to get them in. Anyway, we don't need them." She rinsed her teeth, turned, and nodded her agreement, offering me the toothbrush. "Thanks." Our eyes met, then she smiled and went into the bedroom. I watched her undress as I brushed my teeth. She laid her clothes neatly over the chair, and when she was completely naked, she started taking off the price tags from the new lace underwear she bought to wear the next day. As ever, she wasn't shy about her body. But I sensed this was different from her performance in the motel. That was business, whilst this was... well, whatever it was, it felt good. I watched her in the glow of the bedside light. Digging into her bag again, she took out a new shirt, unwrapped it and put it on the chair. Then she looked up at me and smiled. I finished my teeth as she came back in, and we swapped rooms again. As the bathroom door closed, I sat on the bed and started to pull my clothes off, thinking about the prospects for tomorrow. I could hear Josh opening and closing doors somewhere along the corridor, checking on the kids again, I guessed, or locking up, or whatever he did at this time of night. The toilet flushed, and after a while Sarah appeared. She pulled back the duvet and climbed in beside me. I smelled toothpaste on her breath and soap on her skin. Her leg touched mine. I wasn't sure how accidentally. Her skin felt cool and smooth. We both lay there thinking our own thoughts. I wondered whether her thoughts were anything like mine. After a while she turned to me. "What are you going to do after this, Nick? After you've left the service, I mean." It was something I had always tried not to give any thought to. I shrugged. "I dunno. I never think that far, Red. Never have. Tomorrow night, that's far enough. And I hope I'll be celebrating that we're all still alive." "I don't think I'll stay in," she said. "I'll probably do what everybody else does. Get married, have children, all that sort of stuff. I sometimes wish I had a child." She lifted herself up on one elbow and looked into my eyes. "Does that sound crazy?" I shook my head. "Not since I've had Kelly." "You're very lucky." She moved her face closer and I could feel her breath on my neck. "Maybe I'll write my memoirs." She brushed my face with her hand. But where could I possibly start the story? She paused, her eyes shining. And what would I say about you? I smiled. Not easy. Fuck. If she carried on like this, I'd go to pieces and tell her I was in love with her or some shit like that. I couldn't handle it at all. Her lips brushed against my forehead too lightly for it to be a kiss, then moved down to my cheek. I turned my head and my mouth met hers. I closed my eyes and could feel her body half on top of mine, her hair brushing my face. Her kiss was long, gentle, and caring, then suddenly more urgent. She pressed her body hard against mine. Chapter 25. I was woken by the screams of 200 kids, or at least that was what it sounded like. I kept my eyes closed and listened to the din. Maria had arrived and was trying to shush and organize them, and in doing so she was stirring things up even more. A herd of elephants went downstairs, followed by Mexican commands to "put on clean sock" as she went past our door. I opened my eyes and looked at Baby G. It was 6:58. I yawned, turned, and saw Sarah. She was sitting up, flicking through the Jackie O book. I muttered, "What was that you were saying about children last night?" Eyes firmly fixed on the page, she nodded, not listening. I hoped this wasn't going to be one of those terrible mornings after, when both of us desperately wished we were somewhere else and neither of us could bring ourselves to be the first to go for eye contact. I hoped not, because I knew it would only be that way for me, if it was for her.
"Time spent on reconnaissance is seldom wasted, Nick," she said, glancing at me and smiling. Things were looking up. I propped myself up and checked the scabs on my arm. They were sealing up okay. The bruising was now very dark and swollen. I moved closer and looked at the book. It was mostly about the decor of each of the main rooms that Jackie O had changed in the 1960s. The useful stuff was at the back in an appendix. Floor plans of both wings, west and east, plus the executive mansion in between. There was no way of telling if the layout was still the same, but that was all we had, apart from my memory of Josh's guided tour. I looked up to read her eyes, and they told me she was already walking into the White House press room. Her work cassette was in. I threw off the duvet and headed for the shower. I came back 10 minutes later, drying my hair with a towel, to find her already dressed apart from her jacket and shoes. "Let's go down and find out what's happening. I'll shower later."
She waited while I threw on my clothes and followed her. Armageddon was well underway in the dining room. Spoons crashed into cereal bowls, chairs scraped on the wooden floor, the toaster popped. Maria tutted and fussed. In amongst all this, the kids were practicing their songs. The problem was, they were all in different time. It sounded like cats on heat. I tried to remind myself that this was a celebration of peace rather than a declaration of war. Josh had his back to me doing some magic act with lunchboxes. He looked like a TV chef cooking 10 things at once, wrapping sandwiches in cling film, washing apples, throwing in handfuls of cheese snacks. He was wearing navy blue suit trousers and a freshly ironed white shirt. I could see his white T-shirt underneath and the dark skin of his arms. I couldn't wait to see his tie. The thing that worried me was that he had a light brown pancake holster just behind his right hip and a double mag carrier on his left. I just hoped he didn't end up having to use what would be going in there on us two. I checked with Sarah. She'd clocked his gear too. Josh didn't even look round as I came in. He just called out, "Morning! Coffee's in the machine over to the left." I could see the percolator bubbling away. "Bagels are by the toaster. Can't stop. Got to get these ready before Puff Daddy and his backing crew here are picked up for their gig. I went over and split some of the pre-cut bagels, putting a couple in the toaster as Sarah poured some coffee. We put on a good show, as if I knew that she liked nothing better than toasted bagels for breakfast and didn't even have to ask, and she knew exactly how I liked my coffee. She asked Josh if he wanted some, and he looked up from the lunchboxes for a second, nodded, and smiled. She poured.
"So what are our chances, Josh?"
He had his back to us again, jamming too much food into a Little Mermaid lunchbox. "I was going to give them a call at the top of the hour," he said, "just after the shift change." He finished loading up the Little Mermaid and glanced at his watch. "Tell you what, let's see if I can get a hold of the guy now." He walked over to the wall telephone and dialed, hooked the receiver with about a 10-foot lead between his shoulder and ear, then walked back to put the lunchboxes into the kids' day sacks. He had sold out. His tie was just plain old blue. He saw me looking at it in disgust, annoyed that there was nothing I could take the piss out of. He grinned back at me. The day sacks were made of clear plastic, the only sort of bag that could be taken into some American schools now because the kids had to show they only held books and lunchboxes and not guns. I imagined that White House security would have thought them a good idea too. I could hear cartoons on the TV next door. That worried me. It meant they'd finished breakfast and were killing time. In this house there was never any TV while there were meals to be eaten or work to be done. I looked at my watch. It was 7:32. He got an answer. "Yo, it's Josh." There was a gap. "Yeah, absolutely fine. I'll be there today anyway to watch my kids. We can talk then." They spun more work shit for a while and had an in-joke about their president. The toaster popped up. I picked up the bagels and went to the fridge, digging out some spread. Sarah's eyes followed me as she crossed to sit at the kitchen table. She looked like a student waiting for her finals results. I deliberately didn't look at Josh. If he turned, I didn't want any eye-to-eye. Our unconscious bubbles away inside, and mostly we manage never to let people see in. The only place they can is our eyes. I'd spent most of my life controlling it, but Josh knew the score. He'd been there too. I just concentrated hard on the bagel as I spread and listened. He finished waffling and got down to business. "Who's the shift coordinator today?" "Ah, right. Is Davy boy in?" He sounded pleased. I walked across the kitchen and sat next to Sarah. She had her hands round her mug, just sipping slowly, taking fantastic interest in the coffee's molecular structure. Josh was still gobbing off on the phone with his back to us and zipping up the day sacks. Once he'd done that, he walked over to us and dumped them on the table, still waffling. "I've got 2 really good friends here, over from the UK, and I want to bring them in for a visit. What do you say, bud?" He smiled at whatever was being said at the other end. "Yeah, today." "Yeah, I know, but it's their only chance, man." "Yeah, that's okay." He looked at his watch, placed his thumb on the cutout, looked at us and said, "Call back in 30. Both of us managed a genuine look of happiness, but I was bluffing big time. We had a problem if the kids left before we got the okay for the visit. I checked my watch again. It was now 7:39. Josh smiled too, feeling good about himself as he sat down at the table with his coffee. Sarah sounded excited.
"I'll go and get ready then. See you both soon."
She gave my shoulder a loving squeeze and disappeared. Josh checked the kitchen. His jobs were done. We drank coffee in silence. He ate a bagel and listened to Maria still shouting at the kids in the next room. I said, "When do the kids leave, Josh? It's a bit early for a 1 o'clock start, isn't it?" About 8. A school bus will pick them up and take them downtown. Dress rehearsals, man. I'll be glad when this is all over. This quilt business seems to have taken over my life. I nodded. I knew exactly what he meant. I tried to fill the silence. "What's the dress code?" I said. "I don't want to let you down." "Hey, no problem, man. I just gotta look good. It's my job." We continued to drink our brews and gob off. I asked if I could borrow one of his ties. He was about to clip me over the head when a shout came from the dining room. "Daddy! Daddy!" There was some whinging going on, and Maria was just about to go ballistic. He got up. "Back in 5. He went out with a smile on his face. Mine dropped. I checked again. 7:45. 15 minutes till the kids left, but closer to 25 before we got the go or no-go for the visit. Not good. I needed the kids here just in case we had a no-go, otherwise Plan B wouldn't work. Time to get my finger out of my arse and get in gear. I put my coffee down and went upstairs. Sarah's shower was running and she was standing naked by the curtain just about to step in. I said nothing but went to my bag and pulled out the 9mm, checked chamber and put the safety on. She came over to me, putting her mouth right against my ear as she asked what was happening. I placed the weapon in the waistband of my jeans and pulled out my shirt to cover it. The kids could be leaving before Josh gets the go or no-go. She leaned over the chair, got her clothes, and started to dress, muttering, "Shit, shit, shit." "You wait here and stand by. If I have to go for it, you're here. If so, get down to me and be quick about it. Remember, don't kill him, okay? Do you remember what to do?" She nodded as she tucked her shirt into her trousers. I still wanted to run through it with her. We couldn't afford to fuck up now. "If it's a no-go, I'll hold them here, and you will have to go with Josh on your own. Can you handle that?" She nodded again without looking up. "Good. Remember, he will do whatever you say if the kids are hostages. Make sure you keep reminding him about his kids." This time she stopped dressing and looked up at me. "Good luck," I said quietly. She smiled. "And you?" Checking my shirt, I went downstairs, leaving Sarah as she checked that there was a round in the chamber, ready to go. The bags had gone from the kitchen, but kid-type noise was still coming from the TV room. Josh came back in from giving them their day sacks. "What's the score up there, then, eh?" He jerked his head to indicate upstairs. "Is it serious?" "I think so, mate. I hope so." He had a big smile on his face. "She's magic, man. She'd make my head spin." "Tell me about it." I sat down to finish my coffee with a sly check of Baby G. It was 7:57. 3 minutes and the kids could be leaving, still over 10 before the call. Dakota came into the kitchen very excited about the day's program.
"Hi, Nick. Are you and Sarah hanging out with Daddy today so you can see us sing? It's going to be so cool."
Josh tried to calm her down. "Wow, chill. We don't know yet. We're waiting on a call. You better say goodbye to Nick now, just in case." With that, he went back into the TV room to usher the others into the kitchen. Dakota came over and gave me a hug. It must have felt as strange for her as it did for me. I was holding back. I didn't want her to feel the weapon. "If I don't see you this afternoon, I'll call you all soon. With Kelly, okay?" By now the others were coming through, more interested in what they were missing on the TV than in saying goodbye. Josh was getting them organized. "All go upstairs and say goodbye to Sarah. Holler through the door if she's in the shower. Off they scrambled. I heard their shouts and hers in return. Josh was on the doorstep with Maria. It looked as if she was finished until this afternoon. Good. One less to worry about. It was 8 o'clock. Things could start getting scary soon. I made sure my work cassette was in and stayed there. At least Josh's holster wasn't full yet. It never was with the kids around. I heard the hiss of air brakes outside. "The bus is here, kids. Let's go." There was a thumping on the staircase and one in my heart as I walked into the hall to stop them, hand now reaching under my shirt. They saw me.
"Bye, Nick. See you this afternoon."
The phone rang, and Josh came past me back into the kitchen, sounding exasperated. "Come on, kids, get your bags. Bus is waiting." Through the open kitchen door, I saw him answer the phone. I was standing in their way as they were about to turn left towards the door that led from the hallway into the TV room. I put my hand around the pistol grip. I knew it would work. People don't fuck about when it comes to their children. Sarah was at the top of the stairs, weapon strong, 5 steps behind. The worst scenario I could imagine couldn't be stopped now. She was walking down the stairs, pistol behind her in case one of the children looked back. I slowed the herd. Hey, don't go yet. I think your dad wants you all in the kitchen. He's finding out if Sarah and I are coming to see you all sing today." They turned left through the door to their dad. I had eye to eye with Sarah. She was nearing the bottom of the stairs and was placing her weapon in her trouser band. "Remember what I said." She nodded as we both went into the kitchen with the last of the kids. He got to the end of his call and the kids were all over him, wanting to know. "Right, we're on at 10, he beamed. The kids cheered and we both cheered with them. "Well done." I had a big smile on my face. "Thanks a lot, mate. Brilliant." He remembered the bus. "What are you guys doing here? Go, go!" He shooed them out towards the front door. I heard the hiss of the bus's air brakes and the chug of diesel as it dragged itself down the road. Josh came back into the kitchen and collapsed onto a chair with a loud sigh, pouring himself some more coffee as he looked up at Sarah. "Come back, Jerry, all is forgiven." He looked at me. "Great news, huh? To tell you the truth, I'm quite looking forward to it myself." Sarah laughed, more out of relief than anything else. "Say, do you guys have a camera?" We didn't. "No problem. We can pick one up from a store. I'm quite looking forward to going downtown. I miss working the team, man." He took another slug of coffee. "This job is driving me crazy, know what I'm saying? I've got to get back on ops." Tilting his head back, he killed the coffee. "I'm going to make a call to arrange parking. It's a nightmare up there." Sarah stood up. "I'll finish getting ready and pack." I followed her out to the stairs and passed over my weapon. "In the bags." I was back at the coffee percolator as Josh finished his call. I motioned to see if he wanted more, and he nodded. The phone went back on the wall, and he came to the table. I took a seat beside him. "We'll just have to wait now while she puts her face on." He smiled as he unfolded the newspaper. I started to flap as the Washington Post was laid out on the tabletop, but the chances of the story still being in there after 3 days were pretty slim, especially given the amount of column inches devoted to events at the White House. "Anything interesting?" "Hell no, just the normal shit." He turned the paper around to show me the front page. Pictures of Netanyahu and Arafat in town yesterday. The subject was a bit too close to home for me at the moment. He turned the paper back as I asked, "What do you think, mate? Think it will work? You know, the peace deal?" He started to give his views on the summit, not that I was listening, but I wanted him to talk, which was why I'd asked the question in the first place. The more he was gobbing off, the more I could just sit there and nod and agree or throw in the odd question, but at the same time get myself revved up for the job. I was in my own little world, so relieved the call had brought good news. I heard Sarah coming down the stairs. It brought me back to the real world. He was now honking about all the roadworks and the DC traffic as Sarah came into the room with our bags and my jacket. She may not have had time for a shower, but she'd made up for it with eyeliner and lip gloss. Josh stood up, looking at his watch. "Okay, let's saddle up." I picked up our 2 bags while Josh ran upstairs. He didn't say why, but we both knew that it was to fetch his weapon. Chapter 26. A bleep came from the pickup and the lights flashed. Josh jumped into the cab and Sarah and I went round to the passenger side. As I opened the door, a toy racing car fell out. Crayons, a colouring sheet from McDonald's and other kids' crap littered the footwell. I put our bags in the back. Our weapons were inside now and would stay there. Sarah picked up the toy from the sidewalk and climbed in. I followed. There was room enough for 3 in the front seat. The morning sky was still overcast, but bright when the sun came out between the clouds. I had to squint as I looked through the windscreen. A pair of mirrored sunglasses were hanging by their cord from the rear-view mirror. Josh put them on over his shiny head and fired up the ignition. The engine gave a big 4-litre growl, and out we backed, the antenna automatically starting to rise. The radio came on, and to my surprise it was a woman talking about the place of Jesus in today's world. Josh looked at me, obviously feeling that my unasked question needed an answer. "Christian channel," he said, not at all defensively. "A couple of guys got me into listening. It's been a help. I've even started going to a few meetings with them." I said, "That's good, Josh," and wondered if his Bible studies had got as far as Judas yet. We headed north, back along the route by which the taxi had brought us. Josh chatted about how long it had been since he'd been to the White House and what he missed about working there. The thing he didn't miss, he said, as we gradually crawled our way to D.C., was the traffic. He hated it. As if we didn't know by now. Sarah saw a filling station coming up and reminded Josh to stop for a one-shot camera. 25 minutes after leaving the house, we were back on the Jefferson Davis Highway approaching the Pentagon. Instead of passing it, however, we took a right onto a bridge that took us across the Potomac. Josh became the tourist guide. "Left, that's the Jefferson Memorial, and further over is the Lincoln Memorial." "Sarah, you've got to get Nick to take you to the reflecting pool at sunset. It's real romantic, just like the movies." We had plenty of time to admire the view as the traffic was backed up from halfway over the bridge. Eventually we started heading north on 14th Street, bisecting the vast stretch of grass that is the National Mall, running from the Capitol building all the way down the Lincoln Memorial by the Potomac. Once over the Mall, we made a few turns. Josh said, "Here we are, where all the dirty deeds are done." We drove past the target, leaving it to our left. "We have to go round because of the one-way system, but that's cool. You get to see it from all sides." Once we'd done a circuit anti-clockwise, we landed up on 17th Street. The front of the White House faced north, sandwiched between 2 gardens. Lafayette Park, which was part of the pedestrian area in the front now that Pennsylvania Avenue was closed to traffic, and, at the rear, backing onto the National Mall, the Ellipse, a large area of green that looked as if it had become a giant car park for government permit holders. The White House was flanked to the west by the old executive office and to the east by the Treasury Department. Each of the two buildings had an access road between it and the White House, but both were closed to traffic. West Executive Avenue was closed off to pedestrians as well, but East Executive Avenue wasn't, to allow the public entry through the east wing of the White House. We turned left and slowed down. Rows of cars were parked on the grass of the ellipse, and in amongst them was a line of about a dozen yellow school buses. Josh indicated again. The road had originally bent round away from the White House, but had since been blocked off to create yet another car park. We passed the gates to West Executive Avenue and stopped on the corner of State Place. Josh opened the window and put his hand out. "Yo!" He got a nod from a man dressed in a grey, single-breasted suit and what looked like a reddish tie. He'd been standing by the gates and started to amble towards us. "Davy boy, long time." "Yo, Josh, good to see you." Sarah and I looked at each other as they exchanged greetings. She had the same concern as I did. Was this guy going to stay with us? "How goes it, Davy? Get a place for me?" Davy continued towards the wagon. I could see his tie now, lots of small Dalmatians on a red background. "Hey, you know what? Just park in the West Exec duty pool." As we got out of the vehicle, Josh clapped Davy enthusiastically across the shoulders. "Come here, let me introduce you to my friends from the UK. This is Sarah." They shook hands. "And this is Nick." We pressed the flesh. "Hey, good to see you. Welcome." Davy was in his mid-30s and very open and friendly. He was also tall, fit, good-looking, and had all his own teeth, white and perfect. If he hadn't been in the Secret Service, a great career would have beckoned as the Diet Coke man. Davy had everything arranged. "I'll take you guys to the gatehouse, get you an ID pass each, and take you in. As you know, it's kind of busy today, but we'll do what we can for you." Sarah and I gushed our thanks as we started to walk off with him. Josh cut in from behind us. "See you folks in a few." I heard his door close and the wagon start to move. Davy did all the small talk. "Take long to get here?" I looked at my watch. It was 10:16. "No, not really. Just over an hour." "That's good. Was he complaining about the traffic?" He did nothing but moan. Davy boy liked that one. It seemed that nothing had changed with his old workmate. Josh's black Dodge passed us on the way to the gates that would let him into West Executive Avenue. We were going there as well, but via the security gatehouse. Josh stopped at the big black iron gates, which opened automatically for him. The gatehouse was to the left, with a turnstile and airport-style metal detector. From a distance, it had looked as if it was made of white PVC and glass like a conservatory. As we got nearer, I could see that it wasn't. The white paint covered steel, and the glass was so thick I could only just make out movement inside. As the gates closed behind him, I could see Josh parking in line, nose into the pavement, about 50 metres up on the left-hand side. There was a big round of applause to my right, and the roar of excited children's voices coming from a huge marquee which had been erected in the rear White House gardens. Davy grinned. "There are about 200 of them in there. Been practicing all morning." He screwed up his face as the applause continued. "At least they think they're good." I could see more clearly into the gatehouse now that we'd gone through the fence, turned right, and was standing by the metal detector. Just beyond that was the turnstile. 2 bodies were inside the gatehouse. The door opened and one of them came out. An electric buzz came from the turnstile as Josh came through to join us. The guard was white and in his 40s. His Secret Service uniform was a very sharply pressed white shirt, a black tie, black trousers, with a yellow stripe and black patent leather belt kit. holding a semi-automatic pistol and spare mags. He couldn't wait to have a go at Josh.
"Things must be getting desperate round here if they're bringing you back."
Josh laughed. He'd obviously had this for years from this guy because he gave him the finger as he replied, "I've been sent to get rid of all the dead wood, so you better watch out, lard-ass." Everybody contributed to the banter as the fat one slapped his stomach. Sarah and I were the gooseberries in this, so we just kept our mouths shut and concentrated on looking awestruck at standing so close to the official residence of the most powerful man on earth. I could see that Lard-ass and a younger black guy who was still inside the gatehouse were also responsible for manning a bank of TV monitors and radios. Davy got hold of a clipboard and went through the signing-in procedure.
"Nick, surname, please."
"Stone." Being with Josh, there was no option but to reply truthfully.
"Okay, S-T-O-N-E.
There was a few seconds' pause as he finished writing.
"And Sarah?"
"Darnley."
He frowned, and she spelled it for him as she wiped her new glasses with a tissue from her pocket.
"Okay, if you can just sign here and here for me, please."
The first signature was for the ID card, the second for the entry log. Josh then signed himself in as well. Davy gave the clipboard back to the guard, who handed Sarah and me each an ID card. Lard-ass smiled at Sarah as he passed her card over.
"You're not going to let these two losers show you around, are you?"
"I guess I'm stuck with them for now."
He smiled and shook his head.
"The only place these two know is the canteen. You'll just be eating donuts and drinking coffee all day, and look what that did for me."
He looked down at his belly. We joined in the laughter. Mine was out of sheer relief at getting even this far. It appeared that we weren't quite in the good lads club because we didn't have our cards on nylon straps. We had clips with a black V on a white background, not for visitor, but volunteer. It must have been part of the deal, today being busy. No visitors. It seemed Davy and Josh had made a real effort for us. I hated that. It made me feel even more guilty, but I'd live. At least I hoped I would. Our IDs looked quite different from the ones Davy and Josh were wearing. Theirs had a blue edge surrounding their pictures and some red markings underneath. We clipped ours onto our jackets, and Davy clapped and rubbed his hands together.
"Okay, people, let's do this thing."
He walked around the detector and waited with Josh as we walked through it. As we all went through the turnstile, I didn't know which feeling inside me was stronger. Elation at getting past the first hurdle, or concern that I was now fenced in and the clock was ticking. We walked north along West Exec Avenue. We weren't inside the actual grounds yet, as the iron fencing that stretched away from the gate divided the White House from the road. We seemed to be aiming for an entrance about 50 metres further up, which opened onto the front White House lawn. Looking through into the gardens, I could see the rear of the main building and the marquee. A member of the emergency response team was standing under a tree, talking into his radio as he watched the road, and us. He really looked the business. He was dressed from head to foot in black coveralls, black belt kit, body armour and boots. He had a baseball cap with ERT on the front, and a pager that was hooked onto the leg strapping that went round his thigh to keep his pistol and holster in place. It looked as if his main weapon, probably an MP5, was covered by a black nylon support across his chest. Josh took a back seat as Davy started to give us the brief while we continued towards the gate.
"Regardless of what people think, this place is basically just an office complex. Over to the left-hand side..."
We looked over at the old exec building in perfect unison like a group of Japanese tourists.
"That's where the VP's office is. And that's also the Indian Treaty Room. It's a fantastic site. I'll try and get you in there later on, especially if our little tour of the other side of the fence is cut short."
We carried on up the road between the two buildings, basically just listening to Davy Boy. The more you listen, the less you have to say, and the less you can fuck up, and the more time you can spend looking for anyone who looks remotely like a dark-skinned Al Gore or Bill Gates. Walking purposefully between the two buildings via the gate were men in conservative suits and women in identical two-pieces, each with an ID card dangling on a nylon cord. Television and power cables snaked across the tarmac, and at the top of the road where it met Pennsylvania Avenue, satellite trucks were jammed onto every available square inch of space. As we got to within 10 meters or so of the gate, I saw Monica Beach in front of me, on the White House side of the fence. I looked at Sarah. She'd seen it too. Multicolored umbrellas were pitched high to keep the light out of the camera lenses. Spotlights were rigged up for the reporters to look good in front of the cameras, and there were yet more power cables. They seemed to have a life of their own. The whole place looked like a Hollywood location. Behind Monica Beach, I could see another gatehouse, which I guessed was the press entrance point from Pennsylvania Avenue. Throngs of people with videos and cameras jostled against the railings to get a good shot of the building. They seemed to be photographing everything that moved, maybe in the hope of capturing some celebrity to show the folks back home. If this all went to rat shit in a few hours' time, I guess the police would be appealing for them to hand in their footage. Davy continued to give us the general picture as we stood at the gate. There was a bit of a bottleneck as ERT and the uniformed Secret Service security scrutinized the IDs of everybody who was waiting to go through.
The White House can be broken down into 3 main parts. The East Wing, he pointed to the far side of the main house. We looked, but I was more intent on scanning the faces of the news crews that were walking from the building up to the beach. Then, in the middle, the Executive Mansion. That's the part you always see in newsreels. As you can see, just outside on the lawn is where the ceremony will take place. The kids will be doing their thing in front of the stage. Arranged on the stage were a couple of rows of chairs and 2 lecterns emblazoned with the presidential seal. The flags of Israel, Palestine, and the United States were being unfurled on flagpoles. The scene looked idyllic. Sarah was watching the hordes of tourists poking their video cameras through the fence.
"Isn't it dangerous to be so exposed to the road?"
Davy shook his head.
No, they'll close off Penn Ave soon.
He pointed to our side of the Executive Mansion.
This here is the West Wing, used mainly for administration and press briefings, as you can see.
He nodded over to the TV crews behind us. We turned, and it gave both of us an opportunity to have a good look at the personnel. I couldn't see anyone who looked remotely like our targets. In any case, these guys were technicians sorting out camera gear, not reporters. We just had to get back to playing the tourist.
The Oval Office is in the West Wing and not in the Executive Mansion,
Davy went on.
That's why these guys, he pointed at the crowd by the fence, never get to see him. They're always looking at the wrong place and from the wrong side. The Oval Office overlooks where all the kids are at the moment.
Still we waited, shuffling forward towards the security. Now and again, Josh and Davy waved at somebody they recognized. We moved out of the way so that a group of sharply dressed men and women could come through the gate onto the road. One of the women recognized Josh.
"Well, Mr. D'Souza, what brings you to town?"
Josh stepped to one side with a larger-than-normal smile on his face. "I thought I'd just drop in and say hey." We stood and waited for a few seconds so that he could finish his conversation. I could hear him talking about his kids being part of the ceremony. Sarah suddenly remembered something.
"Oh, no, the camera! I've left it in the car."
Josh heard and turned his head.
"Hey, no problem. I'll open the truck."
Sarah didn't want to mess up the conversation.
"That's okay. I'll do it."
She held out her hand for the keys, and Josh presented them. I'd forgotten it too. We were going to need it, as we were tourists on a once-in-a-lifetime trip. Josh looked at me as if I was a mophead.
"We know now who's the one with the smarts."
Then he turned back to his conversation. We waited until Sarah ran back to us with the camera in her hand, and Davy continued the tour.
Come on, I'll show you something that you see on the news every day.
Following yet more power cables, we were walking along the pathway that led from the gate to the front of the east wing. We went down a few steps and passed a door with a small white semicircular canopy.
Crisis 4, Disc 13.
Chapter 27. As we pushed our way through the fire doors, I could see maybe 25 or 30 metres of white painted corridor in front of me, each side of which were white wooden doors slightly inset into the walls. The whole area had a functional feel. It was lit by strip lighting, with secondary lighting boxes positioned at key points in case of power failure or fire. The same cookhouse and polish smell hung in the air. There was no activity down here at all. Our footsteps squeaked on the tiles and echoed along the corridor. We came to a pile of cardboard boxes and bulging bin liners stacked against the wall.
It's just like any other house,
Davy said.
All the junk goes into the basement.
We passed several of the white doors and came to a grey metal one with a slowly flashing red bulb above it. Davy pointed up.
Let's see who is in.
He swiped his ID card through a security lock and said,
Welcome to Crisis 4.
He opened the door and gestured us in. I followed Sarah into a darkened room which contained a bank of at least 20 closed-circuit television screens set into the wall in banks of 3. Each carried a different picture with a time code bar at the bottom ticking away the milliseconds. The coloured views were of large, richly decorated rooms and hundreds of metres of corridors and colonnades. On a desktop that ran the whole length of the console, illuminated by small downlighters, were banks of telephones, microphones and clipboards. I went in and moved to one side so that Josh could follow. The temperature was cooler in here. I could hear the air conditioning humming gently above me. Lined up in front of the bank of screens were 4 office chairs on casters. The sole occupant of the room was sitting on one of them, dressed in ERT black, his baseball cap illuminated by the screens as he mumbled into one of the phones. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes were glued to the screens. I could see the light from them reflecting off her face. The phone went down and Josh called out,
Yo, Top Cat, how goes it?
TC spun round in his chair and raised both arms.
Hey, you fella. I'm good. It's been a while.
He was white and looked in his mid-30s with a very smart, well-trimmed moustache. They shook hands and Josh introduced us.
This is Nick and this is Sarah. They're from the UK. Friends of mine. This is TC.
We both walked over to him and he stood up to shake hands. His chin already had shadow and he looked as if he needed 5 or 6 shaves a day. Either that or he'd been on duty all night. He was maybe about 5'6", with short dark brown hair under his black cap. TC's firm grip contrasted with his very soft southern accent, but both oozed confidence.
What have you seen so far?
Josh has been showing us what happened the last time the Brits were down here. Sarah had a question to ask Davy.
Do you think it would be possible to see the state dining room? It's just that I'm a big fan of Jackie O and...
Davy looked at TC, who shrugged apologetically.
I'm sorry to have to tell you folks that no one can go upstairs today.
Josh felt that he had to explain.
Access depends on what is going on. Just about any other day would have been fine. Hey, thousands of people visit most days. It's one of Washington's biggest attractions.
Sarah and I both started waffling variations on the theme of, it's no problem, it's great just being here, we're really enjoying it. Davy sounded like he had a good idea.
I tell you what, from here you can see it all anyway.
He pointed at the screens and then proceeded to give us a quick rundown.
As I said, this room is Crisis 4.
It's one of the control centers from where any incident in the White House or grounds can be monitored and controlled. Which control center is used depends on where the incident occurs.
Sarah and I were all eyes and ears as we looked at the screens, especially the one that showed the press briefing room. Not much had changed in there. I kept my eye on it, though. TC took over the brief as he went back to his chair. Crisis 4 could be used, say, if anything happened upstairs. The President and First Lady would be moved down here to the secure area. It also doubles as the bomb shelter. There's a kind of neat room beyond this for the VIPs. He pointed at a screen. There's the state dining room. That's kind of neat, too. It didn't look as if lunch was going to be served there today. The long, dark wood table just had silver candelabras placed along its centre. Apart from that, it was bare. Sarah studied the picture for a while as if taking in all the detail of the decor. My eyes were focused on the shot of the briefing room.
Is that the diplomatic reception room?
Sarah put her finger on the screen to my left, pointing to a doorway. Looking over, I could see the brown screens blocking off the ground floor corridor and the ERT escort standing over the CNN guys who were still fiddling about with cables. TC confirmed it. That's right. Any minute now you'll see the big three appear and walk in there. At the moment they're across the hall in the library. As I watched the picture he was indicating flicking back to check the briefing room every few seconds, our friendly waiter came out of the reception room and walked back towards the brown screens. This time his trolley was empty. I heard comms mush coming from TC's earpiece. The coffee's there. All we need now are the drinkers. The ERT guy began to move the CNN people out of the corridor back towards their wagon. I flicked my eyes over at one of the screens again. Shit. Bill Gates was in the briefing room. At least the hair and glasses matched what I thought he looked like. He had walked in and was just looking around. I needed Sarah to confirm, but she was the other side of Davy as we all stood around TC in his chair. I kept looking at her, trying to catch her eye. I couldn't say anything yet. I could be wrong. Why wasn't she also checking that screen? They were focused on the other one with the 4 Secret Service men at the far end of the corridor. More mush was coming from TC's earpiece. Here they come. A few seconds later, the 3 world leaders walked out into the corridor and turned towards the camera. They were moving quite slowly, so that Arafat could keep up. I checked Bill Gates. He was now sitting down and writing. I looked back at the other screen, then at Sarah. Come on, look at me, check the screen, do something. She was oblivious to anything but the 3 leaders, as a group of advisors followed them clutching folders and nodding with each other as they walked. Hey, let's give you folks a listen. TC leaned over the desktop and hit a button on the console. A speaker in front of us burst into life. A very quick but calm New York voice was giving commands over the net. People were acknowledging him in just the same tones. It sounded like mission control at Houston. Small red buttons were now lit on 3 of the microphones on the desk. I checked Bill Gates. He hadn't moved. They walked along the corridor for a short way, Clinton between the 2 others as they moved in line abreast. A few paces more and they turned left into the reception room. I looked across at Sarah. She was checking the large green digital display clock on the wall. It was 10:57. They were right on time. Hey, Sarah, isn't that Gatesy? You know, that reporter friend of yours? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I pointed, and everyone turned to look. Sarah took a step forward and looked at the figure sitting down reading his notes. Standing back, she looked at me.
No, it's not. His hair is much darker, but they do look similar.
TC stood up. That's it, folks. I've got to go. He hit the console button. The sound and red microphone lights died. We all shook hands again. I hope you people have a good trip. Ask these two nicely. See if they'll take you over to the treaty room. Davy said, It's on the itinerary after the alley. T.C. nodded as he headed for the door. See you guys. Hey, Davy, don't forget, 4:30 this afternoon we've got that meeting. They ran through a few details of their work admin, while Sarah and I, the gooseberries, just stood by, keeping an eye on the briefing room scene. We followed T.C. out of Crisis 4. When we were all out in the corridor, he made sure the door was secure, then turned right and walked off towards the fire doors with a cheery wave of the hand. A couple of Hispanic women came squeaking along in white overalls and white patent leather shoes, looking like a cross between cleaners and nurses, and talking at 100 miles an hour in their own language. They stopped as they passed us, nodded and smiled, then returned to their warp-speed conversation. We turned left and moved further down the corridor. Josh had an idea. Hey, you know what? I'll go over and see if I can get us into the treaty room and maybe even the VP's office. That would be great, I said. Will we still be able to watch the press brief? Sarah joined in.
Yes, I'd love to see that as well. I have...
Josh smiled as he put his hands up defensively like a parent fending off an over-enthusiastic child. Hey, no problem. In a few. He turned and walked towards the fire doors. Sarah and I exchanged a relieved glance as Davy led the way. We stopped 2 doors down. Davy grinned. This is the best room in the house. He opened the door. Inside was an open space, maybe 15 feet by 15, with stackable plastic chairs arranged round the walls, the same as in the briefing room. Beyond that, in shadow, was a single-lane bowling alley. The floor was highly polished lino. The walls were painted white and covered with a couple of posters of bowling teams, and pushed against it was a large wooden box, also painted white, with compartments which looked as if they were holding about 8 or 9 pairs of bowling shoes. There was whirring and clicking as all the bits and pieces of alley machinery came to life, and the strip lighting along the alley flickered on. Davy smiled back at us as he walked towards the shoes. I've got a great story for you guys. By now the bowling balls were rolling up onto the stand, and the pins were being positioned by the machine at the bottom of the lane. Davy had his back to us, his shoulders rolling as he anticipated his own story. His head moved to look at us both again, and he pointed at the top pair of shoes. You see these? We both nodded. He looked back to pull them out. I took the opportunity for a quick look at Baby G. 55 minutes to go until the press brief. Davy turned round to walk back to us. These are Bill's personal bowling shoes, he said. Look at the size of the things. They must have been something like size 16 at least. He's a big man, all right. Hefting them in his hand, he chuckled. You know the old saying, big feet, big... He suddenly checked himself in case Sarah didn't approve. She was smiling. The shoes were white with red stripes. As Davy reached us, he turned them round and showed us something. See this? All smiles, he pointed to the back of the shoes. I saw that each had a little mark in black felt tip. One day, Bill came down with some of his bowling buddies. He went to get his shoes, and a couple of the advisors saw this written on the back. He pointed again. On one was the letter L, and on the other, an R. They were there, supposed to be discussing world affairs, and his aides were suddenly more worried about how he'd react to people riding on his shoes. Well, Bill picked them up, and for a moment there was silence. I could tell old Davy boy had told this story many, many times, because the pauses were in just the right places. Yep, there he was, The President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, and someone had gotten a pen and done that to him. Nobody was too sure how he was going to take it. Anyways, he looked down at the shoes, and then Bill started to laugh.
I'll tell you what, boys, this is just what I need. They're so darn confusing, not being proper shoes and all.
Davy started to laugh. I wasn't sure if the story was funny or not, nor was Sarah. I just took Davy's lead and joined in. I could hear Sarah standing slightly behind me doing the same. The laughter died down, and Davy carried on, pleased with our reaction. And that's why it's still there. Apparently Bill says it cuts his prep time by a half, so there's more time to play. He was going to put the shoes back. He turned away and took 2 steps, and there was a thud. Bill's shoes fell out of Davy's hands. There was no blood until he hit the floor face forwards, and then it started to spurt from his head, dark and thick. I swung round. Sarah was in a perfect firing position, standing at 45 degrees to Davy, with her right pistol hand out straight, pushing the suppressed weapon at the target. Her left hand cupped around both the pistol grip and the other hand, pulling back. She looked so relaxed she could have been on the range.
What the fuck are you doing?
I shouted. What a bone question. I could see precisely what she was doing. I didn't know why, but I was half whispering, half shouting as she lowered the pistol.
For fuck's sake, we agreed no killing! What are you doing bringing that thing in? We don't need it!
She just stood there, in a different world, calmly putting the pistol back into her waistband. This was out of control. No matter what happened now, we were in a world of shit, and I had no idea by whose rules we were playing. I started to move towards the door. She looked at me quizzically.
Where are you going?
I'm locking the door. What do you think I'm doing, letting everyone in? We're in deep shit, Sarah. Do you have any idea what you've done? This won't stop anything. It makes it worse. I reached the door and turned the lock inside the tumbler. It was pointless going over to Davy. There wasn't a sound from him, and dark deoxygenated blood seeped from his mouth. I stayed where I was, shaking my head in disbelief. It was under control, Sarah, for fuck's sake. Midday the press brief, remember? What the fuck are you doing? She started towards the door. I moved across her, putting my arms up to stop her. Whoa, this is way out of control. It's time to stop this, now, and get help. Just get thinking of a fucking good story. I pointed at Davy as I turned towards the door once more. Why had she done it? It took 2 seconds before it became obvious to me why. She'd stitched me up. You fucking bitch. I started to turn back towards her. At the same instant, I felt pain explode in my stomach. The wind was knocked out of my lungs as I fell to my knees. I felt a fierce burning sensation on the left side of my gut. The left side of my forehead hit the floor, then my nose. There were sparks flashing in my head. I tasted blood in my throat. I'd never taken a round before. I couldn't see Sarah. I was too busy curling into a fetal position as I tried to control the pain. I started a low moaning noise that I couldn't stop. I slowly rolled my head to find her. She was crouched over Davy. His ID was now around her neck. At a casual glance, she would look part of the environment. Her loafers tiptoed around him, avoiding the blood, then took the pistol from his belt and the 2 mags from their carrier. I didn't want her to know that I was still alive. I lay as motionless as I could, eyes closed, trying to stifle my own moaning. It wasn't working. I sensed her standing over me. I opened my eyes. She was just too far away for me to reach her even if I'd been able to. She looked at her watch, and then at me. The weapon came up and stopped in line with her eyes. For the first time in my life, I thought of someone I would miss, and I decided that my last thought would be about Kelly. I looked at Sarah and waited. There was a delay, but no emotion, no explanation. Then she said,
"You have a child now. I hope you live long enough to see her."
She lowered the weapon, checking her watch again as she walked away. The tumbler was turned and the door opened. I tried to shout, but it didn't happen. The only sound that came out was a weak rasp. "Fuck you!" Blood sprayed out of my mouth. She glanced down at me. No reaction in her eyes. There was a pause as she checked outside, then the door closed quietly. She was gone. The pain was intensifying. I looked around frantically for a panic button or a phone, but I couldn't see too well. Things were getting hazy. 2 others left to kill him. My arse, it had been her all along. How the fuck did I not see it? Being curled up in a ball on the floor wasn't going to do me or the VIPs any good. I needed to do something, even if it didn't work. As I died, I would at least know that I'd tried to right my fuck-up. My vision was starting to blur. I was taking short, sharp breaths and my stomach muscles were tensing of their own accord. I moved my hand over a hole in my belly the size of a 5-pence piece and plugged it with my thumb. At least I didn't have to worry about an exit wound. I knew it was subsonic ammunition for the silenced Chinese thing. The round would still be kicking around inside me somewhere. I dragged myself towards the door through a pool of Davy's blood, which had started to ooze across the lino. And I was just about to pull myself up to open it when it swung inwards and connected with my skull. Curled up again in pain as more sparks flashed up in my head, I was just about switched on enough to know that I was stopping the door from opening fully. Encountering resistance, whoever it was got their body weight behind the door and pushed hard. I was shunted along the floor until they could get in. It was Sarah again. She didn't talk, just closed the door behind her. Then, grabbing hold of my feet and avoiding the blood, she started to drag me face down across the room, grunting with the effort. I felt as if I had a magnesium incendiary burning in my stomach. I tried to keep tensed up, and all I could see was a dark trail of blood where my body had just been. After 4 or 5 paces, she dropped my feet on the floor. I moaned as I curled up, trying to reduce the pain as she aimed her pistol at the door. It opened. Josh had good news. "Hey guys, it looks like we're going to—" I tried to shout a warning, but nothing came. The expression on his face was of utter shock and disbelief, his eyes looking even wider behind his lenses. Sarah was in front of him in a perfect firing position, calmly pointing at his centre mass. People take a while for this kind of information to sink in, especially if they're not expecting it. But Josh was catching on fast. Sarah maintained a very cool, controlled voice. "Close the door, Josh." His eyes flicked between the 2 of us, took in Davy's prostrate body, then mine, and finally settled on the pistol, no doubt trying to work out how the fuck she brought it in. "Close the door, Josh." If Josh was scared, he wasn't showing it. He was taking in all the information. Without saying a word, he did as he was told, and then stood stock still, showing Sarah his hands. She said, "You will now turn around and put your hands on your head." He knew the routine. If you've got your back to the person who's pointing the pistol at you, you can't assess what's going on. "Move out of the blood, then down onto your knees." Once you're on your knees, you're very vulnerable. She had more instructions. "With your left hand, using your thumb and forefinger, take your weapon out. Do it now." I was helpless. Just a curled-up bundle of shit. I heard voices in the corridor. I recognized the loud Hispanic accents of the two white-shoed women walking from the direction of the fire doors. Sarah quickly checked her watch again. Should I call out? I didn't have the strength. They wouldn't hear me. I looked over at Josh, who I could see side on. He was considering the same option. He wasn't flapping as he obeyed her, his finger and thumb on the pistol grip. "I'm taking it out now, Sarah."
"Good, Josh. Now put it on the floor behind you."
Keeping his right hand on his head, he flicked the weapon behind him onto the lino. I could see the sweat coming down from his bald head onto his face and the wet patches in the armpits of his jacket as he raised his arm again. Fear is a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a natural reaction. You've just got to be able to control it. He'd been here before and knew what to do. For a moment I had the strange feeling that I was in an audience, looking at actors on a stage. I knew exactly what would be going through Josh's mind. He'd be wondering how he was going to get out of this, and just waiting for the chance to do something about it. Anything. Blood is the same as milk. Drop a carton on the floor and it looks as if 3 have been emptied. Davy's blood had spread outwards and was mixing with mine around my face. I didn't have the energy or inclination to move. I just spat from time to try and keep it from going into my mouth. Sarah threw Josh's weapon the length of the bowling alley and the clatter echoed around the walls. She checked her watch once more.
"Okay, Josh. This is what you will do. Are you listening?"
He nodded.
"You will take me to the diplomatic reception room. You will be my escort. Do you understand?"
He was very calm as he answered. "I can't do that." Americans have this wonderful total conviction about themselves and their country. Even when they're up to their necks in 10 types of shit, they have this unshakable belief that everything will be all right, that America is behind them and the 7th Cavalry will come over the hill at any moment. After being captured during the Gulf War, as opposed to asking for things, American prisoners would demand them. They just knew they were on the winning side. In the regiment, you always knew that if you were in the shit you would never be left behind, and that was sometimes the only thing that helped you through, but the Americans believed that at a national level. I wished I had their confidence. Sarah couldn't quite believe what she'd heard.
"What?"
Josh said simply. "I will not do that." There was a pause, and I watched Sarah's face for a reaction. It wasn't long coming.
"Josh, you've some thinking to do and not a long time to do it in. Think about your children. This is no time to mess about with your family, Josh. Take me to that room or you will die. I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to be dead soon anyway."
She had certainly listened to my brief on how to get Josh to do what she wanted. She checked her watch. If she needed to get to the diplomatic reception room before the end of the coffee break, there wasn't much time left.
"They're great kids, Josh, and they need you. You're all they have left. Besides," she smiled a curious little smile, "you could even try to stop me. You can't do that if you're dead. I'm either going with you or on my own with you dead in 10, Josh."
I saw his chest rise and fall as his body took in more oxygen to suppress the shock it was experiencing. I could only guess what he was thinking. Do I die now, or do I accept what she's saying and try to prevent it on the way? At least then I'm going to be alive for a little longer. I had blood in my throat and my voice was hoarse as I said, "Take her, Josh. Just do it." He looked at me and our eyes locked. I could see for sure what he was thinking now. You fucking arsehole. No matter if I had known what she was going to do or not, to him I was now the world's biggest bastard. Fair one. I looked up at Sarah as she gave the final warning.
It's make your mind up time.
She didn't have long until the coffee break ended. He looked at the wall, thought for a few seconds more, and quietly said, "Okay."
If you try to fuck with me, Josh, know this. I will kill you before anyone has time to react. I don't want your president. I just want the other two. But if you fuck with me... Do you understand?
He closed his eyes and nodded. When he opened them again, he fixed them on mine. I hoped my eyes were saying, "I didn't know this was going to happen, mate, and I'm sorry, so sorry." But his expression told me it was a bit late for that. Now that she was going to have an escort, Sarah took off Davy's ID card and put her own one back on. That was detail, and detail counts. She said, "Let's go." She stepped back from the door as Josh walked towards him.
My weapon might be hidden, Josh, but at the slightest sign that you're fucking with me, I'll ensure that I get you first.
He nodded, looked back at me and walked out. She followed without giving me a second glance. Chapter 28. Everything was out of focus. My head was spinning. I was losing too much blood. Between us, Davy and I had the lino pretty much covered, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. I had to accept that I'd been shot and get on with it. I struggled onto my hands and knees, sucked in a couple of deep breaths, and started to crawl over towards the abandoned ID card. Every movement was agony. With each bend of a knee or stretch of an arm, I felt as if a red-hot saw was working on my stomach. It took me what felt like forever to cover the 10 or so feet. My head was swimming as I tried to pull the nylon loop over my head without disturbing the injury in my guts. When I'd finally finished, I couldn't even remember why I'd done it. I began crawling to the door, coughing, spitting lumps of blood, moaning to myself like a drunk in the gutter. My clothes, face and hair soaked with my blood and Davy's. On my knees I fumbled with the handle like a panicking child. It was a normal knob with the tumbler lock in the middle, but I couldn't make my hands work. My fingers weren't listening to my brain, or maybe it was just that they were too slippery with warm red fluid. I knew what I was trying to do, but I couldn't accomplish it. Maybe it's true that your life can flash before you as you die. I was suddenly looking down a long tunnel to when I was about 6 years old and fell through a glass roof into a garage. I'd been with a gang of older boys running across the roof as an initiation test. I hit the ground, cut and bruised, and had to fight with a door bolt to escape. I was so scared that I couldn't make any sense out of how to pull the fucking thing across, and once I'd gone through all that, there was no way I was going to show them how much it hurt. They let me join their gang. My hands started to shake as they slithered around the door handle. I was losing it. I knew I was going to die soon. I didn't care. I just didn't want it to happen until I'd at least tried to stop Sarah. I forced myself to calm down, take deep breaths, and tell myself what I needed to do, just as I'd done back in that garage. It worked. "Help! Help me!" I tried to shout, but could only manage a weak splutter. Not surprisingly, nothing happened. I couldn't just lie there in the doorway and wait. Pressing myself against the frame, I scrabbled and pushed myself upright, and, head reeling, I half-turned, half fell into the corridor. I bent over, leaning against the wall for support, my left hand clutching my stomach. Blood smeared along the white plaster as I stumbled towards Crisis 4. She didn't have far to go. If Josh fucked up and got zapped, she'd just have to follow those TV cables and she'd be there. My only hope was to find TC. Anyone would be a start. I focused hard. There was no red light on outside Crisis 4. Shit! I started to look for a fire alarm, though at that moment I didn't think I'd recognize one if it hit me in the face. I felt my reserves of strength ebbing by the second as I swiped the ID card through the machine and tumbled through the door. There was a picture on every screen, but they were moving in a slow spin like a kaleidoscope. I started crawling again. I didn't know how I got to TC's chair, let alone off the floor and into it. All I knew was that as I tried with every ounce of whatever strength I had left to focus on the screens, I could see her. Sarah and Josh had just come out of the kitchen area. The ERT guy hadn't moved from the area of the brown screens and just turned towards them as they appeared. Spitting out the blood and mucus that was gathering in my throat, I hit the microphone switch. "Mayday! Mayday! Black man, white woman on the first floor. Mayday! Mayday!" I didn't know if it would mean anything to them, but I hoped they'd get the idea. There was no reaction from the ERT guy. Then, all three slipped out of focus and became a blur. I screwed my eyes shut and opened them again, spitting out another mouthful of crap onto the desk. Refocusing, I could see the ERT guy motioning to them to either move out towards the staircase or go back into the kitchen. I lifted my head to look at the picture above, which was showing what was happening on the other side of the brown screens. There were a few people in plain clothes at the far end, but no reaction from them either. Fuck it. I tried again. "All stations. All stations." Then stopped, my head resting next to the base of the microphone. The red light wasn't on. I started leaving bloodstains over as many buttons as I could reach, wishing I'd taken notice of which ones TC had hit when he turned off the speaker. I got a light. "Mayday! Mayday! First floor! First floor! Mayday! Mayday!" The ERT guy was switched on and responded immediately, moving towards them. Sarah was quicker. She must have seen his face react to the message from his earpiece. She drew her weapon, instinctively aiming from the stomach as soon as it was free of her waistband. Josh dived on her, but it was too late. She fired. The ERT guy dropped like a bag of shit. Then, within a second of the struggle, so did Josh. Fuck! What had I done? Sarah turned and ran as the corridor filled with blurred figures in plain clothes and black uniforms. The cameras were now cutting from location to location as the main control room tried to get a fix on her as she disappeared off the screen. I knew where she was going. I swiveled round on the chair and with my left hand on my gut forced myself to my feet. The door shimmered in front of my eyes, as if I was looking through a heat haze. I staggered into the corridor. I didn't look round, just turned right and faced the fire doors. There couldn't have been much of the stuff left to be pumped around, but adrenaline was getting me up and moving. She'd be here soon. The Secret Service would bring the principals down to the shelter until everything was clear, and she'd aim to cut them off. I crashed through the two doors and looked up just as Sarah was taking her last steps down the spiral stairs. She was going shit or bust, head down, pistol in hand. I couldn't think of anything else to do but throw myself at her in some sort of rugby tackle. Perhaps it would have helped if I'd ever played a game of rugby. I collapsed against her, throwing my arms around her waist and linking them together behind her back as her momentum propelled me backwards into the swing doors. She was still moving, taking me with her, cracking me on the head with her pistol. By now, I really couldn't feel that much. My arms slipped down to her legs and she started to fall with me. The fire doors flew open again as we burst through. We both hit the ground and the doors swung back, trapping my lower legs. She was stretched out, her back on the floor, and I was wrapped in a mess around her feet. I could make out the pistol was still in her hand. My guts wrenched and screamed as I kicked my legs free from the doors and scrambled up her body, slapping my hand down heavily on her forearm to hold the weapon down. She kicked and bucked to try and get me off her. She was like an insect on its back, frantic to get upright. I became aware of screaming, shouting, and heavy footsteps echoing round the area, but it was as if a mute button had been hit, and everything was happening a long way away. I didn't care where the noise was coming from. All that mattered was her left hand, which was going for Davy's pistol now that she couldn't use hers. I could feel it in her waistband as I moved further up her body. Her resistance got stronger. It was as if she was having some sort of fit, her head and body thrashing from side to side. I put all my weight on her. It wasn't that difficult. I was fucked. Her hand struggled to work its way between us towards the weapon. Our heads were so close together that I could feel her breath on my face. I had to headbutt her. There was no other way. She reacted noisily. The 3 times I made contact, I heard the back of her head bounce off the floor. It was messy, but it slowed her up. My head now hurt almost as much as my stomach. I was in shit state. Keeping my forehead pushed against hers, blood dripping from her mouth and nose, I prized the gun out of her grip as she tried to clear her nose and mouth. I rammed the barrel into her windpipe and looked at her, my forehead still putting pressure on hers. She didn't return my stare as I tried to focus, just closed her eyes and tensed her body as she waited for death. Our bodies rose and fell with her laboured breathing as the doors were kicked open and I began to make sense of the shouting from behind me. The mute button had been deactivated. "Release the weapon! Release the weapon now! Do it!" I thought about it for the 2 seconds I would have before they pulled or shot me off her. Her body relaxed, and she opened her eyes and looked at me. It was almost an order. "Do it. Please." Fuck it. I tilted the gun upwards and it slid 2 inches until it jammed under her chin. Pointing it towards her skull, I let my head move aside. Her eyes followed mine as I flicked off the safety and pulled the trigger. Blood and splintered bones splashed onto the side of my face. I'd finished the job I'd been ordered to do. That was what I made myself think. A moment later I felt the pain shoot up my arm as someone kicked the pistol out of my hand. I was manhandled onto my back. I looked up and there was ERT black everywhere. Then Josh loomed over me, blocking out everything else, blood dripping onto me from the mess on his face. They tried to pull him off me as he started to give me a good kicking. It wasn't working. I turned on my side and curled up to protect myself, and through the haze I could hear orders being shouted and the general confusion around me. I was losing it. Josh was still screaming above me and managed a few more kicks. It didn't matter. I could no longer feel them. What I really wanted to happen did. I became unconscious. June, 1998. I came out of the flat on Cambridge Street, checked I'd put the key on the ring of my Leatherman, and closed the door behind me. It was a strange feeling being a virtual prisoner here in Pimlico. I'd brought plenty of worried-looking people here in the past, but never imagined that someday I'd be one of the victims myself. The debrief was taking forever. The firm were trying to strike a deal with the Americans. Both sides wanted this to go away, and they weren't the only ones. It had been 4 weeks since I'd come out of hospital, and I'd been confined to the area ever since, under what amounted to house arrest. I was getting paid, and at operational rate, but it still wasn't a good day out. None of my injuries hurt much anymore, but I still needed bucket loads of antibiotics. The entry wound had sealed up quite well. All that was left was a dent in my stomach, coloured the same vivid pink as the puncture wounds in my arm. Walking down the last couple of stone steps to the pavement, I looked to my left, at the crowd enjoying an end-of-the-week drink at the picnic tables outside the pub. Friday evening's rush hour had turned the whole street into a car park. The traffic fumes were cooking up nicely in the early evening sun. The heat was unusual for this time of year. It felt more like Los Angeles than London. I crossed between the stationary vehicles, heading for the all-in-one shop on the corner. The Asian father and son combo were used to me now. Dad started folding a copy of the Evening Standard as soon as he saw me come in. I felt like a local. Weaving back over the road, I headed for the pub. There were just as many people inside, and above the din, Robbie Williams was giving it full volume on the sound system. The smell of smoked stale beer and body odour reminded me not to come here again. It did that every night. I worked my way towards the rear, where I knew it wouldn't be so packed, and besides, that was where the food was. I'd started to recognise some of the regulars. Sad fucks like me with nowhere else to go, or office workers big-timing it, or old men smoking their roll-ups and spending an hour nursing a warm pint. I asked for my usual bottle of pills and, helping myself to a handful of peanuts from one of the bowls, headed for a booth. The one with the most room was occupied by an old man who looked as if he'd just come from a British Legion outing, all tie and association badges. He couldn't have been there long. His bottle of light ale hadn't yet been poured into his half a bitter. "Anyone sitting here, mate?" He looked up and shook his head. I eased myself into the seat slowly, taking care that my jeans didn't ride up and expose the tag around my right ankle. Taking a swig of pills, I opened the newspaper. It was all the usual doom and gloom. Ethiopian and Eritrean forces had stopped bombing the shit out of each other with their MiG-23s to give foreign nationals time to be airlifted from the war zone. That was the sort of work I liked. Just plain and simple war. You knew where you stood with that shit. I scanned the rest of the news sections, but there was still nothing about what had happened in Washington. Still no mention of the injuries to the ERT guy and Josh, and I knew now that there never would be. Lynn had given me the American party line during one of our little evening rides around town. The press release was short. A stressed-out member of the domestic staff had become temporarily deranged in the White House basement. It was a minor incident, dealt with in minutes. The 3 world leaders hadn't been made aware until well after the event. The most the story ever got was a column inch in the following day's Washington Post. I was glad the ERT guy hadn't died. He'd just been wounded in the thigh, something to tell the grandchildren about. Josh had got it big time in the face. Lynn said the round had split the flesh on the right side and made his mouth look as if it ended by his ear. I'd been told the surgery was a success, but I doubted he'd ever be modelling for Calvin Klein. My one hope was that his Christian thing would work in my favour. Sitting in the flat a few days earlier, waiting for the debriefing team to arrive, I'd been listening to Thought for the Day on the radio. "If you can't forgive the sin," the voice had said, "at least try to forgive the sinner." Sounded good to me. I just hoped Josh could get Radio 4 in his truck. I hadn't spoken to him yet. I'd wait a while, give him time to calm down and me time to work out what the fuck I was going to say. I hadn't seen Kelly since the Americans released me into the firm's custody. We'd spoken on the phone and she thought I was still away working. She said that Josh had called. He'd told her nothing about what had happened, just that Sarah and I had visited. I still had no regrets about killing Sarah. The only thing that pissed me off was that every time in my life I'd let someone get close to me, they fucked me over. Everybody, that is, apart from Kelly. It seemed to be my job to do that to her. I'd blown it again by making promises I couldn't keep. She still wanted to go to the bloody tower, and she wanted to go with me. 3 times now I'd arranged it, only to cancel at the last minute because the debrief dragged on. Alicia was going to her grandparents this weekend. Carmen and Jimmy would spoil her rotten. I took another long swig of pills. Fuck the antibiotics. I usually forgot to take them anyway. And checked the baby G. They started serving in 20 minutes. The debrief was going okay, I thought, but you never knew with these people. I wasn't getting as hard a time of it as I might, mainly because Lynn and Elizabeth were potentially in just as much shit as I was and were taking measures to cover their arses. Even so, every event of those 5 days was being dissected in great detail. Not documented, of course. How could it be? It hadn't happened. Not that any of it meant much. I was lying to the team, using a script supplied by the good Colonel. I'd RV with him each evening, and the Serb would give us a few laps of London. As Lynn had said, "You need guiding, Nick, on some of the more, shall we say, delicate areas of the operation." And, of course, to avoid the slight problem of the T-104, since not even the investigation crew would be aware that such things existed. The only ones in the know were lowlife like me, Elizabeth, and Lynn. To the investigators, I didn't even have a name. I was just referred to as the paid asset. That suited me just fine. Lynn had already told me that I'd been sent on the job because if anyone could find her, I could. But I knew there was more to it than that. It had become blindingly obvious that those 2 fuckers had known all along what she was up to, and thought I'd be so pissed off with her I'd feed her through the grinder without a second thought. They'd even known where she was hiding, but wanted me to go through the process of finding her. They reckoned that if I thought I'd tracked her down through my own efforts, and if what I saw on the ground confirmed their story, that would put me even more in the mood. There were still loose ends, of course. I still couldn't work out if Metal Mickey was part of Lynn's game or not. After all, Lynn did say he was loyal, but to whom? Fuck it, who cared? It just annoyed me that these people could never just tell it straight. Why bother to tell me all that bullshit? I would still have done the job if I'd known the truth. The fucking games they played pissed me off, and worse. They put me in danger. Naturally, nothing in the big picture had been changed by Sarah's death. Bin Laden was still out there doing his stuff. Yusuf had closed down, but he'd probably resurface in a year or 2. And I still wasn't going to be getting permanent cadre. They said I'd be a disruptive influence on the team. I tried to get a bung, instead claiming that what happened in the White House might have been my fuck-up, but I did stop the president from being shot. Well, you have to elaborate a bit. It didn't work. Even the deafest old duffer in the pub must have heard their laughter. All I got was the promise that if a single word came from my lips that was off-message, I was history. My major concern now was, what did I get up to after this? I needed to get some real money together so I didn't have to carry on getting fucked over by these people. Maybe I'd take a look at the American rewards program. Bounty hunting terrorists, white supremacists and South American drug dealers wouldn't be so bad. Maybe I could try and recover those stingers from the Mudge. Who knows? The bottle was empty. People were 3 deep at the bar, and it took ages to get myself another. As I rejoined my mate in the booth, I was again careful not to expose the light grey band of plastic around my ankle, housing its 2-inch by 2-inch box of electronics. I checked my watch again. Just over 10 minutes till the peanuts disappeared and the menus were put on the bar. Not that I needed one. I knew it off by heart. I thought about Sarah again. I'd learned more about her in my stints with Lynn than I had in all the time I'd known her. I'd always felt that she was holding something back from me, and in my stupid way I decided it was because she was scared of intimacy. Sitting back on the cigarette-burned red velour, I started to pick up the label on the pills bowl. The old man bent his neck as he tried to read the headlines on my paper. I passed it across the table. The night before last had been another hot and humid one. Lynn had picked me up as usual for our daily debrief on the debrief, but this time in his new Voyager. It looked like the firm's budget had got a bit of a boost this new fiscal year.